I want to go ahead and welcome everyone for the October 12th, 2021 Charles County Board of Education monthly meeting. I will now call to order the meeting. Would you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Our first order of business is the superintendent's update to the board.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Wilson, Vice Chairperson Ms. McGraw, board members and staff. Today I bring to you several important updates and items I would like to publicly mention. First and foremost, I continue to be in awe of our teachers and instructional assistants as we deal with daily substitute shortages, COVID-19 reports and quarantines, transportation issues, and students adjusting back to in-person learning. Our teachers and instructional assistants are successfully navigating the start of a less than normal school year. While we are addressing these challenges internally, I want to remind our community that our teachers and instructional assistants are the driving force behind the school system and directly impact the success of every child enrolled in Charles County Public Schools. Please remember that teachers join the education profession to support children and that they deserve the support of our entire community. Our instructional assistants provide the same support to students and help our classrooms and schools run smoothly every day. I appreciate the hard work of all of our staff members, but especially the hard work of our teachers and instructional assistants thus far this year. Behind every teacher is a school principal who is tasked with overseeing the educational setting for their building. Principals wear many hats and are the backbones of school communities. In Charles County Public Schools, we have 39 amazing principals who lead nearly 3,000 staff members daily in supporting our almost 27,000 students. October is celebrated as National Principals Month by the American Federation of School Administrators and the National Associations of Elementary and Secondary School Principals. During this month, we will highlight each of our principals for their contribution to education and for their leadership during unprecedented times. Thank you to each of our principals for their commitment to students and staff. October is also National Bullying Prevention Month. Charles County Public Schools has a countywide Unity Day planned for Wednesday, October 20th. The idea behind Unity Day, in which students, teachers, and staff and board members wear orange in support of this effort, is to encourage community members to come together in support of kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. I look forward to celebrating Unity Day with my colleagues. Shortly, Charles County Health Officer Dr. Diana Abney will join me for a COVID-19 update. While we share up-to-date COVID-19 data, including positive cases reported among students and staff, I will leave most of the allotted time for questions from the board. Joining me also for the presentation is Deputy Superintendent Kevin Lowndes, and Mr. Lowndes will share an update about our kindergarten through grade 8 virtual learning program. A small portion of the presentation will touch on the expansion of the vaccine requirements or weekly testing for extracurricular activities. I would like the public to note that beginning on October 25th, students in grades 7 through 12 in most extracurricular activities will be required to show proof of vaccination against COVID-19 to their sponsor or participate in our free weekly screening. The requirement has been in place for high school student athletes since August and will allow the school system to continue to provide students with extracurricular activities in a safe way. The school system recently received grant approval from the Maryland State Department of Education for the third round of COVID-19 relief funding known as ESSER, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, federal program, provides school districts and with supplemental funds to support education during the pandemic. A breakdown of how Charles County Public Schools uses funds from the first 2 rounds of ESSER relief is posted on the school system website, ccboe.com. Look for ESSER funds under the Quick Links menu. While we have received approval of our current plan for the 3rd round of funding, we can modify as needed. As such, the school system has a community engagement meeting about ESSER 3 funding set for 6 p.m. on Monday, November 1st. The meeting is it will be virtual through Zoom, and meeting details are posted on our website at ccboe.com. One of our main features on the school system website is a COVID-19 resource area. The area can be accessed from the top of the homepage. We report COVID-19 data daily, Monday through Friday, and include totals for staff and students. Currently, we do not report cases by affected school or building. Privacy laws prevent the school system from sharing specific report information, but we are working on our transparent reporting for school communities, and those school communities are notified anytime a positive case is reported. Comparing notifications by school or center is not an effective way to measure COVID in schools, because most of our reports are from exposures outside of the school setting. When community spread is determined, the affected school community is notified, and the spread is reported to the required health agencies. It is important for the community to understand that we are not necessarily hiding any data, and hence our joint reporting from the health officer and myself later today. The upcoming COVID-19 update presentation will have many more details specifically to these points. On a positive note, today is the first student and staff monthly recognition for the school year. Starting at 4:30 p.m., principals from 5 of our schools will recognize 1 exemplary student and staff member chosen from board recognition for board recognition this school year. For the majority of last school year, these recognitions were celebrated virtually with pre-recorded videos. I'm excited that today we begin in-person recognitions again. I want to thank you, the board, and the community for your continued support, and look forward to continuing our teamwork together to support all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Next up is correspondence from our colleagues, board members. Any updates? Mr. Hurd.
Thank you. Along with several other board members, I had the privilege of attending the MABE conference in Annapolis last Thursday. And at the conference, I was very thankful to be able to present a panel titled Putting Students at the Center, What Students Want You to Know, with the state student member of the Board of Education and 2 other local student members. And I know that Ms. McGraw was in attendance at that panel, so was Mr. Lucas, and I believe Ms. Abel. But it was a real privilege to be able to interact with student members across our state, as well as other boards of education. And I think you don't really realize what you have until you have something to compare yourself to. And Charles County is a great school system, and we have a lot to brag about. And believe me, I did a lot of bragging. And with that in mind, I wanted to say how proud I personally was of our chair and vice chair's leadership at MABE. And I know that they're big leaders in the association itself, but also Ms. McGraw for being sworn in as the MABE president. And that was another very and I hate to steal her thunder, but I was just so proud to be able to brag and, point up on the stage and say, yeah, Anne Arundel County student member, you see that? That's my vice chair. And it was a very good feeling.
Thank you.
And something else I wanted to highlight was our first in-person recognition since, I believe, March of 2020. And ironically, In March of 2020, DeJuan Woods was the student member, but he was unable to attend that meeting, so I filled in for him as his alternate that day. And so, you know, it really brings me full circle. I remember sitting right there next to Dr. Hill, and you know, how proud I was to see this position, but also to see the students that we have to offer and the staff that we have to offer in this county. And I think we're reaching that moment where our school system is coming full circle, and the light has always been ahead, but now more than ever, it's easier to see it. So thank you, and thank you again to all the staff members and students for doing their part to make this school system so great and so brag-worthy.
Anyone else? Ms. Brown?
I have to say, Ian is right. He did brag on us. And one of the things that he did bring up was the policy that we have of, we were talking about what policies need to be put in place and stay in place. And he did bring up the fact that we have done virtual and in-person public forums, and he thought that was great. So thank you, Ian. And I'd also like to commend Ms. McGraw on being made president, and also Ms. Wilson for a great conference. I really enjoyed it. It was really a great conference, and the speakers were awesome.
Thank you. Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I'm just gonna piggyback off what everybody else said, but I just want you guys to know, she probably don't want me to tell y'all this, but we have a hard time doing this job sometimes, and you don't know what we sacrifice sometimes to even be in the positions and go to the places that's required of us. Our lovely vice president over there had a health issue and still ended up showing up the evening of the dinner. But I just want you guys to know that it's hard work, and even in the midst of us having to take care of family members, ourselves, we still walk away from the hospital and show up for you guys. So I just wanted to make sure that people know that when we do this work, we do it and sacrifice some things. And I appreciate you, because we don't have to do this, but you did it while we was at a conference away from your family. You've done it for your husband. You know, I just wanted to let you know that I see you. And it's important for the public to know, as much as the journey is hard sometimes, they need to know that part too. So it's not to put your business out in the street, but I just want you to know that me, as a community member, appreciate you committing to the role till its fullest, because you could have went home and rested like you were supposed to, but you chose not to do that. So thank you for serving us in such a way.
Thank you very much, Ms. Battle Lockhart.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that. Thank you.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just have a few things. First and foremost, you know, now that we are just about 2 months into the school year, I just want to thank every single person, both staff here, staff throughout each school system, all the teachers, everyone that works behind the scenes. I think this is the most stressful profession in the country, if not in the world at the moment. Not as board members, but as you all that make this well-oiled machine run, doing everything that you have always done except with COVID. And with COVID makes everything so much harder. So I just want to thank everyone, from the teachers to the administrators, to the bus drivers, to the food service workers, to the IAs, to staff here. Just a big, giant thank you. And looking at the numbers every day, slowly getting a little bit better. And I just looked at the email we got today on the county numbers, and we're below 5%. And I pray to God that we just keep on heading in the right direction. I think, you know, it's a light at the end of the tunnel that gets just this much closer every day. But as long as we keep going in the right direction, I think we're going to be fine. So I just wanted to say that, and also wanted to say thank you to everyone that came out to the virtual town hall forum for the middle school redistricting. It was so nice to finally see so many people engaged, and we actually had a good turnout virtually. We haven't had so much turnout in the in-person ones, but it is the good thing about, Ian brought up talking about how we do in-person and virtual. And that virtual option, I think, is something we need to continue in the future, even without COVID. We have the potential to reach so many people, and to be engaged with so many people in the middle school redistricting certainly has some things that I'll probably bring up later on. So I just want to thank those people. My colleague, Mr. Lucas, and I actually had a chance to attend the county fair this past September, which it's not exactly school related, but all the 4-H members there are Charles County members of the Charles County school system, and I think Mr. Lucas bought himself a pig at the auction, and and I bought a pig and a couple of goats. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to see the youth there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock.
Yep, you're welcome.
Mr. Lucas.
I'm still waiting on that pig too. So I got a new freezer and everything. It was a great time, by the way. The fair in general and the auction itself was a real good event. But just to tag on to what my fellow board members just said, I thought the MAPE conference was good. We got a very good update in the legislative committee meeting. I've asked Mr. Willems to forward that presentation so the rest of the board members can see it. And Mr. Hancock already talked about the middle school redistricting, and that was well attended, and certainly we heard you, some of your suggestions that were made. And I always have to bring up the sporting events. I continue to go out and see my fair share of competitions among the high schools, and it's really good to see the kids. And I've seen a lot more parents out there than I usually see, particularly for some sports that don't typically have a lot of attendance. I've noticed a big uptick in attendance, and that's to me, it's all a good thing. And as Mr. Hancock said, thank you for everybody in the system that has kept things going. And to the folks who, after the long, hard day of work, when they come home and have a quick dinner and they have to get on the phone for a couple of hours to call folks and do contact tracing, I mean, their day is not over, and we appreciate all the work you do. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I will echo the sentiment of the great partnership that we have with the Charles County Fair. I know that I along with the superintendent, was in attendance for the Queen Nicotina ceremony. Some of our very own students were excellent escorts and served in that capacity extremely well. Mr. Valentine, not that I'm pointing you out, but it is a wonderful partnership that we do have with the Charles County Fair. As Mr. Lucas alluded to, there's been a number of sporting events. This is the first time I've ever gone to a school, and there were 4 events going on at the same time, and I believe it was 2 weeks ago at North Point, that literally I bounced from a volleyball game with the girls between North Point and Thomas Stone, to field hockey, to soccer and cross country. And I was just thinking, boy, the administrators there had their hands full. I also attended a Lackey football game and a St. Charles football game. And I will tell you, we have some very talented athletes out there. It's always a pleasure of going to those events. And just as we have mentioned our appreciation to the entire public school staff, I like to kind of highlight the athletic directors and all those support staff to make the experience for our students, fulfilling. And I know a lot of long hours goes into making sure that it's competitive, it's safe, and that it's fair. And a special shout out to our booster clubs, to the public. Come on out, support our games, support our booster clubs and fundraising activity. We've had 18, 19 months of kind of nothing going on. Come on out, do it safely, but please support them. As already mentioned before, our very own Vice Chairman, Virginia McGraw, is now the president of the Maryland Association of Board of Educators. And I wanted to take a moment to recognize that fact and to put it in context, that there are roughly 24 school districts in the state of Maryland. We are one of those 24 that's a member of this association. It is one of the biggest educational advocacies in the state. They provide a tremendous service to school districts in terms of professional development, providing management practices, guidance, and governance. To say the very least, they are very extremely valuable to us, and we rely on their resources in a number of ways. We have not had a president from Charles County represented on the Maryland Association of Board of Educators going back to 1970s, and that was a Mr. Norman Sanders. To have this honor, our very own, it cannot be stressed enough, and I just wanted to say personally, it is with great pleasure to share this achievement with the public, to show that our board members are actively engaged in committees and trying to find ways to make our learning experience for our students even better. But then to have our very own vice chairman to be the president of that association is a tremendous accomplishment. So with that said, I have a little something to give you. As a very small token of appreciation,
Well, thank you very much.
because it's a tremendous accomplishment to be the president of the Maryland Association of Board of Education. And so it really shows that your commitment to education is proven, and we are so proud of you.
Thank you.
So we want to share with the public that great things are happening in Charles County. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I speak?
Yep.
Okay, because I thought she jumped over me today.
Yep.
Well, first of all, thank you all very much. I truly appreciate all of your congratulations and honor. I don't take it very lightly. As I said, education has been my passion ever since I can remember that first day in kindergarten when I went to school. I wanted to be a teacher, and made sure that everything I did in my life headed in that direction. And then when I retired, I knew I wasn't done yet. Even though my commitment to the day-to-day operations was over with, I really felt as though I did not want to divorce myself from education. So I am truly grateful to the citizens of Charles County for allowing me the opportunity to serve not one term, but 2 terms in this capacity. So I thank you very much for the trust that you place in me, and hope that I will represent you all to the best of my ability in Annapolis and across the state. So now, that aside, I just wanted to let you know a couple of important things I feel. I represented the Charles County, our Board of Education at the quarterly scholarship committee meeting. And it's this time of year when we are accepting new applications for scholarships. So I would like the general public to know that if you would like to donate a scholarship in memory of a loved one or on behalf of your organization, the application deadline is in November. And for our students, of course, applications will open at the end of December. And we have even more this year than we had in the past. So the number and the interest in individuals in the scholarship program continues to grow. So make sure you take advantage of it. Once again, I, of course, attended the MABE conference. And I have to add my congratulations to the mutual admiration here for Ian, because I was very, very proud of his participation. Lots of individuals came up to me afterwards and said, "You're so very lucky to have that young gentleman on your board." So thank you for a job well done. I was also very excited, though, because we got to meet Dr. Ebony Green, and Dr. Green in person. She was the individual that did our cultural bias training back in the spring. So it was really very nice to meet her and to listen to her and her message in person. So that was one of the nice highlights of this conference for me. And Tina, of course, was vice chair of, co-chair of the conference this year, and we'll continue in that capacity next year. So look forward to another well-planned conference. And lastly, I just want to say, you know, as I mentioned at the outset, education is my passion, so I'm always looking to see what's happening with our teachers. So one of the communications that we received talked about the fact that we have some teachers here in Charles County who've been recognized by MSDE for their use of the formative assessment process to improve teaching and learning. And out of 15 individuals that are moving forward at the state, 14 of those teachers are from Charles County. So I was really, really thrilled to read about that information. There's a next round that they'll go through before their final recognition. But I would just like to say congratulations to Ms. Hersher, Beard, Ms. Reep, Ms. Capuano, Ms. Beard, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Botcher, Ms. Harding, Amore, Ms. Lundeen, Ms. Wright, and Ms. Walker. So they're going to move on to the next level of observation by the state, and I wish you continued success on your behalf and on behalf of our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McGraw. Okay, moving on. Next on our agenda is the Education Association of Charles County. I believe that is Dawn Pippin that will be stepping in for Mr. Sean Heil.
Good afternoon, Board of Education members. Dawn Pipkin, I'm the full-time assigned staff for MSEA here in Charles County to support EACC. So I'm bringing remarks from President Heil today, who couldn't be here for personal reasons. So there's a pressure here for all educators that is inescapable. It goes from the bus driver, the cafeteria worker, the instructional assistant, the school nurse, to the educator, administrator, counselor, related service providers, and even the superintendent. On one hand, we are handed a plate and encouraged to deliver grace and be aware of mental health issues for students and staff, while at the same moment we're handed a pyramid of plates that involve burgeoning classrooms, concerns for personal family safety, and exploding workloads. Now is the time for us to collectively roll up our sleeves. We are the people charged with working in public education through being elected, hired, or appointed to reimagine what it would mean to professionalize public education and to value the work that goes into being an education professional, regardless of your position. While we undertake this work of reimagining, we must examine what did work over the last year and a half and what must change so that we can change the trajectory we are on. We must align the importance of this work and its impact on our children with working conditions, benefits, and compensation that honors and respects the professionalism of those who are and who will choose public education as their profession. Locally, we need to stem the tide of turnover by creating conditions that attract and retain a diverse workforce in support of the future of Charles County Public Schools. Recently, we've made some strides in this area that EACC would like to acknowledge. Working with CCPS leadership, the SLO, or Student Learning Objective timeline, was extended for both educators and administrators to consider the workload everyone is experiencing and to better reflect the work that occurs in our classrooms every day. In an era where new educators are in high demand, 2 Charles County teachers, Melissa Carpenter and Chelsea Short, are putting forth a new business item at the MSEA convention this week to make early career educators a permanent committee in the MSEA bylaws. The work of our local early career educator committee is currently being duplicated across the state, and its work is just one of the lifelines that EACC is offering to new educators. These are big wins collectively for the profession of public education and for our union, but there's still so much to do to help all educators to transform this profession in a manner that values the tremendous work that goes into supporting our students every day. EACC would like to thank Dr. Navarro, CCPS leadership, and the board for its decision to retroactively reinstate sick leave days that have been used for COVID cases that can be traced to work-related origins. This is a timely and appropriate measure, and we appreciate the fact that CCPS has taken this first step in addressing educator concerns about the potential for running out of leave simply for following the protocols that we must all abide by for the health and safety of our schools and to maintain in-person learning. EACC will continue to monitor the situation and advocate for continued concerns for employees so that we can continue to put the health and safety of students and staff first. At a time when educators' plates are bursting at the seams, we must continue to enact policy that lets them know that we understand and we're doing our best to be responsive to all they face each day. Schools being back does not mean in a pre-pandemic way, and I think we need to remember that. The current substitute crisis is causing a work overload for all educators. Classes are being split for the day when subs can't be found. Planning times being asked to be forfeited to cover classes, and everyone from the classroom educator to the administrator, the resource teacher, and central office staff are doing their best to stand in the gap at the cost of the precious time it takes to do the job each was hired to do in support of all students. We're hitting a threshold where other duties as assigned are overpowering the actual job that educators were hired to accomplish, to educate. Whenever extra work has been accepted, whether it be subbing, extended bus duty, hours of contact tracing, we must work together to value the extra time through compensation. It isn't the only solution, but until we can make systemic changes in the way we do business, it at least addresses the extraordinary workload that is straining the system each day. The rational part of us understands we are at this point trying to hold it all together. But at the same time, I challenge all of us today to not accept that this is how it must be, and to strive to address the challenges we face as a profession together on behalf of the students we serve. As we begin the hard work of implementing the blueprint for Maryland's future, we can't miss the opportunities that are in front of us to fix the problems that have continued to snowball over the years, that have caused the national educator shortage and the pipeline of new educators to diminish to levels that are unsustainable for the profession. In this room, and whenever we meet to reimagine the profession of public education, we must continue to fight for the best possible working conditions for all education professionals so that they can continue to provide the quality public education that all our students deserve. Simply put, we are the people we've been waiting for. We must act in ways that don't just put a Band-Aid on the challenges, but stop the bleeding and raises the professionalism for all those who serve students every day and for the future of public education in Charles County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pippin. Next up is Mrs. Birch from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, providing us an update.
Good afternoon. I am Sarah Birch, ASCSME President, Local 2981. My goodness, doesn't a month go by fast? It has been very busy, October, September, for Local 2981. Our local has experienced improved membership again this month. Strength grows in numbers. September 29th, Tracy Newbold and I attended Council 67's convention for 2021. Although the convention was based around elections for Council 67, I made some great networking connections and, of course, voted. I stood in line with the president, Glenn Middleton. Mr. Middleton said he wanted to visit Charles County. Charles County is the hot spot now. October 5th, ASCSME had our monthly meeting. Members were very interested in the MAG survey outcome. 22 members attended. I want to say the new administration for Charles County Public Schools is very favorable to ASCSME support personnel staff. I have a very good feeling about Charles County Public Schools Executive Board and Charles County Public Schools Administration. Since the pandemic started, there is a new feeling about the importance of all support staff. Everyone should realize, oops, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Everyone should realize, although the pandemic is not over, support staff is still working to go above and beyond until we can all have that safe feeling again. Remember, don't wait, vaccinate.
Thank you, Mrs. Birch. Next up, Dr. Navarro. I believe you're going to be presenting a COVID-19 update.
Yes, Dr. Abney's going to join me. So good afternoon, members of the board. I'm joined by our health officer, Dr. Diana Abney, with us. I'm very excited for her to be here. I wanted to ask first, Ms. Wilson, if it's okay. We have sort of two segments to this presentation. One is sort of the operational and health aspect, hence Dr. Abney joining us today. And then the second one is the instructional and academic. And I'm wondering if it's okay with you and the board if we could go through the operations and health overview and then pause for questions from the board and then continue on the academic.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, board members. Dr. Abney and I are here jointly because we think it's an important time to update our community on where we are in terms of the work that we've done so far and the implications, both health and educational implications for the school system thus far. So as soon as I learn how to use this clicker.
I'm glad it's not just me that has that issue.
Oh, turn it on. Thank you. That's right. Apologies. She did ask me earlier, are you sure you don't want me to click for you? I said, no, I can totally do it by myself. One of the first things that we wanted to start with is some statistics for the school system. As of 10/10/21, we've had a total of 510 cases district-wide, of which 438 of them are students and 71 are staff members with COVID-19 confirmed cases. What you see here is a week-to-week comparison, and I'll get back to that. One of the things that I think are important to note is that those are the positive cases. But we also have a process for contact tracing, which has resulted in 708 students having been quarantined. Of that 708 students that have been quarantined, 41 of them have subsequently tested positive for COVID. That's about a 6% positivity from our quarantine procedures. 92% of all cases that turn up as positive confirmed cases in the school system through our processes for investigation are from unvaccinated people. And so what you see here is a week-to-week comparison. Week 1 is our first week of school. Week 6 is last week. So just if you were following, we posted this slide on Friday, but we put a little asterisk on the very last bar because we didn't have all the data. Mr. Stoddard ran the data as of Friday. We wanted to include the latest data, and so what you see here is a slight difference from what was posted on Friday, so that we had those dates. And so what you see is that we started and we've gone up, and then we've come down, and we're happy to talk about those details in a moment.
So what you see here is what the community looks like. And you see that this is also of 10/10, and so this is a little different than what you saw on Friday also. And this is what people see when I give my report to the commissioners every Tuesday. And I'm comparing us to the 3 counties that are contiguous with us that touch our borders, and to the state of Maryland. Our case rate as of 10/10 was 18.81, which is indeed the lowest it has been in a while. Calvert, 24.09, St. Mary's, 47.45, Prince George's, 15.03, and the state, 18.20. And I'm sorry I didn't look at this morning's because I was going to tell you the days, well, yesterday's also, because it's always a day behind. And the positivity, Maryland was 3.73. We were 4.99, and I'm not going to read the rest of them, but what you can see is there. And as I tell the commissioners, the big difference between Charles and Prince George's County and our other two neighbors is that we have an indoor mask mandate. Other than that, we don't look very different. Our vaccination rates are similar. Calvert's is actually a little bit better than ours, and ours in St. Mary's is very close. So biggest difference there is that. And so since I was talking about vaccinations, let me just give you a little bit of statistics. I'm going to give you people who have had one vaccine, the percentage, and the people who are fully vaccinated, and I'm going to give it to you by age ranges. So 12 plus, that means everybody 12 and older. For one vaccine, we're at about almost 74.7%. Fully vaccinated, we're 67.7%. And for 12 to 17-year-olds, which is basically your population, we are 63.8% one vaccine and only 55.3% fully vaccinated, which concerns me as both the health officer and the pediatrician. And when you look at 18 plus, 75.9 and 69.1. But then when you look at our 65 years and older, they are 95.7, almost 96% one vaccine, and they're 90.6% vaccinated fully, which is greater than the state. Our others are lower than the state, some significantly, most of them just a little bit lower than the state. So that's what's going on in and around our county. And I have to put the plug in, we are still vaccinating every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then other vaccination clinics. In fact, we had one at Stoddard on Saturday.
So locally, we surveyed our staff, and thank you to our union partners because they signed off on a letter to voluntary requests from our staff to get a sense of where people were in terms of our staff vaccination rates. So far, as of, I believe, Sunday evening, we've had 2,706 staff members. And that, in comparison, is out of a potential of 3,685 staff members who self-reported. We've had about 90% of them self-report that they have been vaccinated. And what we mean vaccinated is we defined it as having both shots plus the 14-day follow-up. And anybody who did not meet that would report as not being either fully vaccinated or not being vaccinated. We would still like to have the almost 900 plus participants to be able to respond to that survey. But that just gives us a point in time check of, again, self-reported information. I did want to say to you, if you drew this out and you said, we have about 900 employees who have not yet responded, and 100% of them were to respond today and say that they are not fully vaccinated, that would bring down our percentage from about 90% to about 68%. That's if everybody who had yet to self-report would say that they have not been fully vaccinated. But if about 50% of those who have not yet responded today and said that they're not vaccinated, that would put us somewhere around 80% of our staff being vaccinated. So that just gives you a sense of, we don't have full responses yet, but it gives you a sense about where we are. And it is important for us to understand, and the reason we asked our employees to do that, it's just important for us to assess where we are in terms of being the second largest employer in the county. We know that some of these increases, self-reported increases, may have also been because Other employers have required or asked their employees to be vaccinated, so we wanted to get a sense from that. And I believe the county was also beginning to ask questions countywide about their vaccination rates. So we thought we would get ahead and ask our employees, of what that looked like. So I will start here, and I know Dr. Abney is going to chime in. We wanted to do a visual because we get a lot of questions about how is it that we make decisions as a school system, not about the reading curriculum, not about intramural sports, not about varsity sports, but around this piece of making decisions around health matters, such as how do we determine how to do contact tracing in schools. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure that what we follow is the guidance from the CDC and our local health officer to really train us and prep us on how to do this massively across all of our schools. We obviously do a lot of testing, and you'll hear some numbers so far of how many tests we've done in a little bit. But we are very, very careful to do detailed contact tracing following that guidance that we receive from the health experts to understand if a community spread has occurred. And a community spread, and I'm just going to read the definition, it's at least 2 confirmed COVID-19 cases among students, teachers, staff within a 14-day period, and who are epidemiologically linked. Thank you, Doc. I want people to spell that. So it's important for us to follow that, and that is why I believe Mr. Lucas said thank you to all the staff members who go home, have dinner, and then get back on the phone to do the contact tracing, because it is a lot of time, and we really do follow a very prescribed process by which we ask a series of questions that allow us to understand how the positive case came to be, and if there's any way in which community spread happens. We've had some community spread happen in some of our schools, and I'll give some detail in a little bit about that. But what we do is we do our contact tracing, and then if there is community spread within a classroom, then we look at closing the classroom. And there's been a couple of instances so far this year where we said, okay, it's important for people to just go virtual, take the time, and make sure that that happens. We consult with the health department. They ask us a series of questions, and then they sort of say, yep, it makes sense that you quarantine the entire classroom as opposed to just a small group of students. And so we have done that. And the great thing is we have the infrastructure to go virtual. Kids, if it's after school hours, kids come the next day and pick up their computers, and then we're back on virtually, and everybody's on virtually. And I think that's very important, because what we want to emphasize is, and you'll hear more about this from Mr. Lowndes today, is the continuity of learning that happens. So we've done those switches, those flips in several of our classrooms. The other potential that has not fully happened is that we could have parts of an entire building closed, so an entire wing, a 3rd grade wing, the D hallway in a middle school and a high school. And that, again, comes back from following strict protocols for contact tracing and looking at community spread. And those instances, sometimes you hear about those, or even more extreme cases, such as schools actually closing down. And for us, and going fully virtual, which is what you see there, for us, what that means is that we make those decisions. Actually, it's less of a consultation from the health officer. It's more of a directive from the health officer. At that point, we're at a situation where the health experts come in and direct that work for us rather than support the work of contact tracing in a specific situation. So we wanted to show this as a way for the public to understand how we do progressively follow these cases and the reasons why we do this contact tracing. Dr. Abney, do you want to add anything here?
So the only thing I really want to add is, first off, your contact tracing here is wonderful. Your staff who do it are doing a very good job. That's the first thing I want to make sure you guys understand. And also people have asked, why is it not always medical people who do it? And the answer is, as Dr. Navarro said, it is a prescribed set of questions that are asked, and you can train someone to do that. And your guys here who are doing it in an excellent manner. When we do close even a classroom, but especially when we get to the point of closing wings or hallways, and most definitely when we talk about having to close a school building, do understand that when we recommend that, or when we say you must do that, we are not taking this lightly at all. We are looking very closely, and our job at that point, or my job, actually, not just my staff's, my job at that point is to protect the community, starting with the children who are in that school, to make sure that there's also no spread of COVID, not only in the school, but into the community, that we are decreasing the hospitalizations, ICU visits, and we are hopefully preventing death from COVID. So when you hear that a classroom, or if you ever, and I hope we never get to the point that I have to say to Dr. Navarro, please close a school, but if we get to that point, do know that it is not taken lightly. You will remember that last year when I talked to you, I talked about how important it was to keep children in school because of the learning and the difference in the learning that they can get, and because there were some safety measures included in being in school, and because some kids, they don't even get all of the food and things that they need when they're not in school. So do understand that when I suggest that, if I ever do, it will not be lightly.
So because we've had to do quite a bit of contact tracing, I wanted to update the board that we've expanded the number of sort of central team that does sort of from a central office perspective, that oversees and conducts the contact tracing for the system. So we have a team of 5 staff members now that work every day in conjunction with school administrators and communications to issue the letters and to do follow-up calls. And really when staff members email positive cases, confirmed cases, those are the people that then take it from there and walk them through what's the next steps, what do we do. I also wanted to make sure that you know that we've also hired additional nurses to support in the contact tracing process at schools. We've also brought in some retired employees, and so everybody goes through a training through Jason Stoddard's office, and then they are expanding the need. Our nurses, they're not CCPS nurses, they're county employees, but we call them our nurses. Our nurses have been amazing through this process and incredible, and they also just need to be supported, and more hands-on allows us, from my perspective, to have day-to-day more focus on instructional aspects, because we have more people in the schools supporting all the other infrastructure that has to take place because of the contact tracing in schools. We just want to remind the public that contact tracing is most effective when parents, guardians, and staff members are transparent when contacted. I know we ask a lot of questions sometimes. People might not be too thrilled that we're asking all these questions. The only reason we wanted, and it's all kept obviously confidential, is so that we can do a stronger contact tracing and keep our communities safer. And parents and staff must report positive results to ensure the safety and health of the community. That's extremely important, and we just want to remind, as soon as you have a positive test, or actually when you get a negative one, let us know so that we can then move forward. And this is a timely process, and time matters as we are doing contact tracing.
So this step basically just reiterates what I said a little while ago, that your staff here at CCPS works very closely with my staff, specifically with Melanie Gardner, who is the director of our infectious disease program and who is an excellent infectious disease nurse. And of course, they work with me. What Dr. Navarro just said, the last thing that she said, is probably the most important thing that you can understand and you can share with your friends and relatives about contact tracing. The most important thing about it, the key thing about it, is letting someone know that you're positive, and then when the contact tracing staff calls you, being open being transparent, trying to remember everyone you have come in contact with so that we can talk to them and make sure that they're healthy, or if we need to, depending on their amount of contact with you, make sure that they go and get tested, because that's how we can how we can sort of corral this illness and keep it from spreading so widely. That, in addition with the other mitigation things, I have to say this, this is what I do, which are vaccination, mask wearing, keeping our distance, and washing our hands. But it's very important, as she said, when people call you, the contact tracers call you, that you take the time and answer thoughtfully and as truthfully and thoroughly as possible. So, I think you actually said most of that, did you not?
Yep.
Okay.
This is what parents want to know about.
So let me talk a little bit about something that is truly my lane, which is childhood vaccinations. So Pfizer has presented its information to the FDA about vaccinations from 5 to 11, and Moderna is not far behind with theirs. So we actually expect that by November we will have vaccinations for 5 to 11-year-old people. So we're going to coordinate with Dr. Navarra and her staff, and just as we offered vaccines to people at schools when we first had it for 12 to 17-year-olds, we are going to do some vaccinations for our 5 to 11-year-olds. Now, of course, we can't go to every elementary school you have. Is it 22? Some large number, right?
Yes, 20, yes.
So we can't, of course, go to every one of them, so we'll offer to them at some in certain regions to try to make it as convenient for everyone as possible. But one of the most important things is a lot of people will be much more comfortable getting their 5, 6, 7-year-old vaccinated at their pediatrician's office. And so the health officers all around the state, and I also, are working with our local pediatricians everywhere over the state, trying to make sure that we can offer those vaccines in the pediatricians' offices. In fact, we're working with the Maryland chapter of the Academy of Pediatrics also. We have been working for several months in advance of this, making sure that they're offered in as many pediatricians' offices as possible, and we're doing everything we can to make it easy for them. So you may see that pediatricians are offering them in their offices, and that we're offering some at the health department and in some of the schools, because our goal is to make it as easy as possible for any parent who wants to get their child vaccinated 5 to 11 years of age as possible, and to make it as seamless as possible. This vaccine has been tested for quite some time in children. In fact, some of the children who had the testing done were here in the state of Maryland, at the University of Maryland, and I believe also at Children's National. So it has been proven to be safe for children ages 5 to 11. It will help us keep more children in school, because the more people who are vaccinated, the less this virus can spread. As I always say about anyone, talk to your healthcare provider, talk to your pediatrician, talk to your child's pediatrician, your grandchild's pediatrician, so that you can feel comfortable. A lot of people have said in the past that children do not get COVID-19, or when they get it, they don't get sick. That is not a true statement. Children do get COVID-19. Children do get sick with COVID-19. And as I've said in many of the talks that I've given to the commissioners on Tuesdays, the numbers are changing here in Charles County. It used to be mostly the older people, and they'd have like 15%, 10% of our cases. And the children were, the people under 18, because I don't have it broken down in each little decade of children, and the children would be like 5%, 2%. Lately, what we see is about 30% of the new cases every week are children under the age of 18. That's a lot of kids, 30% of the kids under the age of 18. And I'm not going to remember the statistic right now, but when you look across the country, it's approaching 500 kids who have died from COVID-19. They don't die as much as some people, but they're dying, and that's too many children who are dying from children 19. And the vaccination and us putting, and you've heard me say this, putting a cocoon of vaccination around them by us getting vaccinated too makes a difference. And then, of course, all the other mitigating things. Some people call hesitancy. I call it contemplating. Some people are still contemplating whether they want to get vaccinated. The thing to do is to talk, once again, to your healthcare professionals. Talk to me. I'll talk for an hour if somebody wants to sit in my office and talk to me about it and tell you everything I know about it. But just look into it, and if you're going to look into it, please look into the validated places, CDC, WHO, those kind of places. But please encourage little folks to get their vaccine if they're 5 to 11 years old, because we want to keep them in school. We all know they need to be here in the buildings as opposed to home, if possible.
So an additional mitigation that we have in CCPS for students and for staff is that we have free weekly COVID-19 screenings for both, again, staff and students. And the program is funded through a grant from the Maryland Health Department. I did want to read to you some statistics. As of yesterday, as of Monday, we have 2,005 students and staff members registered for weekly screenings across the school system. The first week of school, so 8:30 to 9:03 to September 3rd, we were at a 3.1 positivity rate from the screenings. Last week, the week that ended on October 8th, we were at a 0.7 positivity rate. And so that's an important number. If our community is interested in these screening opportunities, we have them available at every single school. And I wanted to point out the importance also of our nurses. Our nurses have performed 869 PCR tests in schools. They have performed 543 rapid tests since the opening of the school, with a positivity rate of 9.3, 9.4%. So it's important that also the community also knows that in specific circumstances and are following our guidance, the nurses may also test in schools as needed. There is information for the community around our screening schedule in our website. And please note that the results are shared confidentially between 24 to 48 hours. That's very important. Some of our families that have had some kind of hesitancy about joining the screenings, or staff about joining the screenings, we wanted to emphasize that these are confidential information that comes back to you, specifically not shared massively with the school system. But it's important to think through this option that both students and staff have, and we have the resources and the funding from the health department to help us do this work. So as I mentioned earlier, we want to expand the opportunities by which students safely extend beyond the school day into extracurricular activities. And as you know, in the summer, we began with athletes where they had to provide proof of vaccination or go through weekly COVID testing. We have since met with several staff members and have come up with expansions of that, as rightfully so, staff and students have asked for permission to be able to go to competitions, to be in different environments, to participate and continue their extracurricular activities. Dr. Jones has led this effort in identifying specific environments in which our extracurricular activities take place, and expanded some guidance for families so that, again, our goal is for students to participate, but participate safely in doing so. There is a list of extracurricular activities that will have expanded guidance similar to athletics, where we will request either proof of vaccination or weekly testing for participation. Our goal is not to exclude or make it difficult for families, but on the contrary, we want to keep those students that are participating in these extracurricular activities safe in different environments. We do so through specific guidance when they are in their instructional day in school, but we also know that they have to travel and they have to meet with in other places, and so we want to make sure that we are able to do so safely. When we talk about the extracurricular experience, just for note, we have 74% of CCPS high school athletes and about 70% of band students. By the way, I neglected to mention, we recently added band to the same process as athletes, as they are out there doing competitions that are fully vaccinated, and everybody else is screening weekly. And so thank you to staff at schools, and of course beginning with our athletic directors, but everybody else who supports the extracurricular experience for students, who have been part of that decision-making process and who are going to continuously monitor and support students that have to weekly test, to do weekly screenings, to do so in a timely manner. We've had some disruptions with the athletes participating in this, but I would say that it's not, compared to the number of activities and games that we've had so far, I would say it's minimal disruptions. And so thank you to our athletes and our families, because they really stepped up and really have gotten into a rhythm of how they're supposed to follow the weekly protocols if they're testing on a weekly basis, and just information overall for the community to be aware of. One other piece that I think is important is winter, and therefore winter's coming, and therefore there's a lot of indoor activities. And we have met with several community members. I mean Dr. Jones and his team, and we are going to be doing some limiting of indoor capacities, and we're looking at whether we do that about 50%, so that people have physical space to distance. When Dr. Abney says you need to think about wearing a mask and you also need opportunities to physically distance, we want to make sure that people are able to attend all of the winter activities, but we also want to make sure that we provide them with enough space so that they can safely socially distance. And so you'll hear a little bit more about that specifically. So at this point, I want to stop and pause for a few minutes and see if we could take some board questions before we move on to the instructional programs.
Mr. Hurd.
Thank you for the comprehensive presentation so far. I just wanted to better understand and break down the data you presented us. Scrolling back here. So according to the data, were all 41 COVID positive cases among students contracted within the school system? Was that the conclusion that we made?
When you're talking about the,
it's the 7th slide.
oh.
Yeah, this one.
No, I believe you said that some of them were contracted places other than in
Yeah,
school.
most of them are out of the school system.
So then okay, thank you. So there's only been 41 COVID positive tests in the entire school system.
No. So of the 708 students who
Okay.
we quarantined, 41 of them tested positive while in quarantine. Now, the reason I say data has caveats is that it could have been as a result of an exposure in school for a positive COVID case in school, but it could have also been in the community if the student went out and so forth. But what we know is that 41 of the students that we quarantined for that period of time, during quarantining period of time, out of 708, tested positive for COVID. And so we think that if all of them were because they stayed home and they were truly quarantined the full entire days that they were out of school, that then we would say, about 5.79% of them was because of some piece during the school. But we can't say that 100% assurance, because kids might have gone somewhere else, besides quarantining.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for explaining that.
Yep.
And they also could have been in their incubation period when they came to school and just happened to sit
Okay.
next to someone who was positive, so you can't really, no.
There's no solid number on that.
Right.
And then the other quick question I have is for the extracurriculars that you outlined. I know previously we had some travel restrictions. Are there any concrete travel restriction rules? Like, do we still have the out-of-state rule on our athletics?
I'm gonna ask Dr. Jones to come up, but I'll start by saying that I believe we still have the 1 hour restriction rules, and the reason we did that was that in case we have a student getting sick, that we are able to functionally be able to get a parent within a reasonable time frame for that. Dr. Jones, am I?
You're absolutely correct with that. The only thing that I would add is that it doesn't apply to our athletes and the groups that we are now including in the protocol.
Okay.
As far as the distance, the time distance, regular field trips that may be out of state or out of the county. Those are the ones that we're looking at the restrictions as far as the time goes, that they are not at this point permitted to go beyond an hour's time frame.
All right, thank you for the clarification. So it's the activities that are enlisted in the testing or showing vaccination, these rules don't apply to them, right?
The restriction, yes, the timeline restriction, yes, absolutely.
All right,
And
thank
the
you.
reason for them being part of our weekly testing is so that they can go beyond that restricted 1 hour radius.
All right, thank you so much.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Abney, for being here. It's always great to have an expert in the room when we're looking at this data and thinking about future decisions that we're going to make. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to be with you.
Just have one question. You had mentioned that 30% of new cases are for individuals under the age of 18.
Approximately 30.
Approximately. And do you think, does that have more so to do with the fact that more older Americans are getting the vaccine and a large population of under 18 don't have the vaccine, or is that because of the new variants of the virus?
I think mostly for people in general who get the virus, it's because they're unvaccinated.
Sure. Okay. That's what I assumed, and I just wanted to hear that. So, knowing that hopefully by November that we can have a vaccine for students 5 to 11, that's great news to hear.
As a pediatrician, I certainly think so.
Yeah. I can't wait till it gets younger than that, because I have a 4-year-old that's in pre-K, and this will cover our 10-year-old. But it's, at least we're heading in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Abney. I know that there's enough on the table to talk about just talking about COVID-19, but can we have a discussion about flu shots and other vaccinations?
Yes. Do you want me to just
I'm
Talk.
giving you the floor.
Okay. Well, okay, it is time to get our flu shots, and it is indeed safe to get your flu shot and your COVID vaccine on the same day. We just would like to put them in separate arms. Other than that, that's fine. In fact, on Saturday, my husband got he's old, he got his booster shot and his and his flu vaccine at the same time this past Saturday at one of our clinics, in fact. It is also extremely important, and the school has done a great job with helping us with this. It's extremely important for children and adults who have a regular vaccination schedule to get their vaccinations on time. And thank you to the school for having the back-to-school vaccination clinics that you did. We found during the beginning of COVID and also over the summer, a lot of people missed their regular visits at their doctor's offices, and so they did not keep their vaccinations up to date. And we are still, as pediatricians, trying to get those little guys who were not coming to their regular pediatrician visits up to date. But it is extremely important to get your vaccinations. I'm going to say one other thing about vaccines. Some people in this room may be old enough, or who are listening might be old enough to remember that there was something called polio that has been eradicated in this hemisphere, but is active in other places. The reason we don't have that in the United States and we don't have pools closed in the summer and that we don't have children who are in iron lungs is because of a vaccine. And hopefully, we won't have to deal with COVID the way we're dealing with it now. Do I hope that it'll go away like polio? I hope that, but it may not. But we can at least decrease its impact on our community and on our nation and the world by getting our vaccinations. So I'm going to put one last plug in for everybody to get their vaccination and to do all the other mitigating factors. Thank you for letting me talk about vaccines.
You're quite welcome. You're always welcome to do so. And I would want to talk about trick or treat and your thoughts about being out and about, with dealing with COVID. Every time that there is a community event, and we're getting updates in terms of outbreaks. We just got through the fair season, so the county fair, so that's a large gathering. So the next anticipated gathering is Halloween. And I know everybody wants to get back to normal. I love chocolate, and thank you, Mr. Hurd, for delivering trick or treat early. But just from a public perspective, that we do want to be festive, but be responsible.
So we are in a better place than we were last year because we have people who are vaccinated. Last year at Halloween, there was no COVID vaccine, you'll recall. It came out after Halloween. Our little ones are still not vaccinated. So some of the things that we did as a community and as a country, the things like people who had these great ideas of like sliding the candy down the end of their driveway on big slides and that kind of thing, those things are wonderful. If you do those again, that would be great. However, I know people want to ring the doorbells and that kind of stuff. So if you do those kinds of things, you need to do it as carefully and as safely as possible, i.e. one family go up to the door at a time, not a gaggle of kids, or I don't even know what to call a group of adolescents, but not a bunch of people going up to the door at one time, and at that family having one person be the one who give the treats. And even better, if you can take your kitchen tongs and pick them up with the tongs and drop them into the bag, that's even safer because no hand is coming and you can be farther away. And please have your mask on when you're passing out the trick-or-treat candy. It is better not to have large indoor parties or gathering anyway. And if you are, you should have on a mask when you're doing that. And I'm not talking about your trick-or-treat mask. And by the way, it can be unsafe to wear your mask under a trick-or-treat mask, because if you start to have some trouble breathing, you're having to get this off, right? But with some modifications, but not as many as we had to have last year, I don't think it's going to be as bad for trick-or-treating. As long as we keep getting our numbers to go down here in Charles County as we are, and you probably heard on the news that Dr. Fauci said that we don't have to completely call trick-or-treat off this year.
Yay.
But some of the things that people did to be creative last year, if you do them again this year, I think you'll make it safer. I'm not going to say 100% safe. I'll say safer.
Thank you.
Is that a question?
Mrs. Bedelocker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Nice to have you here. It's
Thank
always
you.
a pleasure. This question is actually from an educator. They want to know, will a health professional ever be a part of the public voice and a face that leads our COVID mitigation strategies and protocol? There's a little bit more. I understand that the health professionals are advising CCPS. However, many employees are extremely concerned that we don't hear from healthcare professionals about issues as important as infectious diseases.
I lost some of that, and I don't know if that was for me or if that
I'm
was
just
for the
saying
board.
that you all advise us how to handle COVID, but is there somebody out there that is to talk with the public to get them educated on it outside of just coming here? Is there a place where they can go to be, informed of how to move forward as it relates to mitigating strategies and protocols?
So there are a couple of places. I think I got you now.
Yeah.
So first and foremost, there is information on my website. There is information on the CDC's website, which is usually the most up-to-date because they have hundreds of people who contribute to their website. And some of their websites, some of their pages are updated some are updated daily even. Since COVID has been going on, every time the commissioners meet, I update the commissioners every time. They put that information on their website. So there are all of those places. And WHO, and I don't have like a weekly meeting where I talk to everybody, but there are lots of reputable places that one can get information.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate it. It's just a question that came to me and I thought I'd ask since we're talking about COVID right now. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
This was a great report. I don't know how anybody can say that we need to be any more transparent than this. I know that people like to go to social media because it's quicker and easier and more fun, but I encourage people to go to the sources where they can get the accurate information and make those judgments for themselves. I hate to say it, but I did get my polio vaccine at school. And it wasn't bad, and I'm still here, I'm still kicking. So, but thank you, Dr. Abney, for what you're doing to keep our community safe.
Thank you so much. And thank you for that plug about not going to social media. If you're going to go to social media, go to that is put out by CDC, FDA, health departments, AMA, those that are reputable places that actually do research.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Am I
Thank you.
excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Abney. Thank you so much.
Mr. Valentine.
I am going to ask.
I'm sorry, I missed Mr. Valentine.
That's right, thank you. Just a quick question. It's not really a high school level question, but I still think it's important, and that's if a vaccine gets approval for 5 to 11 years old, would those grades be added to the screening program, and how quickly would they be added to the screening program?
Do you mean for like extracurricular activities and so forth? So we would have to take a look at that because a lot of the activities that are after the school day in elementary schools or middle schools are very much part of the school. It's just an extension of the school. So a lot of pieces, the staff is the same. We don't have outside folks, that we don't have elementary school age kids traveling far distances. So a lot of them are sort of just within the school environment. We don't see it breaking the school environment. I think in our guidance, we said there's a lot of sort of school-based plays and activities and after-school clubs that can continue because we don't see that as interacting with a team from another county or going to a band competition outside. But we will look at those, and I would encourage if there's questions specifically on ones, maybe in the middle schools, we'll revise that guidance and take a look at it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Lowndes to come forward to present the second part, which is regarding instructional supports.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Wilson, Vice Chairperson McGraw, and board members. Thank you for having me this afternoon to present on what our schools are doing to support students during this time period. You know, it's an honor and privilege to be part of a school system where you have everyone chipping in and doing whatever it takes to make sure and ensure that teaching and learning continues within our school buildings. You know, our principals right now are teaching classes, our teachers are teaching extra periods, our IAs are chipping in and also taking part in classes where we don't have substitutes that are showing up that day. Dr. Navarro spoke a little bit about the shortage with substitutes, and we also have a shortage in the beginning of the school year with hiring teachers. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, you know, why we went with our company to help us with the virtual learning program that we have here. But I first want to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing here at Central to support our schools. We've heard from our schools that everyone in the building's doing whatever they can right now with the contact tracing, with filling in with the teaching, and they still needed more bodies. So one thing that our folks here have done is they've all looked at their day, and whenever they're out in buildings and supporting buildings, they're going a little bit earlier, they're staying late, and they're asking what else can they do to support during that time period. Here's an example of some of the things that they're doing when they're going out to the classes to make sure that we're supporting and making sure that the teaching and learning can take place. They're teaching. We have our executive directors going out there and subbing for our principals when they're out during time periods. We have our directors that are actually going out and teaching during this time period. We have our content specialists going out there and make sure that they're doing lunch or whatever else is needed, because the school systems are busy doing contact tracing as well as making sure that everything in the building's running smoothly. So I just want to thank everybody for taking part and doing whatever it takes to keep our schools functioning and making sure that our students are learning. Here's just a quick example of a typical day of the curriculum office and how they've gone out and supported during a day. And you'll see that, the blocks are an individual person, and some of them are going out there a full day and supporting and teaching during that day, and some are going out there during a time period where they are going out to work with the school anyways, and they're staying longer, and they're making sure that they're helping with lunch. And I just want to give an example, and this could be any office. This could be our student services office. This could be our special education department. Whatever it is, all of them are going out during this time period and making sure that we're supporting our schools and making sure that our students have someone in front of them in the classes and making sure that they're learning on a daily basis. Dr. Navarro talked a little bit about sending some students home in quarantine. I believe it was 708 students were sent home since the beginning of the school year. And we want to make sure that they're still able to participate in the learning that's taking place that day. And so we're asking our teachers to post the assignments that they're working on that day on their website. And they're also posting PowerPoints and Nearpods, which are lessons that students can follow along. We understand that some of our students are going to have questions during this time period and won't be able to totally learn on their own. So we're making sure that the staff are available throughout the day. Schools have asked teachers to, during their planning period, to be available to Zoom with students that are home. And our schools have set up schedules where staff members are available and are Zooming with students that are home during quarantine. And we also have administrators checking up on students to make sure that they're engaged during this time period. Some of our classes have been, very few actually, classes have been sent home as a full class, but when that does happen, we do ask if the teacher is not sick to go ahead and teach virtually to that class, and that has taken place when a whole class has gone home and our teachers are available to teach virtually. I want to talk a little bit about the virtual program. So if you look at the virtual program statewide, you'll see that we are right where everyone else is, right around 2% of our population is able to participate in a virtual program. You have a few outliers, or actually one outlier, Prince George's County, that has more students on their virtual program, but that's as a result of a large kindergarten through 6 program in which they do not plan on continuing once the vaccination happens. Here's our enrollment for our virtual program. I think at the beginning we stated that we would have 450 students in our virtual program, 25 students per class and 2 per grade for kindergarten through 8th grade. You'll see that we have less than that, and this is because of a few things, and I want to explain. The first is when we went and we gave the offers to 450 students, we had about 40% of those families accept that application. The other ones decided that they did not want to take part in the virtual program for a variety of reasons. But the majority of it was because their sons and daughters were friends were going back to school, and they really wanted to go back to school with their sons and daughters. So they chose to go back, and as a result, the parents called and said they no longer wanted to take part in the virtual program. So we had a wait list based on the initial list that was created for our students that were going to be accepted. And we went to that wait list, and we asked more families to join. While this happened, students were already in school, and they were already participating with their friends and had their teachers in their classrooms. And they were having a very positive experience. And so when we went to the wait list, what we found out was the majority of those families also did not want to come back to the virtual program, but wanted to stay in the schools. So we ended up going to the wait list 3 or 4 different times. While this was taking place, we also had a difficult time filling our positions, our teaching positions. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And that also led to some families being discouraged with the program and not having their teacher yet in front of them and receiving lessons from central office. And so some of the families then opted to go back where they had a teacher in front of them in their school. I'm going to talk a little bit about the timeline so that everyone's very clear as to where we are with the virtual program. But I do want to say that, these students are very important to us. Their success is very important to us. And although we've gotten off to a rocky start, we will make it right for the families, and we will catch these students up and make sure that they do not fall behind. The first week of school, we had a virtual program where our lessons were asynchronous, and they were created with the curriculum folks, and they were pushing out lessons on a link. The second week of school, we were able to hire some of our classroom teachers to teach during their planning period and work on a virtual platform on their computers and teach with this virtual program, and then going back and teaching in school. This was always supposed to be a short-term fix. It was very taxing on our teachers, not getting a break during the day at all. And going right from teaching their students in front of them to hurry up, quickly get on the computer, teach the lesson on the computer, and then go back and teach the students in front of them. So we never planned on it being a long-term fix. And it was a 2-week period of time until we had the teachers from proximity learning in place. We thought we would have them all in place by then. Unfortunately, they're also having a very difficult time hiring teachers for their program. And so as a result of that, we were short. And so instead of having a 1-to-25 ratio during that first couple of weeks, we ended up having a 1-to-50 ratio because they were able to hire a teacher for every grade, but they weren't able to hire 2 teachers for every grade. So it's been an ongoing, constant enrollment of teachers within the proximity learning program. So both within the virtual program, we will have all of those teachers filled by I believe it's the 15th. I have here. By October 15th, we'll have all those teachers filled for our kindergarten through 5th grade. As you can see, we needed 24 teachers. We currently have 16 teachers that are teaching today, and we still need 8, and those 8 will start by October 15th. With our grades 6 through 8, we have started out with our core content teachers, our English, language arts, our math, social studies, and science teachers, and we've added PE and art. Right now, we have 33 teachers that are teaching, and we need 36 teachers. The 3 teachers that are not able to, they haven't been able to find are art and PE, and so we do have all the core teachers for our 6th through 8th grade at this time. So we do have class sizes of 25 when we have all our teachers. I want to talk a little bit about the in-person. The in-person are where, schools, middle schools and high schools weren't able to find a teacher for a particular content. And overall, it was usually a math course. And so what they ended up doing was that we ended up hiring a proximity teacher to teach virtually, and then we would have a IA in the class working and supporting the students. Unfortunately, the proximity also was not able to hire all teachers on time for the beginning of the school year. And so our schools have been covering those classes just like they would if it was an opening of another type of teacher, with teachers covering during their free period. In many of those classes actually that were covered during their free period, the teacher has said that they would rather continue teaching that class because the students are getting the material needed rather than turn it over to a proximity teacher. So some of these classes are going to continue being taught by a teacher teaching during their free period rather than wait for a proximity teacher to come. But at this time, we are now 81 classes are covered out of the 106 classes that we were assigning a proximity teacher to. And once again, I do want to say that those students are learning during this time period. And some of these schools have gotten extremely creative. One of our high schools is taping one of their math teachers teaching the lesson, and then using that with some of the students that were waiting on a proximity teacher and making sure that they are getting the math lesson that they should be getting during the day. And then they're following up with those students with supports to make sure that they're not falling behind. Now, I just wanted to give everyone an update of where we were. I know that the board has heard quite a bit about some of our virtual programs and our classrooms that are being taught by a proximity teacher. So I wanted to give you an update on where we are, and that we are still working to find folks to work with those students, and we are going to catch those students up. And talking with proximity, what we've talked about and how to catch our students up is we've talked about extending some of those class periods for a longer period of time to help get them caught up on the content. We would not do this without talking to our parents first. We want to make sure when we come up with some of these plans that we run it by our parents. We do plan on having a virtual community meeting with the virtual program parents tomorrow night, Dr. Navarro and myself, and hearing their input and also presenting some ideas for them and how we're going to help catch their students up during this time period.
Okay. Questions, comments? Go ahead, Mrs. Battle Lockhart. I have a couple questions, comments.
Thank you. My first concern, but I want to ask a question as it relates to one of your comments. You said that things are going well as it relates to proximity, and how do you measure that at this point? How's that being measured, that things are going well across the system as it relates to proximity when we are short, it sounds like 25 teachers right now?
Well, I meant compared to where we were, that as of this right now, we were to hire more people, and they have more people coming on board, and we're going to have folks in place in the elementary virtual program by the 15th. Everyone will be hired.
Okay. And with that being said, if they're coming on by the 15th, our first marking period ends on November 3rd. They haven't really had any real substance of.
So those teachers of the elementaries, actually, they had a teacher, but the virtual teacher was teaching both sections of the class. Mm-hmm. So you would have a first grade teacher. If they only were able to hire one teacher for that grade, we ended up having a first grade teacher teaching 50 students. If there was 50 students, if it was fully all the students accepted, and we weren't able to break it up into 2 classes of 25. But so they still did get instruction, mm-hmm. But it wasn't to the point where it was a smaller class size and teacher being able to work. And so we do understand that we're going to have to make up that learning that might not have taken place because of not having someone in place. And that's when we're right now we're talking about what is the plan and how can we possibly extend the periods so that the students could get more information taught to them during the time period. We want to hear from our parents first because it might not work for all of them. We have a schedule in place that, our parents have been given, and we want to make sure that whatever plan we have in place can meet the needs of our families. And we know that not one thing will fit all, and so we're going to have a couple options for our families to participate and make sure that we're getting them caught up.
So as it relates to, we have a proximity teacher, and who's the person on our side to ensure that the grading is happening and it's being updated in the system? Because that's some of the other things that I'm hearing that's a challenge, that they're not seeing any grades, so they don't even know how their kids are performing in class. So that's why I asked the question, how are we measuring it if we're not even able to?
So we have one person here at Central that is actually assigned to work as a liaison with proximity and with the schools, and each school has a point of contact. And so the information that is entered by the proximity teacher goes to the point of contact within the school, and then that person enters it into the grade book to be able to, for the parent to be able to access it.
I want to just add that we may come forward and seek some flexibility for some of these classrooms. The virtual program has some flexibility because they're fully virtual, with what Mr. Lowndes is talking about with scheduling, right? We can look at days when students are off or an early dismissal, and we're going to have that conversation with the virtual families to see if those days we can expand learning because they're not following the traditional school day. And then for classrooms where we have proximity teachers and we've had extensive periods of vacancy, we want to take a look at that to make sure that students are not negatively impacted as a result of it. One of the things that we were looking at is also providing some supports through additional tutoring, and we're looking at a couple of different things to sort of what Mr. Lowndes is talking is catch up our students. So we're looking at this for the entire year of sort of how do we do catch up with workforce problems that we've had. An interesting thing around proximity is we could also have a vacancy in a school that's actually not a proximity vacancy, it's just a teacher vacancy. When we have those, for those of you who've been in schools and who've led the schools, how we do either a long-term sub or we do coverage by another teacher or set of teachers covering the section is part of the plan. And so what every school has done is they've gone through and figured out how are we doing the continual coverage. And I think from my perspective, my interest is to make sure that we don't negatively impact students in terms of grading for that first marking period as a result of all these workforce. A lot of them are going to be proximity. A lot of them are also openings. Nikki is coming a little bit later and showing you how many vacancies we still have, whether it's proximity vacancies, and actually proximity was able to fill a lot of our vacancies, or was it just general workforce vacancies that we had in different content areas. This is one of the things that I think is important to note about the first marking period, just being very, very different because of all these workforce shortages at a whole bunch of different levels, how that may have an impact on student grading, and not to account on the fact that we have examples, and I can cite several examples of even kids quarantining and just having different experiences and interruptions in their learning. So there's a lot of different things that are outside of the student locus of control that are impacting that first marking period. And so I just want to let you know that I am looking at those scores, and we ran an analysis of interim grades in comparison to 2019 and in comparison to 2020. First marking period grades, and we do have some fluctuation that is showing us that students could negatively be impacted because of all these sort of detractors. We will make up ground by being flexible on how we provide additional support, since things like the ESSER 3 funding is coming, and there are dollars there to support extra expanded learning opportunities for students, and many of our students will take that on as a result of these pieces. But it is important to note, and I do want the public to note, that that first marking period is a stabilizing first marking period for many of our students, just because of all of these things that are impacting the learning environment for many students.
Yeah. So I was just, and you said something about meeting with the virtual parents. When is that going to happen?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, okay.
We have a virtual community meeting tomorrow night.
Okay, okay, cool. So, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Mr. Hurt?
I've just got a couple quick questions. I really value the fact that we're placing such an emphasis on continuity of learning, and I've heard that phrase said several times. And so I trust you, and I trust this administration when you say that these students will be dealt flexibility because of their circumstances. I just hope to see more concrete solutions presented once we cross that bridge and enter post first quarter. A question I have is it the responsibility of the teachers who are covering these classes to grade that work when it's not proximity learning?
It is.
Okay.
And many of them have taken them on to become their classes.
Mm-hmm.
And we appreciate that. We appreciate the extra work that our teachers have taken on and taken another class. Because you're right, it's not just the teaching, it's the grading, it's the talking to the parents, and it's supporting the students that are struggling.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so I'm personally interested just in seeing the breakdown, like Dr. Navarro said, post first quarter of where the grades stack compared to a regular classroom, a teacher covering said classroom, and then proximity learning, and being able to put that through an equity lens and really understand, is the student who has that proximity learning teacher, how great is the disadvantage that they're being put at, and what solutions can we come up with to bridge that gap? So thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Lucas?
Thank you. Is there, in talking with your counterparts in other jurisdictions, is there anything where we're just kind of an outlier, good or bad, in terms of what we're providing or not providing, where we just, I'm not trying to be flip about it, but just facing the same challenges that every other school system is facing?
So it's very similar to, the biggest challenge was who was going to teach these virtual programs in every district when you're standing up the in-school. Because everyone was bringing students back, and therefore you need to have teachers in front of students in the buildings. And so in trying to stand up virtual programs, it was like, okay, we already have a teacher shortage and everyone's going through a teacher shortage. And now we're going to stand up a virtual program where you're going to need additional teachers to teach those students that are home. And so we've spoken to a variety of a couple of different counties to find out how they stood up their virtual program. Some have done it through asynchronous learning. Some have done it through another company where they're offering virtual teachers. They've also had a shortage in filling some of those positions. And some school districts have had their teachers within their buildings teach during the same time period that they're teaching students live in front of them. And so there's a variety of ways that people are doing it. And looking at some of the districts that have some programs, they started a little bit earlier, and they ended up hiring teachers specifically for their virtual programs. We are looking at what a virtual program would look here when it's not COVID, and how to stand up a virtual program in Charles County that will be run by Charles County folks and taught by Charles County's employees. So we are looking at that for the future.
All right. Good to hear. Thank you.
Mrs. McGraw?
My concern has been about student grades and how they have been either negatively impacted either by the lack of consistency of a teacher or the fact that they've had to be quarantined and students are being penalized because of the work not being turned in or not getting credit for the work. So I want to be sure that the message is consistent to each level, to principals, to teachers, about what you mentioned about flexibility, that we're going to have to be very flexible this first quarter. Because they, I've had some feedback about, regarding the fact that that flexibility in grading is not taking place. So whenever it is that you decide, how we're going to approach this, I want to be sure that each level knows exactly what the expectation is.
Yes, we will put some guidance in writing, and then I plan to do some retro analysis to make sure that we didn't disproportionately affect or impact students as a result of these other breaks. I will say for students who are quarantined, it's interesting, when I joined you last week at MABE, the superintendents met, and we were trying to get a consensus and working with the state on how we are coding absences across the state, because believe it or not, the school districts are inconsistent in how we're coding students' absences. And the codes that we're using. And that's an important piece because retroactively we will be interested in looking at what was the impact of students who are quarantined on their learning. And so we are keeping some data view so that we can track that for the system, and we can report on that later.
Thank you.
I would add a couple things. Could you clarify what is Nearpod?
It's like a fancy PowerPoint where with the lessons going on and students are able to take part and really learn about the material by following these flip charts.
Okay. I'm not going to pretend that I knew what it was, but I just wanted for.
I think the student member of the board probably is an expert on
How did I do, Ian?
Afterwards, you come see me, get some candy, and I'll show you.
So I think the public, as they're listening in on this is a very important discussion. So often we ask our administrators, the staff, the teachers, this is part of all duties assigned, extra duty. There's no question they have stepped up and they're delivering to the best of their ability in trying to provide a learning experience. But I think it's important that we collectively acknowledge the heavy lifting that management of COVID-19, the logistics of it, is a heavy, heavy lift. And I know that Dr. Navarro and I, we have had a conversation about the exhaustion and weariness. And rightfully so, the parents and guardians out there want a first-class education, and we all want a normal circumstance and normal learning experience in the classroom. But the reality is we're in a global pandemic, and we are dealing with workforce shortages that is impactful. And that is not an excuse. It is an acknowledgement that it was a problem pre-COVID, and COVID has just completely highlighted the ramifications. And so we get lots of emails, we get lots of interactions with the parents and guardians. We welcome that, as well as the staff and the teachers, and we welcome that. And I think openly we need to say, as much as we want to be normal, we are navigating uncharted territories. I'm looking at Dr. Navarro from a perspective of, we just came back from the MABE conference, and just like we interacted with our fellow board members, saying, are you having the same types of challenges? And you're interacting with the superintendents. This problem, this challenge, as we go into the legislative session, we cannot lose the ball in terms of we're going to try to push this blueprint for Maryland, but this COVID-19, we're going to have to deal with it, and we're going to we're going to need to take on this challenge with workforce, I feel like we're taking it on like Charles County Schools. And I know that's not the case. And I know that our deputy superintendent is articulating, that our director of human resource management is articulating that we're recruiting and we're trying to work on retention, but we're not the only jurisdiction that is having the same problem. It's like being given a garden hose when we really need a big hose to put out this fire. I'm trying to point out that it needs higher intervention and more, because we can't put out this fire because what's happening is I'm robbing from Peter to pay Paul. All the jurisdictions have the same challenges. So I applaud you for sharing with us the challenges, and to that last slide where you showed the percentage of what is happening into the classroom. It's very sobering. I mean, that's hard. We do not have full coverage in classroom, and that's a reality. We're not trying to avoid that challenge. I am trying to make a public statement that this is going to take a higher entity to solve this problem, and to pretend that we can solve it by ourselves, even though I know you're committed, and you're going to do everything you can to be resourceful, but the well is only so deep. So I welcome some intervention from a legislative perspective, from the Maryland Association of Board of Educators, since we have the but the fact of the matter is it's bigger than us. And I would say to every parent and the guardian out there, we are trying, and we're trying to find the solutions, but it's kind of like I'm inviting 26,000 plus folks to Thanksgiving dinner, and I only got one turkey. It's not enough to go around, and it's not from a lack of trying. So as we enter the legislative, part, this is the kind of pressure, and working with our EAC folks, that this is the challenge that we're facing. My last point that I want to make is just to kind of reinforce. Can you talk about, and I call it check-ins, can you talk about the responsible party for checking in on the virtual classroom or in the classroom? I know Dr. Navarro has been out and about, but just with what we do have, who's checking in as far as the quality of instruction? And then, let's face it, sometimes we may have a class out there or two that needs to step up. Can you talk about quality instruction?
So for the virtual program, we do have both the director of secondary and the director of elementary. They are part of the oversight of those programs, and they will be popping in and visiting classrooms to make sure that the teaching is at the level that we expect, and that they are following the curriculum pacing that we also expect. And so within the schools, we have folks that are going into classrooms, especially our classrooms right now that are being taught by provisional and first-year teachers. What we're hearing is that they want more support and need more support during this time period. And our administrators are doing quite a bit of contact tracing and covering classes, and therefore they're reaching out for that type of support as well to help their first-year teachers. So some of the things that we're putting into place is we're going to have weekly meetings and drop-in meetings with our content folks so that they can get help with the planning, and they can get help with the instructional strategies that they can put into their lessons. We're getting folks actually going out to those classrooms and working directly with teachers to make sure that they're getting the resources that they need in order to be able to teach the curriculum. So our folks are out daily in making sure that and that's part of the support that we're offering our teachers and our schools is the support with the teachers that are currently in those classrooms that need the help and need the support for their lessons. The other thing is that many schools have put in place where they have an expert veteran teacher who's mentoring the first year, second year teacher who needs extra help and support. And we also have mentors that are hired that are retired folks that go out and support new teachers as well. And so, you know, right now our goal is really to get in there and work with the new teachers and the provisionally certified teachers and to make sure that they get the help and support for the classrooms. Because part of being able to offer that help and support is keeping folks. You know, many folks leave teaching because they feel like they're out there on an island and they don't get the help and support that they need. And so I think, you know, what you're going to hear when HR comes up here, if you ask them why most people leave, I think they would tell you that people don't feel like they're being helped and supported. It's a very difficult job, you know, especially for a young kid. You're fresh out of college, you know, you're thrown into the classroom and you're expected to teach like a veteran teacher. Where else do you have that? I mean, you go into a corporate job and they put you into a 6-month training program. They don't let you touch a computer because they're afraid you're going to wreck whatever it is that they have in place. You know, unlike a, you know, first-year teacher, we're like, here it is, here's the keys to your classroom, and we're there to help and put as much support as we can because we know that's very much part of keeping folks working for Charles County Public Schools.
One other point that I think I have mentioned to Dr. Navarro before is the extra hours and to make sure that we are capturing. I mean, these administrators are putting in long hours. In my career, we would refer to man-hour reports to make sure that we give credit to the amount of work that is being rendered. Even though we have workforce shortages, the people that are hired, they're putting in a lot of hours. And I think from a policy perspective, a public relations perspective, I think we need to give ourselves, I won't say us, but the administrators and the teachers, those extra hours pre-COVID, but just doing COVID, so that we don't lose sight of taking advantage of, oh, well, you delivered with this workforce, why can't you do it in the future? And I think if we're going to retain folks, they're going to want to feel like their work is being rewarded for the amount of time that is being, you know, delivered. So I just ask that you be mindful of that because some of these guys are putting in long hours, and I'm very concerned about long-term implications from a health and a morale perspective. And it's an acknowledgement that we know that they're working long and hard, but let's give them credit where credit is due.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Battle-Lockhart?
Just got one, because this is my CTE program head working. Have we ever considered a MOU with the nursing program to support with contact tracing?
I'd have to go back and check on that. I can't respond where we are. I know that the additional nurses that we hired, actually, Mr. Stoddard might be here somewhere. I can't see him.
He's not here.
Maybe not in the building, and not in the room right now. But we had to go to an agency because we don't have sort of the pipeline. And I will tell you, for mental health specialists also, the programs, it's difficult to come by even people who have to do their clinical hours, and for us to be a host for clinical hours, to be able to do that. I'll circle back as an ask and let you know for sort of healthcare workers, if we have expanded or looked at the nursing or the like the psychologists that have to do clinical experiences, if we can do some of the partnerships. I know for a fact that Dr. Abney and I were working on a joint project around expanding behavioral health supports for youth this year, and one of the difficulties that we had was the universities had already placed in clinical places, primarily public health care, a lot of these behavioral health folks, and we're still working on that, trying to divert some of them to actually do their clinical rotations in the school system.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So Dr. Navarro, for how many students are enrolled in Charles County Public Schools again?
close to 27,000. I don't want to say the exact number because we're doing our September 30th. So it's very
27,000
close
plus.
to 27,000, yes.
And then how many students are enrolled virtually?
Right now, it was.
I'd just like you to say that number.
318.
27,000.
319.
So we have 27,000 plus students enrolled and 319 students in the virtual. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great presentation. At this time, we will take a break until 3:25.
Right. Right on.
Thank you and welcome back. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Majors for her report.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Wilson, Vice Chairperson McGraw, board members, and staff. We appreciate, on behalf of the Office of Human Resources, the opportunity to come before you and provide our annual teacher staffing update. I would first like to start out by acknowledging and welcoming our newest HR and recruitment team member, Ms. LaCoria T. And I'd like to invite her to introduce herself.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is LaCoria Conti. I'm the newest addition to the Office of Human Resources as a human resource specialist. This is going into my 9th year in various human resources roles, everything from HR associate, HR secretary, HR coordinator, and most recently the supervisor of human resources in another Maryland school district. I received my bachelor's from Lynchburg College in communications with an emphasis in PR and marketing, and went on to get my master's in human resources management and become a certified professional in the SHRM organization, which is the Society for Human Resources Management. And I am very excited to be joining this wonderful team in human resources and to serve Charles County Public Schools.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conti. As you know, board members, our school system continues to be challenged in filling teacher vacancies across grade levels and subjects. As of today, we still need to hire 104 teachers, and there are very, very few candidates available for us to interview. Our human resources professionals, principals, and content specialists attend nearly 50 recruitment fairs, both in person and virtually, including holding our own fairs each year, typically at the end of the spring in April, May, as well as several in the fall. Still, the number of prospective candidates continues to decline every year. We are all well aware that the shortage is real, and noticeably worse as it encompasses our substitute teachers, our instructional assistants, and all of this results in more conditional teachers. As a result, we are excited and happy and look forward to working with Superintendent Navarro on growing our own strategies to create individualized growth paths for segments of our current population, such as our instructional assistants, a healthy pipeline of future teachers. We are also in the process of taking similar actions with our conditional teachers to provide wraparound resources to support them in reaching professional licensure. We will continue to do all that we can in these areas to ensure our classrooms are staffed with high-quality teachers. And we will do that to the best of our ability, but we need everyone's help from our communities. We do find some comfort in the shift happening at the state level in terms of funding for education and how the field of education will be perceived through the blueprint for Maryland. But we have a lot of work to do right now. Secondary math and science are historically harder to fill and remain at the top of the list, along with special education teachers, 3 weeks ago, we called our recent retirees, including teachers and administrators, to solicit their help. And those of you on the board who have had the pleasure of experiencing retirement can probably imagine what they said. Some flat out said no. Others actually laughed at us. And still, there were some who said, you know what, we really feel for you guys right now, but I'm very happy in retirement. A lot of folks didn't even return our calls, to be honest. Still, we remain hopeful that our collective efforts to think more creatively and grow our own pipelines will inspire future teachers to join us and remain in our ranks. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Shimizu on the end. And please introduce yourself as you start to talk, who will go over our demographics and hiring data.
Good afternoon. My name is David Shimizu. I'm the manager of HRS and compensation. I just want to speak to some of the data points. First of all, the data set points were grabbed as of the first day students arrived on August the 30th. So the data you're going to see me present is as of August the 30th, 2021. Before we get to this slide, I want to kind of give a little bit of information. So according to MSDE's professional staff by assignment, race and ethnicity, and gender reports, in 2015, our teacher population was made up of 21% of minorities. In that same year, we had 517 male teachers, which represented 24.5% of all certificated staff. In 2018, minorities accounted for 23.8% of our teaching population, an increase of about 2.8% over a 3-year span. In that same year, we had about 558 males in the certificated staff. In school year 2021, minorities accounted for 31.2% of our teaching population, which was 7.4% over 2018 and 10.2% of increase over 2015. Also reported in 2021 was 573 male teachers, a net increase of 56 males since 2015. With the efforts that the Office of Human Resources have been put in front of us to grab minority, to encourage minorities and male teachers to come on board, we have made significant gains. As you can tell, as looking at this slide here, over 52% of our new teachers identifies as minorities. I'm gonna just take a pause because there's no county, well, it's only one other county that can post the same number.
Good job.
As far as new teachers.
Yeah.
Good. As we still struggle to get male teachers in the classroom, I think that's a nationwide thing. But our efforts are not for nothing. We do see increases. We do see, even though that the male population in education is decreasing. On our next slide, we wanted to bring to the forefront the conditional teachers. Mr. Lowndes spoke about it a little bit earlier. Ms. Major just spoke about it briefly before that. But this slide shows that 56.25% of this year's new hires are conditional teachers. Right? So currently, there are a total of 277 conditionally certificated classroom teachers. As a comparison, there was 205 in 2018. And in 2015, there were a grand total of 13 conditional teachers in Charles County. The Office of Human Resources recognizes that there is a large influx of second career and non-education majors coming to the classroom, which has led to the discussion on how we can better support these current and future educators. So even though the traditional route of getting certified as a teacher has shrunk, what we are looking at now is individuals who are graduating, who are at home, who have degrees, who probably have a passion for teaching and a passion for kids, and now giving them an opportunity to jump into the fire with some support from our staff to hopefully become successful teachers in the future.
Next slide. All right, hi, I'm Jeremy Campbell, HR Specialist. This is a show of everyone's efforts in human resources to help staff the elementary. As of August 30th, we had hired 101 elementary ed teachers, and we broke it down here by grade level so you can kind of see where the trend is still remaining with special ed being a high-frequency position that we have difficulty filling. The testing grade levels, the third, fourth, and fifth grade, you'll see that tends to be a little bit more difficult. Everyone wants the little younger kids, I guess. But we are finding teachers out there who have bachelor's degrees, who have it in either psychology or elementary ed. Maybe it wasn't in a Maryland approved program, but we're now hiring them as conditional teachers. So for this year, we're at 101. The next slide talks about the breakdown by the elementary schools. It's pretty consistent across all the grade levels, or I'm sorry, all the schools this year. It seemed like we pretty much had we had some retirements. We've had a lot of military or relocations due to COVID, whether it's staff members' spouse that moved out of state because of COVID, those kind of things. So if you look across, it's pretty consistent across the schools. Next slide, Mr. Howard. Oh, and then the last slide here is for the elementary school vacancies. As far as, I still have around 14. This was as of I'm actually below that now. I'm hoping to get underneath 10. We have hired 11 more since the date of the slide, so my goal is 0. But we are still working. We do have 3 classrooms that are filled by long-term subs, and some of those are individuals who are not, they were conditionally certified but didn't make it through with the state of Maryland's requirements, and they're outstanding teachers, so the principals wanted them to return as long-term subs. So we have 3 classrooms covered by that. So we still have a need out there, obviously, of finding certified teachers to fill all the vacancies in elementary level.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kevin Howard, HR specialist. I will be covering middle school and high school as we go through the next part of the presentation. As you can see, very similar to Mr. Campbell, we hired 38 new teachers for middle school. Again, that was as of August 30th. In that 11 number that Mr. Campbell just spoke about, 6 were secondary, 5 were elementary. The additional ones that we hired since August 30th. And again, just like Mr. Campbell, I just made an offer for a teacher this morning. So hopefully that number continues to go down.
Good.
But as you can see, for us in the middle school, it's language arts, math, and special education are our high need areas. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of the schools. The middle schools were very well balanced. We didn't have to hire too many teachers in each middle school. As you can see, it's pretty balanced going through. Between, obviously, Bedford started down to Davis. So that made middle school a little bit more manageable to staff this year because you're not looking at large swings in staff. So I think that's a great benefit to students, being a former educator myself. Next slide, Wallace. Now, you look at the middle school vacancies, and what we wanted to make sure that we showed was that you see that we have 23 openings, and we have 18 that are filled with long-term subs. As Mr. Campbell indicated, some of those are folks who did not meet the requirements for certification, who were conditionally certified, who are now returned as long-term subs, and who will continue to work on certification in order to be fully certified, hopefully in the near future. But if you look all the way to the right, you still see that basically when you combine those numbers, we still need 41 certified teachers. As you can see, again, in the content areas, language arts, math, special ed are our high need areas. Looking at the high schools, we were able to hire 69 new folks going into this year. The same song, unfortunately. You're looking at English, math, and special education. Those tend to seem to be our high needs. If you click to the next slide, Ms. Majors. Now, we did have some variance here in the high schools, and that could be a variety of reasons, whether it be more retirements at one school, staff transfers. We also have transfer fairs that go on throughout the year. Once a year that folks move. But we did have 3 schools with high numbers of turnover with North Point, Thomas Stone, and Westlake. So we continue to try to staff those buildings as adequately as possible as well. If you look at the overall vacancies, and I think Mr. Lowndes, and I'll speak to this a little bit, but he spoke to it a lot. Some of these vacancies by content are filled by some of those proximity folks, but they're not necessarily filled as a one-to-one vacancy. They might be covering multiple classes from a content. For example, if it's math and that person teaches geometry, they may take the geometry sections, but maybe not the calc sections, or so on and so forth. So Those things tend to vary, but we do have 26 open vacancies and 26 that are filled with long-term subs. Again, unfortunately, our high need areas, even though we hired quite a few folks in math and ELA this year, they were our highest numbers for hires as well, but they're also still our highest numbers for vacancies.
Okay, hello again, LaCoria Conti, Human Resources Specialist. So here we're looking at our substitute teacher data, and this has also been mentioned in previous presentations that we are continuing to see challenges with our substitute coverage. So what I have done, just so we can get a grasp on the magnitude of the issue, is these are the total absences that have been entered into our substitute management system since the first day of school. So we're looking at over 6,000 entries that have been put into the system. Now, when you break that data down, it tells us a couple of different things. There's lots of absences where there's no sub required. That 2,402 represents those that are putting in for a sub that may not need it because it's a PD day, students aren't available, or they're a secretary, a related service provider, somebody that does not get a sub for short-term absence. So we take those out of the equation, and now we're left with 3,800 approximate absences that require a substitute. So if we look at that fill rate versus the unfilled rate, that is quite an astonishing number. So we're talking about 38% that didn't require a sub, but when we get down into what is needed, only 24.7% are being filled by substitutes. On average, there's anywhere from 180 to 200 some odd absences put into Smart Find Express daily, and we are very rarely getting above that 20 to 25% fill rate. And with that being said, if you look down at that bottom number, we have over 400 subs that are in our system eligible to pick up assignments. But unfortunately, we don't have that same number picking them up. If even half of those substitutes were picking up assignments on a regular basis, we would be able to cover those 180 to about 200 absences that we're seeing on a daily basis. And working with Ms. Evans, who handles subs in our department, a lot of the concerns are apprehension around COVID, the contact tracing, especially with retirees who may be in that high-risk population that don't feel comfortable going into the schools on a daily basis. So looking at these numbers, that 20% seems to be the range that we're at consistently for our fill rate, leaving, unfortunately, 75 to 80% of our absences uncovered on a regular basis. But we are looking at some options to see what we can do to entice our current subs to pick up more assignments and how we can get additional substitutes qualified and ready to work.
And just to connect the dots, this is why you heard Deputy Superintendent Lowndes talk about, content specialists going out to the schools, principals and vice principals teaching classes, instructional leadership people helping out wherever they can, because we can't provide a sub at this time to fill all of the needs.
So some of the things that we want to make sure that the community is also aware of, there really are some excellent opportunities. In the Southern Maryland area, we do offer some of the highest substitute daily rates available. For a daily sub, you can be looking at anywhere from $94 to $126 per day, depending on your education and experience for being a daily sub. And of course, that then allows you to set your own schedule. So if there are community members that are only able to give, 1 or 2 days a week, then that would be very helpful for increasing that fill rate for those daily absences. And then, of course, we're going to increase the frequency of our substitute orientation and training. Right now, we are doing bi-monthly. I do want to point out that Ms. Evans and I have done a deep dive in kind of what the process is for getting substitutes into the system. And it's not a lack of applications necessarily. It's not even a lack of people coming to the training. A lot of it has to do with the paperwork portion. Of course, the House bill that was put into place a few years ago is definitely that 20 to 25 day waiting period is a challenge. Going back and reconciling previous employers from the past 10 or 20 years based on what that employment may have been is a challenge, but we do have some help in the Office of Human Resources trying to push that pipeline along as well. And then we also have lots of long-term opportunities. As you saw in some of the previous slides, we have a lot of our vacancies right now that are being covered by long-term substitutes. I think that this is an opportunity to call on the community for any of those people who are looking for a career change or may have ever considered a career in education. Long-term subbing is an excellent opportunity to get real-life, on-the-job training with a low level of commitment, meaning you don't have to sign up for the master's or anything like that, but you get the real experience and you get paid anywhere from $141 to $213 a day while you're doing that on-the-job training to really decide if this is a career path that we can then use that pipeline of people as well to grow them into certificated teachers.
So again, if we have any members of the viewing public that are looking for job opportunities, please give us a call.
So in addition to substitutes, obviously based on what we've heard here today, we do have challenges in recruiting new educators. So we, of course, are going to continue Charles County tradition of attending 40 to 50 plus recruitment fairs. The interesting thing, I guess the good and the bad of COVID, is now we have the opportunity to really widen that net because of the virtual options. So whereas we, have always gone to Pennsylvania, North Carolina, DC, Maryland, Virginia, New York, now we can expand with those virtual opportunities. We're hosting a virtual recruitment fair in Puerto Rico. We're going to be doing some things in Florida. We've looked at opportunities in the Midwest, on the West Coast, that we can do virtually. So hopefully we can get ourselves in front of more students. And that Title II data is really important because that's telling us where are the schools that have higher numbers of people enrolled in their programs, what are the demographics of the students in those programs so we can continue to see positive trends in our diversity population and also our male population. But that data also tells us who's having successful programs, how many percentages of those programs at these colleges and universities see completers that lead directly to certification, so we can kind of target our recruitment efforts and get more bang for our buck, for lack of a better word, when we're going to these concentrated areas to recruit. And these are some of the schools that Charles County has traditionally visited in the past. As I'm coming on and kind of taking the lead on recruitment, I will be looking to expand that net to see how we can increase our capacity and really become a presence, start developing relationships with these students, not just when they're ready to graduate, but early in their college preparatory programs, so that there's a constant kind of reminder that Charles County Public Schools is ready and waiting for you when you come out of that program with your certificate.
All right, so how do we find all these new candidates? Well, we've taken a pretty progressive approach. We've actually hired a Davis ad agency out of Georgetown, and they market for all kinds of different companies. We're the only school system that's actually using them. I told them, don't spread word about that. Just stick with us. We're fine. Just stick with Charles. So one of the things that we have done, I don't know if those who live in King George, we have put a billboard right by the bridge there. I was trying to take advantage of the construction and the delays so they can just see, teach Charles County. It's right there. And then they cross that beautiful bridge and come in and they roll and see Charles County. And we have had some people contact about that, so that's great. So what's really amazing is with social media, it can be a really positive thing when used correctly. And so we have now, like I said, paired with Davis Ad Agency. We use Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And they have ads. So any of you who are on social media, I'm sure have seen our ads. We did that. You like those, Ian? They're good? Yeah, there you go. So, and so they have different ones, lifestyle ones, they have, simple ones, just click here to apply. And we built a landing page, which is kind of like in front of our website. So when they click on that, it's very targeted as far as what jobs we're looking at. So we'll still put out there, we need substitutes, we need food service substitutes, obviously teachers. So when we are out recruiting, before we go out recruiting, even this year, we're going to be putting ads in those areas so they see and get some traction there, kind of building that brand. One of the things that we did do as well, I could talk all day. I'm sorry, I'll stop on this. I'm just excited about it. Because you'll see it even with like the substitute teachers and food service. That's the local ad stuff that's running now, and that's pretty cheap to kind of do. So just with the teacher one that we reported on, when we were hiring, looking for specific teachers, we had over 1 million views on that. So that means it's being put out there, it's being shared, so that just continues to go. So we're kind of building a brand for Charles County. And so that's really what we want, is to attract the kind of the lifestyle of why you should come to Charles County. And so we also have created an actual advertisement video. Kevin, you want to go ahead and cue that up
And
for
while
us?
Kevin is queuing that up, just to again connect the dots, I shared with the board members earlier today our certificated personnel update, and it was nice to see that we were still hiring licensed teachers. Maybe 60% of our hires in the recent month were 60% already licensed. The others were conditional, but that is a result this late in the season to still be able to attract people to opportunities that we have as a result of our outreach efforts via social media.
So we'll cue the video here. This is the lifestyle video. We're trying to sell a lifestyle to the new college grads so they could see, because they can go anywhere they want. So you have to give them the reason why they're going to come to Charles.
Be the teacher you've always wanted to be, in a community you'll love. Bring your teaching career to beautiful Charles County, Maryland. Whether you're a seasoned educator, new to teaching, just out of college, or looking for a rewarding career change, if you've got a bachelor's degree or higher, you just might love it here. Miles of open spaces and shoreline filled with dynamic things to do, all just 30 miles from Washington, D.C. Charles County teaching positions from preschool to high school range in pay from roughly $50,000 per year to more than $94,000 per year. You'll enjoy a competitive relocation package, comfortably low cost of living, tuition reimbursement, and an enviable lifestyle that invites you to kick off your shoes and make yourself a home. Come make a difference in their lives and yours. Apply for a teaching position in beautiful Charles County, Maryland today.
So we now own that URL too with the teachcharlescounty.com. So that was part of the thing with the ad agency. So we're trying to build this brand and a lifestyle to kind of attract people to Charles County, and it's been working so far. So we're going to keep on plugging along. Any questions?
So before we jump to questions, I just want to say thank you to the Office of Human Resources for all of the hard work that they do each and every day, because these folks work very, very hard to really attract talent to our school system and retain it. And they have a team of professionals who work behind the scenes. They're journalists, they're HR assistants, down to our secretaries and receptionists to support them in the work that they do. So I just want to publicly say thank you to each and every one of you. And now we will entertain questions.
Good job.
Mr. Hurd?
I've got a super quick question. So I was looking at the data, and maybe this is just the size of the schools, but I was curious why there was a higher turnover rate at Westlake, Thomas Stone, and North Point compared to our other high schools. I don't know if there was any specific reasoning behind that, or is it just how it works out?
No specific reasons. Sometimes years you have more folks retire from one location than another, or just more turnover, like I said, from a transfer. Some folks might move for a variety of reasons, but nothing that we can pinpoint directly.
All right. And I just wanted to connect the dots because I remember previous meetings that we've had about the teacher shortages. And I specifically remember board members saying, get creative with it. And that's exactly what you guys went and have done. And, one of my side hobbies is making websites. And I'm looking at this website. That is a good website. It's clean, it's simple. And I'll tell you, if I was a college student, which I will be soon, and I saw that video, and I saw those crabs, I would be on my way down. So thank you again.
Thank you. We appreciate that feedback. Other questions? Ms.
So,
Wilson?
Mrs. Major, you know that I've had interactions, I mean, the Human Resource Department, I've indirectly been interacting with the school system. Well, I'm a graduate of the school system, but indirectly for 7+ years, I have definitely seen a significant transformation. Obviously I'm biased and obviously I'm going to be a little defensive because I have seen and advocated and seen the positive change. And so I'm looking at one specific individual. We have a new superintendent, and we've been on recruiting trips, and I'm just wondering, especially, from an incentive perspective, maybe not today, but in a broader sense, some of those extra incentives to attract teachers, like housing. We've had discussions about affordable housing, and it's that bear that is a big bear to wrestle, but to be competitive with other jurisdictions, we may want to take a look at that, along with the expansion of tuition assistance, making sure that we're the most competitive, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We give them graduate degrees, and then next thing they know. I mean, we really got to be on top of that, but I don't want to give one particular academic field more paid than the other, because the teachers union will have a deep conversation. But I think this is a good time as we are about to go into the legislative session, doing a reconciliation with the blueprint of Maryland to make sure that we posture ourselves to get the best, and I'm sure Dr. Navarro has 1,000 things on her list of things to do, but it's with the new superintendent, there's some additional creative things, but you guys, I can testify for 7+ years, I have seen, a major transition, and we need to celebrate that in terms of the diversity, that the major accomplishments. Absolutely, there's a lot more room for improvement, but in comparison with some of our counter, other counties, so that leads me to think that those things like housing is something that is expensive, but if we are true to wanting to be the top-notch school system, we have to have that breakdown and present it to the folks that cut us the checks for funding.
Absolutely, absolutely, completely agree. I know everybody at the table concurs with you on that, because we do often find, particularly with our first-year teachers, that they struggle to find a place to live. A lot of them will look for roommates or rent a room in someone's home. Or even live, out of county. Some people find it cheaper, for example, to live in King George and come across the bridge. So we usually maintain a list of housing opportunities to share with them, because we don't want to lose people or not be able to secure them in coming here because they can't afford to live here. And I know a lot of folks view Charles County as economical, but we are right outside of the DC metro area. So, it's relative based on who you talk to. So we definitely agree with you on that. Other questions? Mr. Lucas.
I have a real quick one. I know you're all set to actually go to Puerto Rico pre-COVID, but it's good to hear that you're having a virtual recruitment fair. What school is it? Do you know offhand? University of Puerto Rico something.
It's been blasted to the entire island, really. We actually have some internal, some internal help. Dr. Navarro actually did a radio interview on a radio station in Puerto Rico to advertise for this virtual fair. So it is not targeted at one school in particular. We are blasting it everywhere that we can on the island in hopes that anyone who's interested, whether they're going to that university or not, if they have that bachelor's degree or higher, to at least just come talk to us and see what we can do.
Now, I ask because, in a former life, we hired quite a few people from there and had very good success. And so I still know some folks there. So now that I'm not doing what I used to do, I can reach out and
I would
make
be happy
sure
to get
that
those contacts from you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I just, on that note with Puerto Rico, want to publicly thank Ms. Sylvie Acevedo, who is one of our employees that has been very helpful to HR in organizing our outreach efforts to Puerto Rico. Her dad owns a radio station there and has helped us with marketing, and she's given us a lot of information. As well as Dr. Navarro, who is a world traveler. And she did a wonderful interview in Spanish for us to market our virtual fair. I didn't understand anything she said, but she did a good job. She did a good job, so we thank her for that. And we would just also remind board members, and we can send this in a weekly update, you are always invited to come out with us to our job fairs. Ian, it might be a great opportunity and experience for you just to kind of see firsthand the things that we're saying and experience it, when we have two people show up to talk to us and interview. And it's 24 LEAs competing for a very small talent pool all in one room, hoping that the person will pick us. So we always encourage you to come out and recruit if you are interested and so inclined. Other questions before we close out? All right, we thank you for the opportunity and your time.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
You want to try to get a little bit of Eric in?
Yes.
Eric?
Yeah. Eric, do you think you have enough time to?
Isn't it Karen Acton? Karen Acton's next.
I know, but for the sake of time to get more stuff in.
Oh.
We could discuss the continuing suspension of board policies and the legislative update if you'd like.
Okay.
I'll start with the legislative positions document. As you know, we've scheduled a breakfast with our legislators on October 25th. Our commissioners have been invited as well, and board members will be discussing legislative issues with our delegation. And one of the things that we present to them at the time is our legislative issues position paper that we adopt and update each year. The position paper from the 2021 session has been updated for the 2022 session. There's only been a few changes and updates, one concerning the blueprint, just to make sure that it reflects the fact that the blueprint is now in place, and we want to make sure that the funding is there to support it from the state level. A couple of changes on page 3 of the document. We've taken out a couple of references to items that were addressed in the 2021 session and are no longer necessary to put in our position paper, one including the use of minivans for transportation issues, and another concerning employment background checks for employees, which has been updated by the General Assembly. So this document is ready for the board's consideration and adoption today, so we can present it to the legislators at our breakfast on the 25th.
Question? Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. So, for a while now, we've talked about, several board members have talked about what can we do. We have legislative positions that we want to bring forth. So this is the opportunity to do that. Just want to reiterate it. And these are all good things. I suspect that, you know, practically every school system in the state probably has something that looks pretty similar. A lot of these come, if not from MABE, but subsets of what MABE has. So, you're looking for a vote tonight, correct, Mr. Schwartz?
Correct. And as you know, this aligns with what MABE's positions are on these issues.
Sure.
And what we try to do, and what all school systems around the state try to do, is align with MABE, and MABE tries to align, of course, with us to make sure that we're united when we present our issues to our legislators in Annapolis. There's really nothing in here, I think, that would really conflict with what MABE or most other school systems would have in their positions. There might be a few changes or a few
Sure.
differences, but for the most part, it really does align with what MABE does stand for. MABE, the Maryland Association of Boards of Education,
Yeah.
and they represent all 24 school systems.
Yeah, and that, you know, certainly makes sense, so that when you have people testifying on multiple occasions and supporting things, that it's not just going for their system, but for ours as well. But all that being said, there's two things I'd like to bring up for the board's consideration to include in our legislative positions. The first one is pretty straightforward, and it involves, and I believe some counties may have this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, identifying school zones that students would attend when advertising real estate properties. I believe some counties have it stipulated that realtors cannot do that, that there's some line in the listing that says contact local board of education. Charles County, do we have anything that says that?
No, and that has been an issue, not just in Charles County, but around the state, around the nation,
Yeah.
Where real estate agents who are looking to move a house would convince a buyer to buy the house based on what they think is best school for the zone. That might not be accurate, or it may change based on redistricting
Sure,
soon after. And we've gotten complaints from parents who say they've bought houses in particular zones only to find out that either redistricting has changed that zone, or they were mistaken on what zone they were actually moving into. That's
right, and the latter is one that you know, particularly I think all of us have experienced that now as we're going through the redistricting process. So if it pleases the board, I would like to have something in here that reiterates what I just stated, and you could, Mr. Schwartz, you know, put it in the proper terms, but basically says that when there's a listing, that in that listing it doesn't say what school the child will attend, and it has a line that says contact local board of education, or even better, you know, you could stipulate a link that goes directly to where someone can find out what school that child would go to. So that's the first thing that I bring forth for consideration amongst my board members.
And so, Mr. Lucas, I think that's a great idea, and I think I want to kind of follow it down a rabbit's hole, that if this was to be passed, then there would be information on the school site or the contact information to say there is no guarantee that even though you buy this house today, there's no guarantee that that's what school you're going to go to. It's subject to change.
It's
Or, you know,
what would be on the website is on our website, if we choose to go that route.
Right.
Would be exactly what it is now, and that you enter an address, and as Mr. Schwartz said, we've received, and not just recently but over the years, a lot of correspondence from people thinking they were going to one place based on what they were told, and by someone else not in the school system.
I'm in agreement. I mean,
I agree. I agree.
Show of hands if there's a consensus. Question?
For clarification to the board, besides the realtors, I think it would be interesting to see if we would also want any language around online platforms like niche.com. That's something that parents use a lot as they're moving into school systems, and they also have that. Or, you know, the realtor agencies like realtor.com or Zillow. So there should be some language. I would advise, if the board is interested in looking at that, and looking at the online platforms that families and people look at quite a bit, including greatschools.org or one of those, and niche. that also tend to do that tend to give that kind of information.
And thank you, Dr. Navarro. And to be clear, this is just so there's clarity for all parties involved, for someone purchasing a home and for someone giving the information, that they don't give something that they believe is completely correct, but that might not be correct. So not trying to cast a dark shadow on any one entity, but it just, this way, it just makes it clear that someone should contact the school system.
I can certainly draft wording. We're looking for adoption today, so we have it ready for our legislative breakfast, but I can certainly draft wording based on the intent of the board. I think we understand, and we can include that in what we present to the legislators.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, for the agenda for the breakfast has not been finalized, but what we're looking to do is talk about the blueprint, how we're implementing the blueprint in Charles County, stress to the legislators and to the commissioners the impact this is going to have on Charles County Public Schools moving forward. And we want to make sure they're aware of the efforts we've already made and we're going to be making to implement the requirements under the law. We're also looking for any other information that the board would like to stress at the breakfast, and you can certainly get that to us so we can add it to the agenda before the breakfast on the 25th. So with Mr. Lucas's change, do we have board consensus?
I'm good for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you. And I would assume this would be the place to put it at. Last year there was a lot of talk in Annapolis about restructuring the SRO program statewide, and I think a lot of our delegation is starting to be a little bit vocal about doing that again. I know we've never actually taken a vote per se if we are a board that would be pro or against SROs. But I think we are, to a degree, pro SROs. I know I certainly am. I know certain board members are. I personally would like to see that on here. I think it's going to be a hot button issue again. And I know last year at the legislative breakfast we had, it certainly was. And then when session started, it certainly was a hot button issue. And I think it'll be back again. I think we do need to put something in here to show our support for the safety of our students and staff in our school system.
If that, is there a consensus?
I've got a comment.
Okay.
But I agree that the school system should take a stance on the issue in the legislative positions, but if we do include it, I think we should take a formal vote on it. And with a clear position, rather than consensus.
Okay. So how you want to take a vote?
I
Put that in, well,
You need a
motion?
motion. Mr. Lucas?
So, I mean, to Mr. Hurd's point, and again, some things had momentum and the transitions to superintendent were that lost a little speed. So we had some town halls and we had some discussions on the MOU, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think there still might be a couple things regarding that document that need to be addressed. But to Mr. Hurd's point, if we're taking a vote, to me, we're taking a vote on what's in that MOU. And if that MOU is going to be changed, then we should delay the vote until that MOU is finalized. If that's where you were going, Mr. Hurd.
May I respond?
Yeah.
Mr. Hurd?
I was thinking more of a macro view, just institutionally, rather than how it is in practice. Just should there be SROs in school? Does our school system support SROs in schools? I don't know if that's.
Mr. Lucas?
I think that's too broad of a vote to have anything impactful for the legislature to consider. That's my personal view.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hancock?
And I would agree with my colleague, Mr. Lucas. I guess if we start taking a vote, as was mentioned, we're almost taking a vote of how to structure the MOU. In my opinion, and I guess I'm looking. There certainly are things that could be changed with the SRO program, but I guess I'm looking at very vaguely. We support a SRO program, a program that keeps our students and staff and community safe. And we could spend a long time talking about getting into the weeds of it, but I just personally feel there needs to be some kind of language that we do support. What I'm asking for is some kind of language that overall we support a SRO program.
Mr. Hurd.
So I've just got a question. Is there a motion on the table? Because I know Ms. McGraw, I thought, seconded something.
I don't think
so. No.
There's no motion.
Okay.
I asked if there needed to be a motion.
Yeah. I would like to just address the issue about the SROs. I mean, I think we have both publicly, had a discussion, and I think there's a consensus that we support our SRO program. And we have offered, and the opportunity is still open at any time. If there are recommendations from the public, they can submit that. They can come and testify in public forum. And to date, there has not been any, movement on that. And but to Mr. Hancock's point, I think, is that the discussion about SROs is a bit frustrating because there was representation in Annapolis that there was an introduction of a change, and we were not part of that discussion. So I think part of the legislative breakfast isn't so much an official, is saying, hey, we support SROs, we're willing to make changes as necessary. There's no need from our perspective to make any legislative, amendments. So in turn, I would hope that would open up for discussions about any concerns that a legislator might have, because quite honestly, we haven't had that discussion. It's off to Annapolis, and we've had two bills. One was representative by one of our legislators, and we don't know what the issue is. And then that enacted a series of events in the spirit of transparency, in the spirit of inclusion, and providing opportunities to, put some definition what the concern is. And to date, nothing is occurring. So what's happening is we're hearing a little bit of conversation in the public, and that's great, but the purpose of this legislative breakfast that I hope is made clear is the spirit of, bear with me, Mr. Schwartz, I'm not directing it towards you, but in the spirit of collaboration, we're having a breakfast so that we can have a collaborative exchange of issues and concerns, and then we walk away with our bellies full, and then in the middle of the session, there's an introduction of a bill affecting education and no avenue to collaborate. And so I think simply as an agenda item, if there is, just to simply say, are there any intentions of modifying, and is it something that once again will readdress the concerns? But I can tell you the number one thing the parents walk up to me and concerned about is safety in the schools, separate from COVID. And they want the SROs in the building. It's overwhelming. So I think we can address this issue by simply saying we'll put it out there, and let's, as an agenda item, saying we believe in SROs. What's your concern? And whether they reply or not, to be determined. Is that fair, Mr. Hancock?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's fair because I think it's inevitable that it's going to be talked about this year. I would like to have a very civil and open conversation with the state delegates of what their plans are. And this breakfast would be hopefully a good opportunity to do that.
Okay,
Just my opinion.
okay. Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Excuse me if I missed something, but, are these the issues that we're gonna talk about at the breakfast as
Yep.
well? Okay.
We're not-
Okay, no worries. Appreciate it.
So we won't address every issue. That would be too lengthy and dull, I think, to go through the document. This document is something we will provide to the delegates. If they have any questions, they can certainly address. And if we have any questions of them, of their intents, we can certainly address that as well. What this does, though, is during this session, if a bill comes up that this addresses, that staff knows what the board's position is, even without having to come back and address it with the board. It's already clear here what their position is. And that helps when we go to MABE and work with MABE's legislative committee, Mr. Lucas and Ms. Brown serve on that committee. When they're discussing bills there, then they can certainly reflect the intent of the Charles County Board of Education based on these positions.
Mr. Hancock?
Thank you. And real quick, just out of curiosity, does MABE have a position on SROs?
They have a position on school safety,
They
yes.
do? Okay. And do they mention school resource officers?
Yes.
Specifically?
Right, and they do oppose removing school resource officers from school systems.
Okay.
As a state rule. They
Okay.
want to leave it up to local school systems to determine how best to use their resources, including
I
SROs.
think maybe this ain't the place, but I think we can adopt MABE's wording, because I think that's what I would certainly support, is leave it up to us. And I think that's what MABE is asking for.
Mrs. McGraw?
The only comment I was going to make was to speak with to Mr. Lucas's point about the MOU. I thought that the MOU is not strictly about SROs, but our MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with the Sheriff's Department as well, as a whole. So that's just one part of it. So for me, my support or lack of support for SROs is not dependent on the MOU. That'd be correct?
Sure, no, that's fair. No.
Okay, just want to make sure that's.
Anybody else?
So what I'm hearing is I'll add language referring to what MABE's position is and add a statement in our position paper matching what MABE's position is. Is that?
That's what I would like if it pleases the board.
Can we put that to a vote?
We can, by show of consensus, if that's okay.
As long as everyone's aware of what MABE's position is. So
MABE's
before you vote on
position.
it.
It's in the,
It's not.
Might be in what I just sent you, I'm not sure. I don't think it is.
It's not in this
it's not
particular.
in the,
It's not in here, but I get it real quick. Okay. Why am I doing this?
I know that Mr. Lucas and Ms. Brown are on the legislative committees of MABE, and I'm not aware of any, the last time I read it, I was not aware of any significant changes.
Well, not to their position, but it most certainly is going to come up this session.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's no change in their position.
No, I don't see that they're changing their position. They haven't finalized their positions yet for the 21-22 session, but that likely won't change that
Do you know
position
what
on
House bill it
school safety.
was? Do you know what the number was?
For the SRO bill?
Yeah.
I think it was 522.
522.
Yeah, it is 522.
But again, that's the House bill, if you're looking
Yeah, that's
for,
what I'm.
you're looking for MABE's position.
Well, for the sake of time, MABE will finalize their positions not later than,
They're looking to do it in November, and then December, I think, is the final adoption.
Okay.
I can't find it. Right.
I'm just looking at what we can do to move forward right now in terms of tentatively, we'll support the language.
Well,
and
well,
get a Go ahead, Mr. Lucas.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I mean, I'm all for taking a vote, however you want to do it, in support of SROs. I think we're all prepared to do that.
Right.
And then at a later date, once everyone makes sure that they have read and understood what's in the May position, we could further
Okay.
delineate a vote on that.
So if there's a consensus for support of SROs in the Charles County Public Schools by show of hands? I show one, Mr. Hancock, Ms. Brown, Ms. Wilson, Mrs. McGraw, and Mr. Lucas in favor. Any opposed? Mr. Hurd opposes. Any abstentions? Ms. Battle. Sure.
Just for the public record, I want to clarify my vote. Obviously, I am not completely in favor. I don't believe in absolutes, or completely opposed. But I believe in a good conscience. I can't vote in favor of putting this on our legislative position in terms of advocacy until we have a program that is working equitably for our students. And I just don't feel like that's what we've had. And I know we're rehashing a lot of conversations we've had in the past, and I think we all know where we all stand on this issue. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. I'm going to put that, this topic back out there. It is a rehash. I'm sure members of the community is not aware of the legislation that was passed to change that altered the membership of the Board of Ed. I personally think that 7 is the appropriate number. I'm okay in having 1 representative from each district and 3 at large. I'm not sure if there is an appetite for this board to address this issue with the legislators at this breakfast, and I'm open for discussion on it. I know that the bill has passed.
You're talking for the Board of Education.
Yes, correct.
Me personally, I don't see it as something to bring up. Just,
okay.
For you, the second thing I was going to bring up actually was whether we wanted to consider broaching the subject of having commissioners elected the same way the Board of Education is. But I didn't know. Now that I said it in public, whether you want to do that at a breakfast or not is up to you, Madam Chair. But I personally, I like and appreciate having members elected from each district. I didn't particularly like the way it happened, and I think all of us agree on that, but I like the fact that you're going to have members from every part of the county. I think that is a positive thing, and I'll leave it at that. And if it's positive for the board, it should be positive for the commissioners as well, and elected by the people in that district.
And if I have an opportunity, I would like to say that, again, I am saying have 1 representative from each district. It doesn't need to be 2 from each district. It's a simple modification as a number. To the point about as well as consistency, shall I say. I think if you're going to elect our board members, even though when you're a board member, you represent all schools, and what I'm concerned about is if, for example, if I live in District 1, that there's going to be this likelihood of you only advocating for District 1 schools. And that can be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. But I'm open for a compromise to say, let's not have 9, let's have 7, 1 from each district and 3 at large. It's a compromise. And I think I think it's a good compromise, and it kind of gets the representation that we want. And then also, there are some, it gives us the opportunity to have a broader representation. I'm very concerned about this division by district. I do believe in representation. I do believe in equity, but I'm just a little bit concerned about the public process. This was an important decision that it should not have been legislated. There should have been a lot more input. And I agree with Mr. Lucas. We all agree we didn't like the way that it's unfolded. And this is a compromise. And all I'm asking is to have that conversation with her. And I think it's a simple request. I think 10 members is too much. Mrs. Battle Lockhart.
And I thought that was the whole purpose of the legislative breakfast, to have the conversation. We weren't a part of the conversation, but now that they're coming to the table, I think it's appropriate to have the conversation so we're clear on what you're talking about right now. Whether it's going to change or not, it's just we're clear on how we got here and the expectation of how to move forward based off of what was approved or passed as it relates to the bill. This is the opportunity. We said we want to collaborate. The breakfast is us inviting them here so we can have that collaborative conversation, whether we're going to agree to disagree, but to get some answers to what we should have been able to do last year this time in order to make whatever that change happens.
And that is my suggestion, is to have this conversation at the breakfast. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with all three of you that have spoken, to at least to a degree, and I think Ms. Battle Lockhart said it right. We haven't collectively sat down with the delegation since this happened, and we do have a breakfast coming up. And it's, if we can ask why and how we move forward from here. I do believe 9 members, 2 from each district, and then at large. I personally do believe that's excessive. I do see the good and the bad of being elected by district, especially on the Board of Ed when we strive for unity so much, and if you're representing your district, unity's pretty much going to slip a little bit. But I do believe in representation from your district. Mr. Lucas said, and that's one thing that has baffled me since this was passed into law. If it's good enough for us, why isn't it good enough for everybody else? So I think it's a perfectly logical question to ask. Why us? I mean, we're just one branch of the county government. So I agree with everything that's been said. I do support district being elected from your district by your district. I think 2 is probably too much, and I think it should be fair, and this isn't fair, that it's just us, and we have an opportunity to have a civil conversation, and I think it should be on the table.
Mrs. McGraw?
I support having a conversation because I do support the district representation, but I don't support 2 from each. So I would like to have that conversation as well.
So is Ms. Brown?
I also don't support 2 from each district. I think when you get on this board, you're getting on here to represent all children. And my fear is that when you have people that are supposedly from their district, that they're going to be concerned with what's going on in their district only, and it could cause some confusion as far as, I want this for my section of the county, and then I want this for my section of the county, when we're supposed to be looking out for all of the children in the county. I want everybody on the board to be on the same accord that we're here to educate all children. And I don't think, and there's no other board that's our county, that's our size, that has that many people on their board. So I just don't think it's necessary to have that many people on your board.
So I think,
One last thing. in my opinion, I don't think it's about, I don't mind the district thing either. I think it's a great thing. I just think that's why we need to have the conversation. As we move forward, we're clear on what the goal is. You know, yes, you represent this particular district, and I can understand why you need district specific, because you have this, these individuals that can it's kind of like a bird's eye view on this area, but we all are still focused on all the children, so I get that part. But that's why it's so important to have the conversation, because the expectation is to make sure, yes, you're representing your district, but never forget, because anybody can, you know, drop off and not want to be a part of the board any longer, so you still got to represent the system. So I just don't want to, as you guys have already said, that we move away from focusing on the system, even though that we are appointed in the specific districts. So that's all. Just the conversation is going to open up, hopefully, some clarity and understanding as we move forward, I'm hoping.
So I think we've basically said that we like to talk.
If I've heard. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's clear. Yeah, or is there anything else?
We have to stop. We have to do recognition.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Why did you skip over Gary?
Because you gotta go, we got.
Yes.
Can I get a confirmation on the schedule? Are we just on what is next? I'm sorry.
We thought that we were going to get ahead of things, and this became a much deeper conversation. What we can do is take a break.
Okay, and then could we have Miss Acton up after that?
Yes.
And then follow the
rest of the schedule.
Okay.
So let's,
So is recognition
Wait.
at 4:30?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought recognition was at 4:30.
yeah, but not, is everybody here? Well, that's why we're having this is everybody here?
They likely are.
Yeah.
Dr. Gill is taking care of the people, I'm sorry.
Yep. No.
No.
Please,
Well,
I think
that's
we.
why we're having this discussion.
If possible, if we could organize to have the public recognition happen, but if we could, Ms. Acton's report is a very, hopefully simple one for the board.
Okay.
And as we organize, because we have to staggered people coming in, if we can do that while she presents to the board, does that make
You
sense?
want to go ahead and do that next?
Unless the board wants to take a full break and then do.
Good.
Want to keep going?
Yeah, let's go.
I think we should keep going.
Okay.
The
let's keep
staff
going.
here.
Thank you.
That's fine.
So may I ask Ms. Acton to the floor for her present? Thank you.
Thank you, and hopefully this will be quick. Joining me is Ms. Sherry Fisher-Davis, our budget manager, and what we're bringing forward to the board today is a revised fiscal year 2022 budget, which includes the $90,000 that the county commissioners had talked about in their many discussions relating to serving the mental health needs of our staff.
Okay.
So our budget, we're now presenting a budget of $408,097,147 for approval under the action items.
Okay.
But I'm just presenting it right now. Are there any questions about the 90,000? It was provided, it's not part of the maintenance of effort. They provided it separately, and that's why we have to do a revision.
Any questions? Nope.
Just real quick, is that the number we asked for?
I'm sorry?
Was that the number we requested, or they just did that?
No, we had requested staff, which was not approved, and this was a lot of debate back and forth, and they
Right.
settled on giving us a one-time $90,000 for this year to try to address the mental health needs of staff coming back from COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are we not going to talk about the hourly wages? Is she coming back?
I think she's coming back. So,
believe we're bringing folks in, staff and in for public recognition.
Okay?
So we're going to, did I hear you say staff? I'm sorry. We're gonna do students.
Do students?
I'm sorry, we do students first. My apologies. You're right. Students.
Do resolutions first.
Because
Yes.
because they're waiting.
I know.
Let's go ahead.
I know.
While we're waiting for them to come in, Ms. Wilson, I'm wondering if you wanted to tackle the public recognitions first?
Ms. Brown, are you ready to read the recognition? We could do that.
Okay.
We have people accepting?
You have your person that will accept. I'm not sure who's accepting for Americans Freedoms Week and then
American Education Week.
American Education Week. We need people to accept the resolution.
Ms. Pipkin will be accepting for American Education Week. We just need to make sure. And so she is here. And I believe American Freedom Week, Mr. Lowndes will be accepting, I believe, for that. We're going to do resolutions. So we're ready to go.
with
If
the resolutions first, okay?
Yes.
So, Ms. Brown?
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, American Education Week, November the 15th through the 19th, 2021. Whereas schools are the backbone of our republic, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas the mission of Charles County Public Schools is to provide an opportunity for all school-aged children to receive an academically challenging, quality education that builds character, equips for leadership, and prepares for life in an environment that is safe and conducive to learning. And whereas the cooperation and hard work of all education employees, parents, community members, and businesses involved in helping students achieve and keeping our schools safe is appreciated and acknowledged. And whereas American Education Week highlights the importance of bringing together educators, school staff, parents, students, and communities in a unified effort to build great public schools. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County urges all adult citizens of Charles County to come together as educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials, parents and friends to continue to support the children in our community. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the October the 12th, 2021 meeting by the order of the Board of Education of Charles County this 12th day of October, 2021. Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Latina Wilson, Chairperson.
All right. Oops, I take a couple. Got about getting out of the way. All right, looks good. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next resolution by the Board of Education of Charles County is the Americans Freedom Week, October 12th, 2021, whereas there are a number of days throughout the year that commemorate our country's history, celebrate freedoms, and honor those who have earned the distinction of being called an American veteran. And these days include Independence Day, Veterans Day, Bill of Rights Day, Memorial Day, Flag Day, and Constitution Day. And whereas Independence Day commemorates the July 4th, 1776 signing of the Declaration of Independence and is considered the official anniversary of the United States independence, and whereas Veterans Day, originally known as Armistice Day on November 11th, 1919, is the time to remember the sacrifices that men and women made during war to ensure lasting peace. And whereas the Bill of Rights adopted December 15th, 1791, is one of the cornerstones of American freedom. And whereas Memorial Day, established May 30th, 1868, is a day of remembrance for those who have died in our nation's service. Whereas Flag Day is a day of national celebration to commemorate the June 14th, 1777 adoption of Stars and Stripes, and to encourage Americans to voice their allegiance to the nation and the flag. And whereas Constitution Day commemorates September 17th, 1787, when the delegates to the Constitutional Convention met for the last time to sign the United States Constitution. And whereas the Board of Education, Charles County, recognizes there is a need to promote and educate students about the importance and significance of American history, the people who have bravely served our country, and the symbols of our country's freedoms now. Therefore it be that the Board of Education of Charles County declares the week of November 8th through the 12th of 2021 be set aside as American Freedom Week in Charles County Public Schools, and that we continue the everyday observance and respect of these days through the daily activities that honor the flag, our country, and patriotism, as well as the teaching of the regular curriculum that promotes these days, people, and events throughout the year, and be it further resolved that appropriate activities be conducted in the schools to further educate our students and commend their observance to all of our citizens, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education sponsor a special event to recognize American Freedom Week, and that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the October 12th, 2021 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education, Charles County, this 12th day of October 2021, signed Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Latina L. Wilson, Chairperson. Sir, thank you for your service. You got a smiler? Okay. Dr. Jones.
Well, good evening, Board Chairman Wilson, Board Chairperson Wilson, Board Vice Chair McGraw, Board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. Since March of 2020, that was the last time we did this. So tonight, we have assembled a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. And I'm proud to present to you 5 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. You will notice, however, you see one student sitting in front of you because the others will have their turn to come in momentarily. We will begin tonight with recognizing Ms. Tanae Kidd, 12th grader from Henry E. Lackey High School. Presenting her will be her principal from Henry E. Lackey, Ms. Kathy Perillo. Ms. Perillo?
Most likely to succeed, most involved, best smile even with a mask, most likely to win a debate, and most importantly, most likely to make a wrong a right, are just a few superlatives that best describe Tanae Kidd, a senior at Henry E. Lackey High School who's being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Tanae is an exemplar student in the Project Lead the Way biomedical program and has earned her white coat status with a cumulative grade point average of 4.454. She is ranked in the top 10 of her class and is currently enrolled in 4 advanced placement classes in addition to biomedical innovations. She has also completed 4 years of Spanish. Tanae is very active in student government at the school, county, and state levels. She is the president of the Charles County Association of Student Councils, president of the class of 2022, captain of the Envirothon team, and vice president of the Environmental Club. Tanae also serves as the captain of the volleyball team and as a winter cheerleader. In addition to her academic prowess and leadership abilities, Tanae devotes a lot of her time to mentoring youth in the community through the Sunflower Project and the Charles County Youth for Change. Tanae also enjoys serving as the communications director for the Town of Indian Head Mayor's Youth Advisory Council. Upon graduation, Tanae plans to study political science and foreign policy at a major university, and in diplomacy and nonprofit work. It is with great growth, relationships, excellence, accountability, and teamwork, Charger pride, I present to you Miss Tanae Kidd.
All right, and really quickly, I'll just say I saw greatness in Tanae a few years back. She kept me straight that one unexpected year at Benjamin Stoddard. Tanae Kidd kept me straight. Congratulations to you, Tanae. I keep wanting to say Kanae. My daughter's name Kanae. You're Tanae. Congratulations.
So Tanae, congratulations. You have an impressive resume. I mean, I don't know where to begin. Where do you find the time to be so engaged, and of all of which, what is your most favorite activity out of all of that?
So when it comes to finding the time, I would say when you love doing something, the time just creates itself. And everything she lists, it may seem like a lot of responsibilities, but it's everything I'm passionate about. So when it comes to picking one out of them, that's, I don't know, I would definitely have to say anything dealing with like student organization related, such as CCPS-TV or Charles County Youth for Change. When it comes to me just being with my other peers and kind of just having our own platform and getting our voice across, I think that's the thing that fuels me the most. I would definitely say my student organizations.
I think it's very impressive that you have earned your white coat.
Thank you.
Very impressive. But it says here that you plan on majoring in political science and foreign policy. Can you share with us what triggered that kind of change?
Yes. So when I went into high school, I went to Henry Lackey, and I noticed there weren't any in the advanced placement government classes or anything involving political science. But I didn't want to just limit my education just because it wasn't offered. So I jumped on board when it came to the biomed program, and I explored something in biochemistry. And it's become a hobby of mine. It may not be my passion, but I knew it was going to continue challenging my education and pushing me to be a better student. So that's why I took that class. But my all-time passion is political science and foreign policy. I'm not sure which way I'm swinging towards, but when it comes to just learning the ins and outs of conversation, even legislation, and just putting in policies that's going to affect people around me, that's something I'm really interested in. So I hope to study that when I get into college.
Well, we are very proud of your accomplishments, and we are confident that no matter what you pursue, you will achieve many great things. I'd like to give the opportunity for you to say thank you to anyone or express yourself in any way at this time.
Thank you. To start off, I wanted to thank every single one of you guys. Thank you for just being such a good board, especially just Charles County in general. I've moved around a lot as a kid, and I went through a lot of school systems, and I can say Charles County is hands down the best school system I've ever been in my whole entire life experience so far. And you guys have given me so much opportunities and just motivation to continue to be the person that I am today. And I just really want to thank you. Shout out to Ian, especially, just being my right-hand man. Thank you so much. And then thank you, Mr. Jones, Sir Superintendent, my amazing principal, but most importantly, my beautiful mother right over there.
Yay!
I love her so much. But it's genuinely a community, and I love it so much. So thank you to everyone in this room.
Job well done, Mom.
Yes. Love you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It is so a pleasure to meet you in person.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Keep up the good work. Yeah.
All right. And good evening once again. We also have another recipient to receive the Exemplary Student of the Year Award tonight from John Hanson Middle School, Miss Trinity Nicholson, who is an 8th grader there. We are going to welcome the principal from John Hanson at this time to introduce her, Mr. Ben Cohorse. Mr. Cohorse.
Good evening. My name is Ben Cohorst. I'm principal of John Hanson Middle School. Trinity's part of our 8th grade class that will have the shortest tenure inside the building at John Hanson Middle School. They came to us in 6th grade, left in March, did virtual in 7th grade, and now are part of the group that's re-entering our schools. She's an 8th grader at John Hanson and is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Trinity has attended John Hanson since 6th grade and maintained a GPA of at least a 3.5 every quarter. She has enrichment courses, including language arts, social studies, and science. Her favorite subject is language arts because she enjoys writing. Trinity is currently a member of our AVID program at John Hanson Middle School. She aspires to attend North Point High School and then college afterwards. Trinity is quiet, but mighty in humor and kindness. She is always willing to greet a friend or assist her teachers. She enjoys playing soccer and spending time with her friends when time permits. For all of those reasons, it's without reservations that we recommend Trinity for academic achievement recognition at this evening's board meeting.
To you, Ms. Trinity, and Ms. Wilson, I'm going to turn it over to you.
It is always a pleasure to have an opportunity, especially in person, to recognize our students, especially along the lines of academic achievement. It's my understanding, Trinity, that you are interested in pursuing nursing. Can you share with us how this interest developed and any specific area of nursing you would like to pursue, or?
And it kind of inspired me to become a general surgeon, not just because of the TV show, but I think it's interesting. And, you know, I'm not really grossed out on that kind of stuff.
So can you talk about, do you enjoy soccer? Or you plan on playing soccer, hopefully at North Point?
Yeah, I've been playing soccer since I was younger. I think the favorite's my best sport I played because it's all I played all year. Yeah. I do want to attend soccer in North Point. Hopefully I can, you know.
Well, I am confident no matter what you pursue, you're going to do an exceptional job. Please keep up the good work, and we look to hear about your future achievements. And thank you for showing up here today. At this time, I'll give the floor to you. Is there anybody else that you would like to thank or recognize?
I do want to thank, you know, my dad, of course.
Is that Dad? Hi, Dad.
I also want to thank my mom. She wasn't able to make it because, you know, plans.
Wave at the camera, say, hey, Mom, I'm here.
I do want to thank them because they did help me, you know, kind of smarter than them since I'm here today. So, and I also want to thank Mr. Cohorse for helping me out. Good job, Mr. Cohorse.
So thank you again, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get one? Thank you. Want to take one? I'll take it.
Congratulations again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have now the young lady being recognized from C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School. This is Miss Jennifer Anyawu. Did I say it right? Yes. Right. Okay, fifth grader from C. Paul Barnhart. Her principal will now come and introduce her, Dr. Brian King. Dr. King.
Good evening. Good evening. Jennifer Anyamu is a fifth grade student at C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School and is being recognized for her academic achievement. She earned principal's honor roll during each quarter of third and fourth grade. Jennifer has also maintained a perfect attendance record for her entire elementary school career. Perhaps she'll set a Cal Ripken Jr.-like streak for consecutive school days attended in CCPS. Her fourth grade teachers shared that Jennifer was a role model for her peers and showed great perseverance in learning new skills. Jennifer's fifth grade teachers say that she has already established herself as a leader in class discussions and collaborative group work. Her career goal is to be a pediatrician, saying that her motivation is to help sick children. She also enjoys sketching, painting, and is excited to be learning the violin this year. She enjoys cooking at home, and when asked about the recipe for success in school, she said, "Do your best, be kind, and help others." This talented Blue Jay certainly has a clear idea of the steps to take in pursuit of her ambitions. I am happy to present Jennifer Anyamu as Barnhart's outstanding student for recognition in the area of academic achievement.
It is, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so impressed with the perfect attendance. I was like, what's the recipe for perfect attendance?
Well, you should never miss a day of school, and if you have any appointments, you should maybe schedule it on the day you won't have school.
It's good.
Nice.
Good advice. I agree. And so we hear you want to be a pediatrician. How did you reach that determination?
I reached that because my dad is a doctor, and he decided to. My dad is a nurse, so I decided to be a pediatrician.
Oh, wow. Well, with this academic achievement record and perfect attendance, I am absolutely convinced before long we will be calling you Dr. Jennifer. And so congratulations. I'm sure your family and your friends and your classmates are very, very proud of you, and we are too. Would you like to say thank you to anybody out that may have come with you? Do you have
Yes.
family or friends with you?
Well, I would like to say thank you to my parents, my teachers, my principal, family, and the members of the board. Thank you all, and God bless.
Good job. So at this time, we have a small presentation to give you, Mr. Lucas.
It's for you. Come on up and get your picture taken.
Yeah, we missed it. The other two.
Congratulations.
All right, and now we will have our next young person recognized from Dr. Brown Elementary School, Jarrell Liriano, fifth grader from Dr. Brown Elementary School once again, and here's his principal, Ms. Karen Lewis. Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Board. It gives me great pleasure to recognize Jarrell Liriano in the area of personal responsibility. Jarrell, more affectionately known as JJ, is an awesome fifth grade student who demonstrates outstanding citizenship and kindness towards others. He comes to school every day with a positive attitude. He's polite, he has a great disposition, and he has a desire to help others. He's that guy that everybody wants to be friends with. Every day when JJ gets off the school bus, he hugs his little brother and tells him to have a great day. When asked to describe JJ's demeanor, his fourth grade teacher, Ms. Gillum, said, the students at Dr. Brown follow what we call the 5 R's. It's respect, responsibility, reliability, be a good role model, and ready to learn. She says JJ displayed those traits every day inside and outside of her classroom. He was a pleasure to teach. His third grade teacher, Mr. Mazur, said, JJ is a very inquisitive student who was always ready to learn. He participated in discussions, and he talked to others about his thoughts and their thoughts. He was enthusiastic, and this enthusiasm was very contagious. He said that he joined his class and quickly found himself integrated into the classroom culture due to his friendliness. JJ earns honor roll every quarter since 3rd grade, and while doing this, he actually was able to participate in extracurricular activities such as soccer and baseball. When he's not in school, JJ likes to read, he likes drawing, and he likes playing with his little brother. His mother says he's very helpful around the house doing chores, and he even helps his neighbors carry groceries and clean up their yard. It gives me great pleasure as the principal of Dr. Brown to recognize JJ for personal responsibility. I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Oh. So JJ, it is a pleasure to meet you. I know that we are probably complete strangers to you, but we are honored to have you and recognize you for your personal responsibility. That is quite an accomplishment for a student in elementary school. So tell me, if I was your neighbor, would you help me with my yard work, and would you carry my groceries?
Yes.
You would. I like that. Can you share what your preference is, soccer or baseball or both?
Baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah.
Okay. Any particular position?
Not really.
Not really. Well, we're very proud of you, and continue to keep up the good work, and we hope to recognize you in the future as you advance in through the grades. Is there anything that you would like to say to your family or friends or classmates that may be watching?
Thank you, and stay cool.
Okay. Well, keep up the good work, and congratulations. We have a small presentation to give to you for your accomplishments. So.
Smiling in the eyes for me, okay? Perfect. Here's 2 pictures. Here's 2. And 1 more.
All right, and our last student being recognized this evening comes from T.C. Martin Elementary School. This is 5th grader Andrew Benton, and Andrew will be introduced by his principal, Mr. Todd Wonderling. Mr. Wonderling?
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Wilson, Vice Chair McGraw, board members, Superintendent Navarro, and staff. Andrew A.J. Benton is a 5th grade student at T.C. Martin Elementary School. A.J. is a fully included SOAR student. Teachers describe A.J. as a student who always works hard, fully participates in classes, does what is expected, strives to do his best, takes initiative, advocates for self, and is very inquisitive. Friends describe A.J. as genuine, kind-hearted, and always willing to help. Also, he enjoys playing the drums, video games, researching cars, and going to church with his family. Teachers also stated that even though A.J. may say he doesn't like school, they think he really does love T.C. Martin Elementary School. His parents describe A.J. as a delight to his family and all his teachers. They stated, when you've spent time with A.J., you too will be delighted, and you may become a fast expert on cars and trucks as well. He works hard daily to overcome his challenges, and all who know him know he'll succeed 100%. Adopted at 20 months, he has already risen from a toddler who couldn't talk or even sit up to the wonder he is today. Reach for the stars, AJ. We all know you're going far. And then Mom said he's so career ready, he's already chosen the building location, and family and friends get a discount, so watch out for him. AJ is a student with a visual disability. Though you would think that his vision would make it difficult for him to see, AJ can see his future better than most. AJ Benton is an exemplary student in the area of career readiness. AJ clearly can see what he wants to be in the future. He knew at 7 years old while playing with his Hot Wheels that he wanted to be a mechanic and own his own business. This passion has turned from playing with cars to collecting cars and trucks while planning his future. AJ states, "I love cars, especially a Dodge Ram truck." He loves this truck because it's fast, looks cool, and has a Hemi engine. Another passion he has developed are for buses. So Mr. Snow, if you're listening, it may be time to recruit him now because he may be a future bus mechanic. I asked AJ what qualities he sees in a mechanic. He stated practice, smart, works hard, and good at dealing with people. In talking to AJ's teachers, friends, and family, he definitely possesses all these qualities and more. AJ sees himself attending the North Point Mechanics program, graduating high school, attending a trade school, and opening up his own mechanic shop. AJ clearly sees his future and has made plans to achieve it. AJ sees the value of hard work, the importance of commitment, and seeing the good in people. AJ makes us see how important it is to have a passion for something, set goals, and have a plan to achieve them. AJ, thank you for making us all see the world as a better place. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, I'm gonna give the mic to you, but I do have an old Dodge Ram pickup truck at the house, so it's gonna need a lot of work, AJ, just stay in touch.
AJ, congratulations on being awarded this involving career readiness. I have to ask you this question. Do you still have your Hot Wheels?
Yeah.
And how many Hot Wheels do you currently have, if you don't mind me asking?
Maybe 100.
Maybe 100 Hot Wheels. I figured that with your talent, that was probably about the number that you would have. I also have to ask this question, even though you mentioned one reason why not a Ford pickup truck versus, would you even consider working on a Ford pickup truck?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, I am confident with this achievement, you are well on your way of being a top-notch mechanic, and we are so proud of your accomplishments. Is there anyone that you would like to thank, or would you like to say anything at this time?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wonder, and my teachers. I am proud to be a T.C. Martin Tiger and get this reward. Thank you.
Great job. Mr. Hancock has something to present to you.
Don't get too close, he drives a Chevy.
You gotta hold your recognition for us so we can see your name. Perfect. There you go. And then you gotta smile over that cool cat in the hat mask for me, okay? You ready? I'm gonna take two. Here's one. And here's number two. Awesome. Congratulations.
I want to say thank you to Mom and Dad, family in the back. Job well done.
Great job.
Just a tad.
right, so good evening once again, Board Chairman Wilson, Board Chair Wilson, Board Chair McGraw, Vice Chair McGraw, board members and staff. So this evening, I apologize, we will also acknowledge and recognize 5 exemplary employees. And so this evening, our first employee to be recognized will be Ms. Beverly Hoy, who is a school psychologist, and she works basically at Henry E. Lackey High School. And so Ms. Kathy Perella will come and introduce Ms. Hoy right now. Ms. Perella.
Quote, "Just keep trying and surely something will help," end of quote, is the mantra of Dr. Beverly Hoy, school psychologist at Henry E. Lackey High School, who's being recognized as this year's exemplary employee. A recognition that is long overdue. Dr. Hoy has been employed with Charles County Public Schools since 1988 and has been at Henry E. Lackey High School since 1994. First working as the psychologist in the emotional adjustment program for 23 years before transferring within the building to the role of school psychologist. Over the years, Dr. Hoy has provided a continuum of services with individuals and groups, focusing on anger management, anxiety, dealing with loss, and self-management therapy. She is currently co-sponsoring Our Minds Matter, a group whose goal is to decrease the stigma of mental health concerns and increase help-seeking behaviors. Even prior to the pandemic, Dr. Hoy had the foresight to publish in our biweekly newsletter helpful tips and guidance for parents in response to their children's depression, sleep disorders, technology overload, communication, and more. Not restricted to individual and group counseling, Dr. Hoy is the resident expert on special education evaluations, behavior consultations, risk assessments and crisis interventions, mental health education, social and coping skills education, and school-wide initiatives such as PBIS. Her level of expertise also extends to the district level as she supervises psychologist interns and mentors new psychologists in the county. Dr. Hoy is that rare gem who has a heart full of unconditional love and patience for others and is always the consummate professional. Dr. Hoy says, quote, "I always remember that people honor you when they share a part of themselves, good or bad, in a session, and I try to be worthy of that honor. It is with great growth, relationships, excellence, accountability, and teamwork, Charger pride, I present Dr. Beverly Hoy, who has always and continues to be worthy of this recognition."
So Dr. Hoyt, welcome. It is an honor to have you present and to share in your achievement. We are thankful for your professional commitment to Charles County Public Schools. You've been here since 1988. Wow.
And I still love it, so it's good.
And you still love it. That is fantastic. Indeed, you are a rare gem, and I'm sure you're always on duty. And it's not too often that we get an opportunity to meet someone in your expertise here at the board, and you're in the schools, you're in, excuse the expression, the trenches. And we're much appreciative of the hard work and dedication. Would you be willing to share with us some advice with your expertise and wisdom that you would share to the public on, how to deal with COVID? Not to put you on the spot, but I'm sure you're more than capable in giving some helpful advice.
Well, you have to really put things in perspective that, this has been a very, very difficult time, and we should expect to feel sad. We should expect to feel anxious, and that we need to lean on each other and be good to each other because we're all we've got. And I think that people forget everyone's going through this kind of thing together, and we really need to try to support each other. And don't be afraid that you should feel depressed and anxious once in a while. reach out for help. That's what we're here for, so do it. And I need to remember that myself too, so
But
all caregivers.
I was about to say, we need you, we appreciate your hard work, and make sure that you take care of yourself and continue the great work that you're doing for Charles County Public Schools. Would you like to thank or?
Yes, I would really like to thank Ms. Perillo. She's created the Lackey family. That's on all our shirts that we like to wear for Spirit Week, and I'm really honored to be part of that, and thank you, Dr. Blanchard, as well. I have a lot of support to do what I do. I really appreciate it, and I'm really honored.
We much appreciate your expertise. At this time, we have a small gift to present to you. I believe Ms. Brown has the privilege.
Thanks, David. And Ms. Brown, remember when we were together there? Good to see you too.
Perfect. You want to hold your recognition? Okay. Smile under your mask for two. Here's two. And one more.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, our next employee being recognized this evening is Ms. Gina Stanley, an instructional resource teacher at John Hanson Middle School. And Principal Benjamin Colhorst will introduce Ms. Stanley. Welcome, Ms. Stanley. Mr. Colhorst.
You ready, Gina?
I'm ready.
Draw a triangle in your mind. Erase it, and now draw a different triangle. There are actually 6 different classifications of triangles in the world of mathematics: equilateral, isosceles, scaling, right, obtuse, and acute. And no matter how you've drawn that triangle in your mind, the interior angles will always add up to 180 degrees. This is because mathematics is predictable and reliable. Mathematics plays within the rules of life and always operates without incident. Gina Stanley is the employee nominee for John Hanson Middle School, who demonstrates the same reliability and dependability that is found in mathematics. As our instructional resource teacher, we all benefit from her high level of organization and attention to detail. I love working with Gina because of her ability to understand and communicate the needs of our students, staff, and overall school community to a wide audience. She is exceptional at anticipating problems and finds a creative solution to adjust plans as needed. She plays a huge role in the building, especially when it comes to scheduling. The master schedule, the intervention schedule, the special education and IA schedule, even all of the Bell schedules have her fingerprints all over them. Gina Stanley is someone who works until the job is done, even if that means working tirelessly into the evening to complete academic supports, sub-plans, or review data points. Colleagues from other buildings seek out her advice, and our own staff look to her as a holder of knowledge. I've been witness to this work ethic not only as a principal, but also as a teacher when we both taught together, math of course, on the 6th grade team at Davis Middle School when it first opened. Gina Stanley is a hidden gem that helps the John Hanson machine run smoothly each and every day, polling groups, covering classes, providing makeups for testing, while all still finding moments to support her teachers. She is not a square. She is our reliable triangle. I present to you John Hanson's employee recognition recipient, Ms. Gina Stanley.
Ms. Stanley, congratulations. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, and we are honored to recognize all of your hard work and service to the school. I've never heard, it's the first time I've ever heard a reference to, in a positive way, of a person as a triangle, but it seems to work for you. Dependable and reliable, and I can see why your coworkers depend on you. There was reference in here about you being a hidden engine in the school, I see a trend here where we're into engines right now, but I know that you work extremely hard, and there's not enough words that we can express to you to convey the thankfulness that we have for all of your hard work and commitment. But just know that even though we're recognizing you today, we will think about you very often as you continue to provide support to your colleagues, but most importantly to the students in your building. So congratulations and well done, and I hope that we get to see you in action in the building. At this time, would you like to say anything? Or?
I'd just like to say thank you to Mr. Colhorst and to the John Hanson family. I've been in 3 or 4 different schools, and the Hanson family is just, they welcome you in, and it's been my pleasure to work with many different students in Charles County Public Schools.
Well, it's our pleasure to have you, and at this time, we have a small gift as a token of our appreciation of your dedication and commitment to Charles County Public Schools.
Congratulations.
We have,
Yep, Mike Hyman, all his stuff.
All right, and as she makes her way to the front of the room, we are going to recognize our next exemplary employee this evening. This is Ms. Elizabeth Simmons. She is a 5th grade teacher at C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School, and her principal, Dr. Brian King, will introduce her this evening.
Good evening again. Mrs. Elizabeth Simmons is a 5th grade teacher at C. Paul Barnhart Elementary School and is being recognized for her outstanding work ethic and exemplary leadership qualities. Her work ethic and her commitment to providing all students with an excellent education is truly astounding. She is always one of the first staff members to arrive in the morning and one of the last to leave in the evening. To ensure student success, she provides before and after school tutoring for her students and has even continued the tutoring sessions once students leave Barnhart and enter middle school. Additionally, last year, she began to hold virtual evening tutoring sessions with parents so that they could better support their children in mastering new math concepts. Mrs. Simmons also serves as a 5th grade team leader, a role she approaches with a focus on collaboration and positivity. She can effectively manage all these responsibilities while also planning and delivering high-quality, engaging instruction each day. Truly a remarkable accomplishment. An avid Patriots fan, Mrs. Simmons credits her love of competition and the team dynamic necessary for success in athletics as a few of the driving forces which guide her work as an educator. She approaches her work with humility, a sense of service, and a sense of humor. By modeling this winning combination, she creates the conditions necessary for all students to achieve their full potential. She is quick to share credit with students, parents, and colleagues for the impressive achievement data produced by her students. Mrs. Simmons is truly a gifted educator. On behalf of the entire Barnhart team, it is my honor to present her as our exemplary employee. Congratulations.
Mrs. Simmons, congratulations.
Thank
We're
you.
always delighted to have the opportunity to recognize our hardworking teachers. I'm curious to know why 5th grade?
Well, originally I was a 4th grade teacher when Mr. Colhorst was the principal at Barnhart, and I fell in love with that class, and I had the opportunity to move up and continue to see them grow, and I needed to do it, and so I moved up, and I just fell in love with 5th grade ever since.
So I have one other question out of curiosity. You created a program for parents and
Yes.
teaching them math. Could you share some of the highlights of that?
A lot of the light bulb moments that you see with students, you can see with parents as well, because the way we teach math is a little bit different. And so I wanted to make sure that parents had the opportunity to support students at home by learning what we're doing. And so that was a very rewarding experience too, because now the parents are better able to help the students, and they're able to just provide that continued support.
So your explanation highlights how committed you are in looking at the whole child and the family, and we're much appreciative of all of your hard work and dedication. And so keep up the good work, and we hope that we can provide as much support that you need so you can make sure that our children as well as our parents thrive. Is there anything that you'd like to share or any thank yous that you would like to express?
I would just like to thank Dr. King, to the board. Thank you for this recognition. And thank you to all the support staff and the staff, my team members, and just everyone at Barnhart. It was really a family culture there. And because of that, you're able to see these teachers strive for better and do better, and the students and the families just thrive there. So it's a very welcoming, family-oriented community. So thank you to everyone there.
Yeah. Thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
And congratulations once again, Ms. Simmons. And we will now recognize our next exemplary employee from Dr. Brown Elementary School. Making her way to the front of the room is Ms. Kimberly Gillum, I believe. Yes, Ms. Gillum, you sit right in the middle over there. Ms. Gillum, Kimberly Gillum, a 4th grade teacher at Dr. Brown Elementary School, and her principal, Ms. Karen Lewis, will introduce her now.
Good evening. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Kimberly Gillum, Dr. Brown's exemplar teacher for school year 21-22. Ms. Gillum is a 4th grade teacher with 19 years of teaching experience, which she has spent the last 4 years teaching at Dr. Brown Elementary School. Ms. Gillum is well liked by her students and parents. Over the years, she has developed great relationships with the Dr. Brown community, to the point where I constantly get requests for parents to have students placed in her 4th grade class. Ms. Gillum is always eager to improve her content knowledge and her teaching power. She enjoys attending professional developments and then implementing those techniques and strategies in her classroom, helping her students build their academic knowledge. Ms. Gillum is FAME trained, SIOP trained, and OGAP trained. Last year, amidst the pandemic, Ms. Gillum took a book study, Formative Assessment for Distant Learning, and she also took several PDs, one being Teaching Reading Virtually and another being Reading Foundations. She completed these trainings to improve her instructional knowledge of teaching children in the virtual setting, and the achievement of her students was well delivered. We can see the improvement that her students made through those trainings. Ms. Gillum has been a 4th grade team leader at Dr. Brown since her first year there, coming to us with 15 years of experience and a lot of background knowledge. I felt it was only fitting that she can be the perfect person for this role. And she took on that role as team leader and has been that way ever since. Her team comes to her with questions and concerns. They're comfortable talking to her, and they feel very supported by her day to day. Ms. Gillum also participates in several committees and volunteer opportunities at Dr. Brown. She has been on our PBIS committee, she's on our school safety committee, and currently she holds the chairperson position of our school academic committee. In her spare time, Ms. Gillum also volunteers and contributes to the Lou Gehrig's disease. It's called the ALS, so the Lou Gehrig's disease, I guess, corporation, okay? And she also volunteers and contributes to Foods and Friends. We're so proud that Ms. Gillum is at Dr. Brown Elementary School.
So, Ms. Gillian,
Yes.
what an impressive resume. I can tell you, I can feel the energy and the vibe and the positivity. I am sure your students just thrive in your environment. It's my understanding you like to set up celebrations, and would you like to share with us one of the celebrations that?
Well, I just think it's great to recognize when students are doing well, no matter how big or small of the celebration. Simple birthdays, if they took a test and the last test wasn't as good and they, Ms. Gillum, can I retake it? Can I try again? And they go up a point or two, then that's like, it's time for all of us to celebrate and be happy for it. And as a class, we're like a community, a little family, and they cheer on each other for any success. Like,
Well, we can
that's just what we're
clearly
looking for.
see that you are a huge cheerleader for our students, and we're much appreciative of your work and dedication. Keep up the great work.
I
and we-
enjoy it, so I will.
I can
Thank you.
I can feel that vibe, and we are much appreciative. So, make sure you don't burn yourself out, and we appreciate all your dedication.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to share a thank you with anyone?
Definitely want to thank Miss Lewis. I met her, you all had I'm gonna go back a little bit, a career fair. And I met her there and she was like, I want you. And I said, well, I'll let you know a little bit about me. I was at my last school for 15 years. And where if you hire me, I'll be with you for the next 15 years. I said, I'm a loyal, dedicated person. So I've been here with her and I want to thank her. I thank my family, my husband and kids, because they are aware that at 8 o'clock every night I shut down whatever we're doing, celebrations, and it's planning time. I have to get ready for my day, make sure that everything's right, making sure that my groups for the next day is ready, and all the materials that the kids need. So that's just, teaching's my life. It's my dream job, and I'm living it.
Well, thank you for your commitment. So we have a small gift as an appreciation of your dedication. If Mr. Lucas
Thank you.
would come forward.
All right, and our last employee being recognized this evening comes to us from T.C. Martin Elementary School, and I'm sure they're making their way up this direction, her and the principal. Yes, right in the middle there. This is Ms. Jessica Greenewald, a fourth grade teacher from T.C. Martin Elementary School, and her principal, Mr. Todd Wonderling, will introduce her now.
All right, so last but definitely not least, good afternoon, Chairperson Wilson, Vice Chairperson McGraw, board members, Superintendent Navarro, and staff. Jessica Greenwald is a fourth grade teacher at T.C. Martin Elementary School. As an inclusion teacher, Ms. Greenwald has many responsibilities. These responsibilities include instruction, behavior management, providing academic supports, lesson planning, collaborating with special education staff, being a team leader, and leading team meetings. Her attendance is excellent, and she completes all assigned duties successfully. She consistently conducts herself as a professional and always asks relevant questions to improve her abilities as a teacher. She is able to build rapport with staff members, parents, guardians, and students. Ms. Greenwald is able to effectively communicate in both team and parent meetings. She is able to accept constructive criticism and learns from her mistakes. Ms. Greenwald's work ethic is one of her greatest assets. She's able to move her students academically while maintaining high expectations for herself and her students. These qualities alone make Ms. Greenwald an exemplary employee. A quick story about Ms. Greenwald's passion, though. Another teacher last week, or about a week or so ago, challenged Ms. Greenwald to a race. So we got all the 4th and 5th grade students together to watch this race. Ms. Greenwald was able to win that race with all her 4th grade students cheering her on. Of course, then, a number of boys wanted to race Ms. Greenwald after witnessing her easily winning the race. We asked Ms. Greenwald to pick one of the boys to race, and without pausing, Ms. Greenwald stated she needed to pick more than one boy because she didn't want to embarrass just one of them.
Okay.
Did I mention she's also confident? Not surprisingly, Ms. Greenwald was able to beat all of them. Lastly, all of 4th and 5th grade challenged Ms. Greenwald. I was so inspired by this, I thought I better get in the race also. Yes, of course, Ms. Greenwald and all the 4th and 5th grade beat me, but I digress. These qualities are not the true reason why Ms. Greenwald is standing here today. She has a caring disposition and builds meaningful relationships with her students. As an inclusion teacher, this is not always easy. Some of our students have a difficult time trusting and building relationships with adults. The relationships Ms. Greenwald builds in 1 year usually takes others many years. Her ability to instruct students and make meaningful progress in both reading and math are impressive, but it doesn't stop there. Ms. Greenwald also teaches her students confidence, perseverance, and responsibility. This is truly life-changing. She's able to get our students to realize their true potential through thinking, inspiring, and growing. This was displayed in its fullest over the last year. The pandemic has made everything difficult. Ms. Greenwald has taken this challenge head on and continues to make a difference in the lives of our 4th grade students. This was truly evident as Ms. Greenwald was honored with a recognition from the Charles County Special Education Advisory Committee. This honor is especially meaningful because the nominations come directly from parents or students. I could continue on, but I think our families can say it a lot better than me. In nomination letters families wrote, "Shows up every day with great enthusiasm." The bonds that have been made this year between students and Ms. Greenwald are life-changing. A genuine desire and determination to meet the unique needs and personalities of our child. And last, and most importantly, quote, "I am forever grateful." As you can clearly hear, Ms. Greenwald is an exemplary employee for T.C. Martin Elementary School. Thank you.
Greenwald, for what you do. Thank you for being confident and being a good runner and being a jack of many talents and being patient and understanding in dealing with COVID. We're delighted to have you today to recognize your achievement, and I think you cannot go far enough. And we're much appreciative of all of the hard work and dedication and commitment. We sincerely mean that. Not too often we get a chance to meet such great teachers such as you, and we just want to take a moment to recognize your achievement. So continue the good work, the great work, and we're much appreciative. At this time, would you like to say anything or say some thank yous?
Yes, please, yeah. First off, I want to say thank you to Mr. Wonderling. It has truly been an honor for me to receive this award. I've been teaching in Charles County now. This is my 5th year. And I know I'm still young, but I can honestly say that every teacher, administrator, peer, and student has impacted me greatly on my career. I am so grateful and lucky that I get to do what I love to do every single day. Again, I want to say thank you to Mr. Wonderling, Mrs. Iyer, my teammates at T.C. Martin, but most importantly, I'd like to thank my students, both my former students and my current students. because they are definitely the reason why I'm here and the reason I love being a teacher. So thank you very much for recognizing me.
Do we have a gift to give you?
And Ms. Wilson, this does conclude the recognition portion of tonight's board meeting. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Navarro, I believe do we have enough time to get Mr. Hyman? We do have public forum at 6.
Take a break?
Want to take a break? Or I
public
think some of
forum,
my
we're gonna-
board members would like to take a break and.
It's your meeting, ma'am.
I say we take a break until 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And come back? Yes, we'll just. Okay, Dr. Navarro, I think we have everyone. Kyle, we're back on. Want to welcome everybody back. Mr. Schwartz.
I'll read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. We have 2 speakers in person and 7 speakers virtually. Our first in-person speaker is Melissa Carpenter.
Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Carpenter. I am a lifelong resident of Charles County, a CCPS grad, as well as a teacher here, and I come to you tonight to share again from the viewpoint of a teacher. Today we're going to talk about workload. When we entered the pandemic in March 2020, educators stepped up and made it the best possible end of school year. In the 2020-2021 school year, we recreated what teaching was and did all of the pivoting requested of us. We were told we were learning from these experiences, and when we were back in school, we would be able to make the system better for all that we learned. We were told curriculum would be modified to fill gaps. We were told we would get helpful data from Summer Boost. We were told we would have more help to close the gaps. But the only thing that's changed is a higher workload with a greater amount of vacancies in our system. Since the last Board of Ed meeting, I have watched 2 colleagues leave education, with another one on the way at the end of the month, with similar stories across the county. One of the biggest reasons, workload. Every mandated minute added to our workload is a minute that we lose from making meaningful modifications for our students, on top of the lost instructional time. 480 minutes is what my students will lose from instruction so I can complete mandatory running records. And that's if I only have to complete 1 per student, which hasn't happened so far. 180 minutes is what they lost from the iReady diagnostic, which was meaningful and could replace those 480 minutes for the running records. But rather than looking at condensing requirements for teachers, we seem to just keep adding them. I need more time with my students, not more time for modification or for mandates. Sorry. Then there's the planning time that's lost. I have to focus on other things other than my students' needs. Last year, using an LMS page was a great resource for almost all of the work was digital. It isn't this year. To keep an updated class page, I would need to post about 30 lessons a week. Let's say 10 minutes a lesson. 30 times 10, 300 minutes. over the 240 minutes of planning elementary teachers are contracted to receive a week. This isn't just posting some random arbitrary worksheet. This is scanning, writing out, making some sort of teaching points, because without the students being present for the lesson, the work is meaningless. Oh. This doesn't even account for the extra for planning and gathering those materials for the 30 lessons in the class, analyzing data, gathering, updating seating charts, emails, phone calls, IEP meetings and paperworks, 504 meetings and paperworks, SST meetings and paperworks, grade level team meetings, and literally so much more, all in that 240 minutes. While we keep adding things to our plates, nothing is being taken off. We can't ask for helps in our schools because every single school position is overwhelmed. Our secretaries are running tech support, covering lunches, helping with student behaviors, along with all of their responsibilities. Our cafeteria staff have stuffed schedules with not a minute to spare. Our building service is nonstop. Our special educators are working tirelessly to support our students while struggling to have enough people to fill all of the hours. Our IAs are pulled in a million different directions, needed for everything all at once. Our administration, when they aren't contact tracing, managing behaviors, running meetings, answering emails and phone calls, trying to fill open positions, and trying to support new and really all staff.
Can you finalize your comments, please?
They might get a minute to sit down. Because I won't have time to share what some solutions are, and there are some creative solutions out there, I'll be emailing you afterwards. As I've said before, I hope this starts the conversation with teachers and not about us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second speaker is Molly Reap.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Navarro. My name is Molly Reap, and I'm a first grade teacher in my 13th year of teaching with Charles County Public Schools. Yesterday, I received a memo from Human Resources about options for employees on leave for COVID-19 related reasons. It was a blow to my morale to see that the school system did not include providing leave with pay for all fully vaccinated employees who contract COVID-19 and are breakthrough cases. I am one of those breakthrough cases. Over the past year and a half, I have done everything Charles County Public Schools has asked and everything I can do to avoid contracting COVID-19. I am fully vaccinated, I wear my mask, I keep up with the ever-changing standard operating procedures, and I follow them. I even canceled my wedding reception 3 times to avoid the possibility of creating a super spreader event. When I tested positive for COVID-19, the contact tracer determined my exposure occurred on September 13th. A school day, and he ruled I did not get exposed at work. I believe I was exposed at work. There were other known cases at my school around that time I was potentially exposed. I also think the school system goes to great lengths to prove that school is not where spread happens, as the Safety and Security Office recently bragged in a tweet. According to data on the CCBOE website today, this school year, about 557 employees and students have tested positive. The school system only recognizes 22 of those cases as community spread. Since the benefit applies only to those who the Office of Safety and Security determines contracted the virus from exposure at work, I am not eligible for administrative leave with pay. While teachers are mandated to quarantine, we're still required to complete those tasks like subplans and communicating with parents. I ask that you review this benefit to make it equitable by extending it to all employees who have attempted to protect themselves, their coworkers, and students by getting vaccinated and following other safety requirements. When there are teaching and other staffing shortages, benefits like this can go a long way to retain those loyal employees. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you.
We have 7 speakers virtually.
Our first speaker this evening for the virtual format is Ms. Quayla Staten. Ms. Staten, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. I will be talking about the new performing arts school, Phoenix International School of the Arts, and why I am for it. And I just believe it's a long overdue prayer coming from an arts family and having a daughter who eats, sleeps, and breathes art. It is an amazing opportunity for her to be able to express herself, grow, and interact creatively under the guidance of true professionals while surrounded by peers that share her passion. At the middle school age, kids are beginning to discover who they are and cater to those influences in their life. And I'm so grateful to have a school that is going to create a positive environment to help guide, shape, and mold my daughter, as well as the community, in the direction they should go, not only creatively, but professionally. I'm very confident in that statement. Literally every interaction I've had with the founding PSOTA team have left me feeling like I could talk to them all day. I'm hungry to see this vision of theirs come about, and I'm hoping for the opportunity to be a part of it. From the interactions on social media, various vendor pop-ups, their open house, etc., I've always felt like my daughter, myself, and this community matters. That is what has me speaking this evening in support of this school. I again feel confident in saying my child will grow in her craft while being mentored and surrounded by a team that really embodies the vision and the core values of this school. Having attended and graduated from performing arts schools myself, both middle school and high school as a dance major, I understand the great opportunity both for the present and the future of the artists, not only in the field of their craft, but in their life in general. I was afforded the opportunity to study dance locally and beyond, attending workshops, private rehearsals, showcases, etc., hosted by some of the best in dance. Just dancing on my neighborhood school's dance team would not have given me such exposure and education. Not only did I gain education and exposure, I gained family. I still to this day communicate and hang with my teachers and friends from middle school and high school. As you can see by now, I am truly excited about PSOTA coming to Charles County. Every parent wants the best for their child, and speaking from experience in attending an art school and interacting with the founding team at PSOTA, I know this school is going to be such a great asset to our county and the children in it. Not only helping them develop their skills in their respective fields, but also guiding them to be the best they can be as preteens and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jason. Our next speaker this evening is Pascal Small.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, everyone. It's Pascal Small, and you have all heard from me before, and my purpose is always clear when I join these meetings, and it's really to speak out for our families that want to make sure that our children have access to a safe and high-quality public education. We love our county, and we love our district, and I think we can find common ground around the idea that we can find ways to improve and that we are stronger when we work together. Let me tell you all that today's meeting actually brought me a lot of joy. The share out from Dr. Navarro and Dr. Abney around COVID cases and tracing was phenomenal, and I thank you both for that. The share out from the Human Resource Department of the plan for teacher recruitment and retention was amazing. And our community wants more of that. To hear the plan really puts us all on the same page. But I also want to say that we are picking and choosing when and what we are transparent on. Today's share out on the virtual program, for example, we know, and let's just be honest with each other, the program has been a mess and it was doomed from the start. Currently, not all students are receiving adequate or any instruction at all. Furthermore, parents don't have access to the portal, are not having consistent communication with proximity teachers or anyone overseeing this program, and we're not holding this learning environment to the high standards our kids deserve. You are seeing this as a short-term solution and treating it as such, and I beg you to please not do that. You are losing out on children that are trying to stay safe and continue learning. We need to be providing timely and candid communication with families. We all want an equity-infused recovery from this pandemic and our community to thrive. And we're only going to do this if we work together, and that includes meaningful family engagement, continued transparency, and ensuring funds are distributed equitably across school sites and students. So when we're talking about focusing on transparency and an equity-infused recovery, we're talking really about the ARP ESSER funds. And so I'm going to leave these questions for you all to think about and maybe also address at the next meeting. But also, we shouldn't have to wait for a board meeting to get this information from our district. This should be timely. We should be seeing these on a weekly basis. The innovative things you're doing to retain and recruit teachers, do some of those things also to engage families. I can't say that enough. It's not enough information that you're giving out in a timely manner. So these are some of the questions of how CCBOE plans to increase the learning time for students who need it the most with these funds. How are we to ensure funds are distributed equitably across school sites and students? How will we know if these investments are making an impact on student learning? For example, yes, we do have access to ESSER Funds 1 and 2 on how they generally were spent, but we need to be able to track those outcomes and really see that regularly at report to community. And what is the ongoing plan to engage families into the decision making? I want us to really think about how CCPS is transparently engaging with families and the school community on different plans and spending decisions. And to please engage us on the decision making rather than doing these sit outs and these share outs of giving us a plan that's already been baked out. So please engage more with our communities. We really want to work together and we're all striving for the same thing. It doesn't help me if my district is failing. It doesn't help my student, it doesn't help our children, it doesn't help our community. We all want the same thing and we all want to work together on that. Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Alexis Eaton.
Hi, good evening. I'm a 14-year elementary school teacher and currently am teaching 4th grade. I want to begin by thanking the Board of Ed members for all that you do for our district. The pandemic shed light on your fierce advocacy for our students and staff. When it seemed like the world was ganging up on teachers, you stood with us. I will always remember that. Today I don't stand before you, but today I'm before you asking you again to be our allies and again fiercely defend our system, staff, and students. I will speak for myself and my experiences, but in no way do I feel that I am standing alone in my exhaustion, fear, or frustration. I have not come today to state problems because not only am I sure that you're aware of most of them, but also because I only have 3 minutes to speak. Instead, I would like to offer some seedlings of solutions. Staffing is a huge issue. I welcome you to my room any day we're splitting classes in order to truly understand how it exacerbates an already high stress environment. So you can't make additional people appear, sure, but what can you do about it? And what can you do is work to ensure that the distribution of workload is equitable. Your teachers and IAs need to be supported. Stating that IAs should be the last resort in pulling to sub is a nice sentiment, but what accountability is there to ensure this is happening? Your front lines are in crisis, and to combat it, we need it. The expectation should be that everyone in our system is coming together to fight for our kids. So determine who has an excess of time. That could be teaching. If we are all in it for the outcome, then we must reach past the status quo. Just because something has always been done this way doesn't mean it should be. Are there people in other positions within the county that could be asked to support classrooms on a given number of days a month? How can we better utilize the staff that we do have? I would also like to talk about flexibility. As a teacher, this term is used to minimize my feelings and stress. I bring a problem and I'm met with, we all need to be flexible. I asked too many questions and I'm met with, let's try to be flexible. But what I have experienced is the expectation of flexibility is only in place for the foundation of our system. The teachers, IAs, substitutes, and many others, I'm sure, must be flexible. But I have found that when I reach out to those who are not in the classroom, I am met with, you have to call so-and-so because that's not in my area of my job. Or, well, I'm really busy, but we'll try to get back to you. Or, I don't know how to implement it. You just have to figure it out. So what can the system do? First, feel free to thank us for our flexibility, but please refrain from telling us we need to be more flexible. We already are bending so far, we are breaking. What can be taken off teachers' plates and delegated? Prioritize what is being asked and ensure that all are aware of the priorities. Ask for our input, help where you can. Come by my room, not to observe, but to work with a small group. Become our partners. Get to know us and our students as individuals. I believe if you do, you will find that instead of having to drag your fierceness out, you will have to practice keeping it in. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, those are all of our speakers who joined us virtually this evening.
Thank you. So, Dr. Navarro, I believe next up we can call Mr. Heim.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be first joined by Steve Andrews, who's our Director of Planning and Construction. Our first item for this evening is the project status update that has been uploaded to board docs. So we would entertain any questions you may have regarding project status update. And to keep in mind that the renovation at Benjamin Stoddard Middle School is ongoing, and also the open space enclosure at Brown Elementary School is also ongoing. So those are the two major projects currently happening.
Any question, board members? Okay.
All right. Next, we have two information items, which will later be action items. And the reason why they're later action items for this evening is that for consideration of the September board meeting and the number of topics, these were pushed to this month. So they will both be information items tonight and action items. So the first information item we have is T.C. Martin Elementary School and the proposed renovation for T.C. Martin Elementary School. So we are hoping with state funding approval that this will become a project that we'll be talking about at later times during project status update. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Andritz and our architects from GWO.
Good evening. As Mr. Heim mentioned, we're here to talk about T.C. Martin Elementary School. And we have with us this evening from GWW Architects, we have Gretchen Wagner and Lauren Workman.
Welcome.
And I'm going to let them just jump right into the presentation.
Sure. We're going to walk you through our schematic design submission for T.C. Martin. We'll start with the project overview, move into some of the design drawings, the plans and elevations, talk a little bit about sustainable design, and then end with a project summary summarizing cost and schedule. So to give you a little idea of where T.C. Martin is located, just in case you're not all familiar already, you can see the dot there in the center. It's southeast of Waldorf. It's in a generally rural area. Next slide. And it's located off of Oliver Shop Road, directly across from St. Mary's School. You can see it's in a wooded area, not a lot of residential directly adjacent to the project. Sorry. Zooming in a little here on the site plans, you can see the existing building. So that the light blue in the center is the existing building. The existing building, which was built in 1967. It was one of several prototypes that were built of this same design around that time in Charles County. Additionally, in 2009, there were two additions. The classroom addition on the plan north side here, the darker blue, and then also an all-day K addition there to the left of the building. If you look at the site, there are existing tennis courts, some athletic fields, and then you can see that the utility situation on the site is that it's on well and septic. So that is something that we'll be addressing as we're moving through design. The bus loop and parking were renovated relatively recently in 2015. So those are areas that we'll really try to keep in place as we make improvements and additions to the school. So the proposed site plan, what we're looking at are two major additions. You can see there to sort of the the upper right-hand corner there, the gym addition. The school currently has no gym, so obviously that's very important to provide that for the school. And then a rather large classroom addition there to the left. There are some other minor additions, which I'll walk you through in the plans. And then you can see to the right of the building, we're calling out the proposed geothermal well field. This will be a project where the mechanical system is fed off of that well field. So it's very important for us to designate that early and show that, as well as potentially we will need to replace the septic field as well. And so you can see that at the top.
So that space that she's referring to, Steve fondly refers to that as the cafetorium. So during lunchtimes, it is the cafeteria, and during non-lunch times, it serves as a space for phys ed classes to occur.
One other thing to mention here is that this school is an existing school, so any of the work that we do is not subject to a requirement by the state to meet LEED certification. However, we're tracking that. We're also looking at the smart ways to build a building that's going to last 40 years, and we believe geothermal is a part of that. It's an added cost, but it is a long-term benefit to the school system and to this building. Go ahead.
So this is the existing floor plan. It's about 54,000 square feet, and there's an additional 6 portable classrooms on the site. You can see that looking at the existing floor plan, there are a lot of classrooms which are sort of buried. They don't have natural daylight. So that is definitely something that we wanted to look at if we're renovating the school and providing additions. Additionally, it currently serves 450 students. That's the state-rated capacity for the school. And just identifying some of the areas that as a team, and based on, feedback that we've gotten, the sort of deficiencies or improvements that we would like to make in the school. We mentioned the gymnasium. The administration and the health suite, which are located kind of in that bottom right-hand corner, are pretty undersized. It does have a secure vestibule that was sort of added, but sort of, in a way to provide that, but we want to make sure that we provide a larger, more integrated vestibule for the building. So that's something that we'll be looking at. The 3 fifth grade classrooms are all in the portables, so that whole grade is really located outside of the building. Additionally, special education only really has 1 dedicated classroom, and really the other spaces are sort of shared use spaces, so we wanted to take a look at that program as well.
So the relocatables will go away after the renovation is completed, but not only is it a renovation, but as just referenced, it's also going to add capacity to that school. There are some smaller neighborhoods in that Bryantown area, so there is some growth in that area.
The proposed floor plan. We're adding approximately 30,000 square feet of addition to bring it up to approximately 84,000 square feet. And the proposed capacity for the school would be 650 students. That would be an addition of 200 students to the school. I'll walk you through each area of addition so that you can see this, but this is the overall floor plan. And really one of the important things that we wanted to do here was to make sure that as we added the additions and integrated the gym in, is that it felt very cohesive and that the circulation was connected and that you could really tell where you were going in the school as a student. So we worked very hard on that. Additionally, sort of grouping classroom grade levels together and providing collaborative space at the core of those sort of home spaces. So we've really worked hard to do that, and then integrate the courtyards into this plan so that almost all of the educational spaces now have windows and access to daylight.
The red button should be a pointer if it can. Is it glowing? Yeah, it's not. It's blended in.
And as board members who are aware from your visits to Mudd and Eva Turner, when those renovations were being completed, we increased the courtyard areas in there for the same effect, to create that additional natural light, and just made those 2 schools and our hope is we'll make this school also just a much more brighter, positive environment.
So you can see here, the first addition I'll address is the administrative and entrance addition. What this addition, there was an existing sort of courtyard here that we were able to fill in and add that additional space. It allowed us to provide a secure entrance vestibule so that we can direct visitors during school hours directly into administration and provide that safety for the school. It also allowed us to really bring the health suite up to current standards. It's very small in the existing school, so we're proposing to do that as well with this addition. The gymnasium addition, we've located it on basically where it's at so that it has direct adjacency to the athletic fields. It's also off of sort of the main corridor that the media center and the cafeteria are also related to. So a lot of those more community spaces are located off that courtyard, or that corridor. The classroom addition, it houses 2 grade levels that you can see there, the 4 classrooms clustered around a collaborative area, as well as the special education program, where we were able to provide 3 classrooms to serve the program's current needs, as well as integrate a new science classroom into that space. And you can see that we're able to give a lot of perimeter to these spaces so that we can get a lot of natural daylight in there, as well as it allowed us to provide the flexibility for the renovation and in the existing building. So the final courtyard infill additions, if you noticed on the original plan, there were these courtyards which were sort of tucked on the perimeter of the building. They weren't really allowing us to get a lot of daylight into the spaces that we needed to, because really we need those courtyards in the center of the building where things are sort of buried. So what we're proposing is that we actually infill those existing courtyards with classrooms to allow us to get the adjacencies that we need to really make these programs combine and collaborate together. And by doing that, it allows us to have a more cohesive plan. So the elevations are really preliminary here, but some of the things that we're working with, we will be replacing some of the existing brick on the 1967 portion of the building because it is degraded. But we will be keeping the brick on the 2009 additions. So we're really trying to work with potentially 2 different colors of brick, really pull this building together, make it feel cohesive. But in addition, we really want to make it feel fun and inviting and playful. We're not sure we're going to use the green, but it's just to give the sense that we might integrate some color into these elevations and really make it an inviting space. You can see in the, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to jump in. If you notice on elevation 1, that's your view from the street, and you don't see the archways anymore. So obviously those are no longer part of the way the building will look. Very similar to what we did with Dr. Mudd.
And that really allows us, as Steve was saying, to create a new entry to the school. So you can see that we've sort of popped that area up so that it really designates the entry. And then we would also be looking at a new canopy that would sort of connect to that entrance and really engage the students as they enter the building. So sustainable design, as Steve mentioned, we're not required by the state to pursue LEED certification, but we are incorporating sustainable design principles. We're tracking LEED as if we would pursue it. So right now we're currently tracking a certified level, and if we took some of our initiatives further as we progress in our design, we could potentially achieve silver, tracking silver. So it's a really good way to integrate those principles into the building. So we're very excited about doing that.
And just for reference as well, when we talk about renovated schools, Dr. Mudd that we have opened was a officially LEED certified gold building. Eva Turner, we're going through the process now after the project is complete and going through the process of assessing the credits and looking what's there. And we're confident that we're going to meet LEED certified easily, and we're really close to meeting LEED silver on that. So it shows that the smart design, the environmentally sensitive design, the things like geothermal, when you incorporate them, you're achieving these levels of success on projects even if you're not required to by the state.
So the project summary, the projected construction cost is a little over $30 million, with about $15 million being the additions. As I mentioned earlier, that's taking the existing square footage of about 54,000 square feet, adding 30,000 square feet with the additions and renovating, and coming up with a total of about 84,000 square feet.
So one of the other things to add is that this is a building that has not received upgrades that other buildings have, because we knew the renovation was on the horizon. So the HVAC system is dated and needs replacing. You know, the lighting throughout is dated and needs replacing. So there are a lot of things that we held off, because if you take those and you take your state money and you put them into the project, when it comes time for your renovation, the state subtracts those things off of how much they're going to give you. So it's going to be a significant change. And as you notice, the value here on renovation versus addition, there's more money in renovations than there are in additions. Not by much, but there are. The other thing is, this is a early cost estimate, but it does reflect, correct me if I'm wrong, the current climate we're in. So this is more than we were initially envisioning, but it is what the current market is showing. And we have reflected these numbers as we sent our CIP up to the state this year and what we're sending to the county.
Pending funding from the state, this would not be an occupied renovation. So just like we had done with Eva Turner and Dr. Mudd, we would move the students and staff from T.C. Martin to the transition school for the 2 years during the time the renovation would occur.
Because we have Dr. Brown at the transition school right now, but they're only going to be there this year. They're getting an open space enclosure limited renovation project that is not a full renovation, so it will not be a 2-year duration like a full renovation would at the transition school.
So as Steve mentioned, schedule-wise, we're moving through design right now, and we would be looking to bid the project in April and then start construction shortly after students and staff vacate the building at the end of the school year in 2022.
So along with the ideas that the architects bring to the table, we go through what is called the ed-spec process, which involves Steve and his folks in planning and construction. And then they get a group together, and in this case, since it's an elementary renovation, would include folks from instruction such as Meg Hungerford, who sit in and help us as we go through this, developing this concept for this renovation. And it includes many other folks besides those folks in elementary education. It involves safety and security folks, and current administrators, and
Media specialists,
so
PE specialists, all your different content specialists.
So it's a true collaborative effort in working with the experts in their field, but also the experts within our school system to come up with a concept for something that's going to work for the next 30 to 40 years for that community and our school system.
The other benefit to a building such as this is that these are already occupied. So you have the folks that have lived and breathed these buildings for the last several years or more, and they have those real understandings of what the benefits will be to their school. So part of what Mr. Heim is referencing is what are called quarter scale reviews, and we're actually working to schedule those meetings right now with the content specialists and folks from the school to do that. We did a very similar process with MUD, and we believe it was extremely successful. So you have that buy-in, you have that involvement from the people who actually live those buildings.
So with that, any questions?
You got a question, Mr. Hurd?
T.C. Martin alum.
That's my question. So I was just curious, did anyone else in this room go to T.C. Martin Elementary? Anyone? Just raise your hand.
My son goes there now.
I knew Mr. Winstead did. Oh, well, his son does. But, just to give you background, I was an elementary school student at T.C. Martin Elementary School. And so it's a very surreal but rewarding feeling to see this plan in place. And I would be remiss, if that 5th grader didn't take a moment to thank you, Mr. Heim, Mr. Andritz, and our 2 special guests for really doing the school justice. It's a really good community, and they deserve more than what they currently have. And I think this plan has done just that, so thank you.
Well, we appreciate it, and our hope as staff within the school systems that we will be able to continue that balance between addressing enrollment growth with new buildings when we need to build new buildings, but more importantly, or as importantly, we need to make sure that we are maintaining our current buildings to current standards, or bringing them up to current standards. So that's all relying upon the state and the local governments funding that, but we want to make sure that we can try to again continue to balance new schools with renovations.
And this is a high priority funding request for construction funding in our state CIP. It's within the top 5. So.
Mr. Lucas?
I just want to thank GWO because whenever they come to us with their products and their presentations, very good, just the right amount of detail and easy to follow. So I just want to thank you for that. Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Out of curiosity, I'll just jot things down because, like I said, I'm a parent of a student at T.C. Martin now. I might miss it. Do they have an idea where they're going to be putting the students at while they're going over their renovation?
Yes, so our plan is for them to be moved to the transition school, which is currently housed by Brown Elementary School, as Mr. Andrews had referenced, and that's on the campus centered between John Hanson Middle School and J.P. Ryan Elementary School. So with that, there's been considerable thought and discussion put forth before we finally made that decision to go that route. But keep in mind, with that T.C. Martin zone, many of those students, when they get into the middle school, go to John Hanson. So the bus routes and the time on the bus when they are moved to the transition schools will be very, very similar to the amount of time they will spend as a middle school student.
Okay. I would just close with, I'm curious to know if there's a time capsule for that school.
We probably won't know until we start to tear it down, because that's what happened at Dr. Mudd, right? Yeah.
But we'll
look
keep
for
that
it.
in mind that if there's not one for, just like we are doing with Eva Turner, make sure that we have a time capsule. So duly noted.
Great presentation, thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'm going to transition over here so we can move to the next presentation. And during this time, Mr. Andrews will invite up our next guest with SEI and Elementary 23.
It's also my honor this evening to bring forward the team from SEI Architects, who is here to talk about elementary school number 23. As you know, in Charles County, the new schools are always numbered until after a naming committee officially picks a name. Elementary 23 is in an area of new development in St. Charles communities called Highlands neighborhood. And you'll see a site plan here in a minute. This is our first venture into a new school with SEI. We've done a lot of work with them. We have a really long and great reputation with them. So with that, I'll turn it over and introduce Crystal McGee and Ron Ilkovich from SEI and let them run through the presentation.
And one of their most recent projects with us was which we've referenced a number of times, the Dr. Mudd Elementary School renovation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. We're very excited here to present our thoughts and our current design progress on the ES23 project. I'll start with just some basic parameters. ES23 is obviously going to be a brand new elementary school in a brand new neighborhood, in a brand new community. It's going to serve 778 students, pre-K through 5th grade. 30 of those students will be special education students in that grouping. The building is planned to be about 94,000 gross square feet, and as Steve noted, it's in the St. Charles Planned Unit Development in a new neighborhood called the Highlands neighborhood. And of course, the project will be a LEED Silver certified project at a minimum when we're complete. Our presentation today, just to give you a brief of what you're going to see, is really going to kind of follow the process that we went through in the design and the development of the program. And we started with a more theoretical approach to really study elementary education with your stakeholders here in Charles County, and to develop an educational specification that really not only reflected today's standards of learning and teaching in Charles County, but learning for the next generation. And then we applied those standards to the actual design. So our presentation today is going to follow that same process. We'll talk about the vision, the goals, and the ideas of elementary education, which Crystal will explain as our accredited learning environments planner on our team, and then we'll move forward into the design.
One thing also just to bring up to you guys, you'll notice that Billingsley that we just opened was targeted as a 760 elementary school. This one, as you just heard Ron mention, is 778. The reason that is that I have charged them, not only these guys, but the prior team that you just heard, with incorporating full-day pre-K. Because it is on the horizon. It's going to be here. If it's not here by the time we're ready to open the building, it'll be here just a year or two later. So making the wise decision ahead of time, we've already told them that needs to be part of what we're doing.
I might add also that, as with all of our projects here in Charles County, we really enjoy the collaborative nature and the iterative process. The process is done through a series of meetings, both the educational specification and design, with your stakeholders. And we gather so much information from them, and I hope it really reflects in the result of the projects and the success of the educational environments that are developed in the project. With that, I'll turn it over to talk about that theory.
Good evening. We started off the ES23 process with the visioning. This is a brand new school in a brand new community, so you don't really have a cultural identity yet for it. So we wanted the school to help create that identity. So we wanted it to be a really playful experience, and that learning should occur everywhere. Our goals for the project were to break down the scale of this building. Since it's for 778 students, we wanted to make sure that for the youngest students that it feels like a very comforting, nurturing experience for them. And to achieve our vision, we want to activate every single space in this building for learning. And we can do that by minimizing the institutional corridors and maximizing the efficiency and utilization. We decided to break down that scale. We needed to create neighborhoods for our classrooms. So we also created some neighborhood goals. We wanted them to be active and vibrant and accommodate all different learning styles. Students learn very differently from one another, so we want to make sure that we're keeping them all engaged. And the way that we can do that is to create a variety of spaces and adaptable spaces. And so we'll talk about that as we go through the presentation here. We looked at a couple configurations of our neighborhoods of a 1 grade per neighborhood. So in this case, for this population, it would be 5 classrooms per grade per neighborhood, and then 2 grades per neighborhood. We debated pros and cons. We kept both in process as we continued through the ed spec to see which one would end up weighing out. We wanted to be really smart in creating a high level of utilization and efficiency. We did not want to increase gross square footage, but we wanted to get that variety of space. So we looked at potential shared programs within the ed spec, such as the resource room and all your special programs. And we combined it all into 8,900 net square feet. And we thought, okay, we can accomplish all of these different shared programs, but maybe we break it out differently. Maybe we create learning labs and collaboration areas and breakout spaces. So we started with the learning labs as a stakeholder group and talked about what if we moved them into our neighborhoods. And we had access to these learning labs, which would all be standardized to be able to be used as art, music, science, any type of special program. And you had access from both the main corridor and from your neighborhood. And this would allow for teaching to occur the way it does normally today, traditionally, where you can assign each one of these rooms a specific special, so art and science, music, and it's there the whole year round. But what if you wanted to do cross-content integration or project-based learning? The neighborhood, the learning lab located in the neighborhood allows that neighborhood to be dedicated to that neighborhood. Sorry, the learning lab to be dedicated to that neighborhood if they so choose. So having that access from that learning lab to the neighborhood, it allows that adaptable space. That learning could occur traditionally now or be adaptable to the future for project-based learning, for cross-content integration, for team teaching, all in that one space. The stakeholder group was really intrigued by that. They wanted to see how we could push the future of learning, but do it in a smart way that doesn't feel so out of the box. To complement the learning labs, we needed to really understand how students learned. So we looked at a couple different models, but today I really wanted to just focus on the multiple intelligences. The regular classroom arrangement really focuses on logic smart and word smart, but we want to unlock the other 6 intelligences. So creating this variety of space allows the students to, maybe in the small group learning area, develop their people smart skills, or have an area that they can go into to work alone. And we'll talk about that, how these multiple intelligences come into play in the actual design. And then ultimately, the theory of design we put into exploration with our layouts. We looked at different options of creating 1 grade per neighborhood or 2 grades per neighborhood, on if we wanted the shared space to include music or not. We looked at breaking down the spaces into what I've been referring to as learning labs, but during our group process, they affectionately were named inspiration stations. So that's what we are calling them now. And we also broke it up into spaces like open collaboration spaces or enclosed resource rooms and small breakout rooms. And through this process, through this iterative process with our stakeholder group, we leaned more towards layout 2A, but a different option of it.
So with that, we took the theory and started to implement it into actual architecture. And before you, on the screen is the first floor plan of proposed ES23. You can see the main entry and admin occur right about the center of the building. In that location, the main entrance is controlled through a security vestibule and controlled by the administration, but also in that prominent location, the administration has the opportunity to surveil not only inside the school, but the entire entry sequence, bus loop, parent drop-off, as people are coming and visitors are coming to the front of the building. Once you enter the building, the first thing you come to is the media center. And seeing that as kind of the hub of learning, the hub of information in the school, we thought that would be a prominent architectural move to have that be the first thing that you come upon. That media center spans the break between what is the public side of the building on the left side of the screen and the private side of the building on the right side of the screen where the instructional spaces are. And it's the bridge between the two because the media center oftentimes can be used for evening activities, group activities, but can also be a private, quiet learning space as well. Starting on the public zone, we will develop a cafeteria and gym that are shared, that are adjacent one another. There will be a folding partition that can open that space to create a very large assembly area. The platform in that space, as you can see on the plan, is set at a slight angle. In that location, what it allows is the maximum audience, the optimal lines of sight, as well as optimal acoustics, and also be accessed from the corridor system to be used as an additional learning environment, or in this case, a music space. One of the neat things about putting that platform on an angle is it allows a wall of glass, a wall of natural light into the cafeteria, which is sometimes difficult to accomplish with the limited amount of linear perimeter of cafeteria spaces. Moving to the right side of the building is what we were really excited about in designing for the education of next generation. You can see here that the learning spaces are divided into 2 grade levels per neighborhood, 2nd and 3rd on the bottom and 1st and pre-K and K on the top. You can see those are arranged around an open collaboration space that really encompasses the grade level classrooms, resource rooms, small breakout rooms, those inspiration stations that Crystal was talking about that were our learning labs in the educational specification. And one other thing that we had a lot of discussion about was special education and how that is going to be distributed through the school and whether that works better as a suite or as individual classrooms throughout. And one of the things that was very strongly upheld by the stakeholder group was that as children matriculate and grow older, they should move with their peers, whether they're in special ed or general ed. So we looked at a much more inclusionary educational model and put the SOAR classrooms, one on the first floor, one on the second floor, so students really will matriculate upward with their age group. Moving upstairs, we have the 4th and the 5th graders as they get older and move upward, and you can see that SOAR classroom on the upper level as well. In the center of the floor plate is the ILT room and some administrative function and some staff functions. And the idea there was to provide some adults and some supervision additionally for safety and security of that upper level. But in this case, each grade level has its own neighborhood. And it has that inspiration station, resource room, small breakout room, but also an added benefit of an outdoor terrace where students can go outside and do those projects and do those wonderful things in a wet, dirty, noisy environment if they so choose to do so.
One thing on the outdoor terrace, we're not reflecting that the entire roof area is the outdoor terrace.
Right.
It's just a portion of that shown in the darker
I was
gray.
about to say, that was going to be really nice.
Not quite, not quite. It's not advancing. Oh, there it goes.
Okay. So coming back to the multiple intelligences and how this is reflected in the plan. So starting with our classrooms, right, that's our traditional area for our logic smart and word smart, and that can still exist. But I want to express all the other spaces that complement it. So the resource room is great for our students to learn how to mediate, communicate, develop their people skills. So that small group learning area that's enclosed is a great venue for that. Right outside of it, that large collaboration space that's open, that's great for our areas for our kinesthetic learners. The classrooms oftentimes are so packed with furniture that they don't get to really move around. So having an area for them to be able to play games, activate their large motor skills, really gets them engaged. The small breakout rooms are great for our reflective learners, those who maybe need a little bit more privacy, but they can still are part of the activity and see what's going on. So that's the areas that they're really going to gravitate towards, where someone that needs a little bit more intervention. Having access to the outdoors for those who need nature, who need to be outside, get some fresh air, experience nature in order for them to be engaged more. And then obviously our inspiration stations, which are multi-use for all these different multiple intelligences, are artists who are visual spatial learners who need to create, our tactual learners who are makers, and scientists who need to use their fine motor skills in order to really get engaged. And then our musicians, who an area for them to make rhythm and sound. So putting all of this in one neighborhood gives the teachers and learners the opportunity to find an environment that works not only for the student, but the activities that they're doing in that space. And this is all within the gross square footage that we would normally do in a school.
Moving on to the site, we of course have a really neat opportunity to really set the tone for the neighborhood. The site is bounded on the east, on the right side in this graphic, by St. Charles Parkway, and the front of the school will be St. David Drive, and that's at the bottom of the screen. There will be new residential to the left, to the west, and there is a decline in topography to the north that goes down to a natural area. There's a creek and a stormwater management component to that, which might be actually a nice opportunity for learning to go down there into the natural environment and to learn about those aspects of Charles County. We learned very early on in our dealings with the developer that south of the site there will be an open green space, a green space of some sort that will be turned over to the homeowner association, ultimately for development into some sort of amenity, green amenity. We thought it might be really nice to come into the community and continue that green amenity across the front of the site, across the east side of the site, and do our play fields and green space there as well. So as you enter the neighborhood, the first thing you're brought about is a green open space. It was also important to us, on the right side of the site, there will be a hill separating our fields from St. Charles Parkway. So balls won't go out in the road. It won't be really visible, the road, from the green space. So there's a nice barrier there. But also what that hill accomplishes is as you come into the neighborhood, you'll be coming upward, and once you clear the hill, the view of the new school will open itself up. So we thought there was a really nice opportunity to get a view of the front door, the front of our school, and this really serves as a gateway to the new neighborhood. So our school really offered an opportunity to really make a presence and start a cultural identity for the neighborhood itself. On the site, I talked about the fields already to the east. We'll have the parking lot and a parent drop-off that drops off directly onto sidewalks, so no student will ever cross traffic. And those students will be able to go right into the front door. Likewise, there will be a bus loop that will drop off at an adjacent entrance right into that main spine of the building. And one of the educational expansions out onto the site, by the shape of the building, the media center and the instructional wing will be able to open out into an outdoor learning environment, which we are really excited about developing. And to the northwest of the site, you see as we start to go downhill in topography, opportunity for stormwater management and some of the natural resource components that will be part of our LEED and sustainability strategy. And wrapping up a little bit, proposed elevations are still very schematic at this level, but it's really important to note on the south elevation, that main entry, as you come into that neighborhood, we really want to make a very prominent move with the entry feature of that architecture. We believe that good architecture needs no signs, particularly for our youngest students. They should know, and it should be really clear where they're supposed to go and what this place is. And just to finalize up, we are tracking on schedule. We've completed our schematic design process, and hopefully we'll be looking to bid in November of 2022 and have a wonderful ribbon cutting with you in 2024. And thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can I actually like to make a couple of quick comments first? One of the things about the schedule that's important to note is this is on properties that are being given to us by the developer of St. Charles. As was mentioned, they are currently mining the site, and we've been coordinating with them as far as what elevations we're going to get and so on, because docket 90 says that they will give to the school system a site with utilities to the property line and rough grading. So trying to understand exactly what we're getting, and that extra coordination has been a really critical component. So part of the schedule here has these guys starting later than the other school you just saw with T.C. Martin, but that's also a function of the fact that the developer will not be ready for us because they're still working and doing their mining and grading and activities around the site. So that's one of the things I wanted to mention. Additionally, I would like, could you go back 2 slides real quick? In the site plan, I'd like to also mention, because this is a LEED mandated school, any new school building is required to be a minimum of LEED silver. So we are currently tracking with a geothermal system that would be located under the fields out in the green areas. But the other thing about elementary school field areas is that they're commonly used by our Department of Community Services for Parks and Rec League practices or games or any of that. We've also seen the benefit of this with the way the fields are laid out at Billingsley to keep those out front and visible, which helps to make them more useful and less attractive for trash being left behind and problems to happen at the school. So all of those things being able to be incorporated into this site plan and lessons learned on previous projects really are going to benefit as we move forward. So,
and being a school within a neighborhood which will surround it, we anticipate that there will be, a lot of community interest. Even with playgrounds in the evening time of, families walking their children over to use the playgrounds, but and even a more formal activity where we get, Girl Scouts that take place in, and that's one of the nice parts about the design as you come into the main office area. But you have those areas that Randon mentioned in the evening time, the media center that's closed, the cafeteria that is closed. Those are types of areas of the building that are used quite frequently by our community, whether it be Parks and Rec or Girl Scouts or even HOAs use our buildings for conducting their monthly meetings.
Questions? Yes.
I'm not understanding the vision for the Inspiration Station. I heard you say that it was going to be multi-use, but I don't see anywhere in the design where there would be a space for the music teacher, the art teacher, the science lab. So could you
Sure,
explain to me
absolutely.
how that all integrates?
Absolutely. So we have 5 inspiration stations, and if you use it like the way you traditionally do with art, music, science, 1 can be art, 1 can be science, 1 can be music, 1 maker space, and then 1 multi-purpose, which would be instrumental music, and then any other types of activities that want to occur for the rest of the periods that's not being used as instrumental. So that we selected 5 because that is the specials that is required based on our conversations with Megan and Kristen. So we can assign, the principal can assign one as art that's there the whole year round, one as science, one as music, one as makerspace, one as multipurpose. But the idea, they all will be outfitted the same, so that if the next year they wanted to switch art and science, they have the ability to do that. You're not bound by a specific room. We also made sure that each one of the inspiration stations had a large storage room, so that if we are doing cross-content integration and you're needing to have art materials and science materials, we have enough storage to be able to put that all within that room. And then we obviously would have casework in the room as well. We can get away with this in elementary schools because it's not, the specials aren't requiring a lot of like chem lab, those types of activities where you really need specialized equipment. You're using very similar casework, size rooms, acoustics for all those different activities. So the idea is that they're adaptable, that you can actually use them for a specific purpose, or if you wanted to change the pedagogy and really have project-based learning where you're doing art and science in the same room at the same time, you have the ability to do that as well. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat.
Further clarification, Ms. McGraw is a former elementary principal in our school system, so she was very locked in on your presentation.
I just don't see the art teacher giving up her classroom for the science teacher.
That's a very valid point. It's a culture. You know, and it starts from the very beginning. It starts with the principal and the leadership to implement those things and follow them. One of the things that always sticks with me is that some of your specialized music programs, and in Charles County, we do things that a lot of others don't. We have 3 music programs at the elementary level. But when you talk about band and strings, most of that happens just with 5th grade. And so dedicated spaces for them are not used to the maximum extent possible. So by creating this and not assigning that space, you have the flexibility to allow other program opportunities, especially since we're talking about a building we're building that's going to be for the next 40 years. And as things are going to change, and just as we've seen with COVID and the one-to-one devices and how that's changing learning completely, there is more flexibility and more opportunity down the road.
Sure.
And Ms. McGraw, would you like to ask, or would you like me to ask for you?
No, I see it in the design.
Okay. She takes a special interest in making sure that the principals have their own personal bathroom.
Oh, their own.
That is in the ed spec.
They need it.
So Steve and I are good listeners.
Dr. Navarro had a question.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we discuss 2 things that I think are important. When we're talking about these flexible spaces, does that mean that they will be equipped with energy, like, and water flexibility?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And that can be stored away so that the room can be multi-purpose. And then the second thing is, because now we have almost one-to-one devices everywhere, how are the designs of building moving forward to create charging stations that are out of the way, but that can massively charge as students take equipment home, bring equipment back? How is that being built in? If you could just talk about that.
That is being incorporated in every one of our classroom spaces and learning spaces. I'll date myself, but in the old days, when we started to integrate technology into education, we were all charged by the state to put 5 drops in a classroom. That would be 3 computer stations for students, 1 computer station for the teacher, and a printer station, so 5 drops. Those 5 drops over the years have changed to be more of a charging location for carts or what have you. I think one of the nicer aspects here also, particularly with the learning labs, is the additional storage capacity, where perhaps some of those charging stations can be out of the learning environment so that we can maximize that for students. So perhaps some of those can go in there. But it's a step that we'll definitely incorporate in the next step. I think Steve mentioned in the previous presentation, the quarter scale plan review. And that's a time where we will sit with every department, so music, art, science, that will use this school and really outfit those spaces specifically. And I think that is going to be the real opportunity to make sure that every one of those inspiration stations not only serves a specific special program pedagogy, but also offers the flexibility. So if science is not being taught in that period, in that classroom, perhaps a social studies instruction can go and do an art project that supports that curriculum. So the idea is the cross-content opportunities, that the inspiration station, rather than there's no art this period, we're going to close the door and turn the light off. So that was the focus of the program.
Thank you.
Any further comments, questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe, Dr. Navarro, we need to get Mr. Schwartz back up. Yep.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to present the charter agreement for the Pasota Charter School. As you know, the board had approved the Pasota application for a charter in April of 2021. This was our first charter school application approval. We're very excited about this because this is going to be a new opportunity for our students in Charles County to have another option for their education. As you may also remember, the facility that was identified in the application process and was made part of the application approval has been changed by Pasota since the application was approved. And so we've been working with Pasota over the summer and into the fall to try to identify a facility that would work for them and that would be acceptable to us. And Pasota has done that with the Catterton facility in Waldorf. This facility is large enough to hold the middle school program that their application was approved for, and they hope to eventually, at some point down the road, expand into a high school as well in that facility. And the facility is large enough to hold both the middle school and the high school. We've been working with Pasota to move the project along, and we're at a point now where we believe that the school can be prepared to be open for the 2023-24 school year, and that is reflected in the charter agreement that has been drafted by staff and is here for approval with the superintendent's recommendation for the board to approve. The Catterton site is in Waldorf. It's a warehouse, empty warehouse facility for the most part, that is going to take extensive renovations between now and the opening of the school. And we believe that would extend beyond the opening for 2022-23 school year as initially envisioned. Pasota still believes that they can do this before the 22-23 school year. Staff is not as optimistic. The charter agreement that has been brought to the board with the superintendent's recommendation is reflecting the 23-24 school year. This is, again, is an exciting opportunity for the board and for our students to have our first charter school in Charles County. The Pasota group has been wonderful to work for and with, and we're excited to work for them and with them in the future to get the school open. And at this time, the superintendent recommends the board approve the application charter.
Question? Madam Walker?
So I know initially when we signed, they were due to open fall 22, correct?
That was the initial plan, correct?
Initial plan. And now because of the change of the location, as you stated, there's some concerns with renovation completion on time. That's why it's been pushed back.
That's why the superintendent is recommending to open in 23-24 school year, correct?
Okay. Is there opportunity, because based off my readings in the report, I know there's some previous reporting about financial implications, the families that are already, as we heard tonight, interested in it opening next year, and of course staffing. We know, people, we can't hold on to people long. is there opportunity? I don't know what their plan is to start renovations or whatever the case may be. Could we consider, if proven progress, moving the date back for, like, changing the date in the future? I'm not sure, I'm just asking.
So the charter agreement that's being recommended by the superintendent is to open in the 23-24 school year. If the superintendent's recommendation is approved by the board and the charter is signed by the board and PSOTA, at any point, both parties can come together and make any changes necessary if both parties agree to make those changes. So if PSOTA is making sufficient progress and the board believes that it's possible to open in 2022-23, that can be revisited at a later time, correct? But the recommendation at this time is to sign a charter that reflects the 23-24 school year opening.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, seeing none.
We need a motion and a second and a vote.
Oh, no.
I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
I need for you to state the motion.
Okay, I move that we approve the recommended agreement for the public charter school, PSOTA, to be accepted as written.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, motion made by Mrs. McGraw, second by Mr. Hancock. Further discussion. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Just to reiterate, to what Ms. Battle Lockhart brought up, I mean, staff made their, or expressed their concern based on the construction plans, if you will, that were presented. And so if those plans were to change, then staff could reconsider. Is that a true statement, Mr. Schwartz?
We would always be willing to look at their progress. It's not as simple as making changes on the fly. They have to go through the permitting process. They have to go through the approval process with the state. Once they get approved and once construction starts, any changes at that point to the construction process, either to speed it up or to make substantive changes to what they're actually put in their permits, might require another review from permitting. So there might be processes along the way that might delay their progress. But if we think they're making sufficient progress and we think the school could open in 22-23, we could always revisit the charter at that time. That's going to be a decision that the superintendent would have to make with input from staff who would be monitoring the progress based on the monthly reporting that would be required under the charter. And at any point, if we think that could happen, we would come back to the board with another recommendation.
All right, very good. Just want to make that point clear, that if there is sufficient progress, there still is an opportunity to open next school year.
Any other comment, question, discussion? I will take a roll call vote.
Mr. Hurd does not vote. This is a school opening, so he would be excluded.
Mr. Hancock?
I vote yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. McGraw?
Yes.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Unfortunately, I have to recuse myself due to my current relationship.
Yes.
Mr. Lucas votes yes, and Ms. Wilson votes yes. Motion,
Thank you.
and Ms. Abel is not available. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is, do we have any unfinished business?
No.
Hearing none, do we have any new business?
Good evening again. I'm here to discuss the continuation of the suspension of board policies. We have one policy that we're still looking for a suspension,
This is policy 6431 concerning eligibility. On board docs, there is a document explaining why the policy still needs to be suspended, even though it seems like we're into the fall season. The concern, if we do not continually suspend the eligibility policy through the fall season, that students may lose their eligibility at that time who have eligibility now. So we're looking to suspend the policy through the rest of the fall season, which is, again, why we're here to continually suspend that.
I will entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of extending 6431, or a motion.
Motion to approve, or motion to continue the.
Motion by Mr. Hancock, I believe Mr. Lucas, you second? Discussion? Mrs. Lockhart?
I just want to say, due to the recent conversations is the reason why I'm going to agree with this process, with our challenges. But before, when we did this, I said, moving forward, I didn't want to keep pushing this off. But, so the only reason I'm doing it because of our current challenges virtually and the staffing issues and the levels of where we are right now. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? I will do a roll call vote for motion to accept the motion. Mr. Hancock?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. McGraw?
Yes.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Yes.
Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes.
And student vote.
And Mr. Hurd? That's, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item is Mrs. Acton.
Thank you. Good evening again. CCPS, we are seeking approval to revise our fiscal year 2022 daily and hourly rates for substitutes. We would like to change the degreed daily substitute rate from $107 a day to $120, and the non-degreed long-term substitute rate would be $120, and the degreed long-term substitute rate would be $187. In addition, the long-term substitutes will not be required to wait 60 days in order to receive the adjusted rates, and the daily amount for the non-degreed substitutes would remain at $94.
I will, can we go ahead and vote on this, Mr.? Yes, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the revisions for the FY 2022 daily and hourly wage rates.
Motion made by Mrs. McGraw.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote. Mr. Hancock?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. McGraw?
Yes.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Yes.
Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. Does Mr. Hurd? Is not allowed. Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other items under new business. I've had an opportunity to speak to my colleagues one-on-one, and the discussion centers around, the acknowledgement of the challenges that we're facing with COVID in terms of the heavy lifting, the long hours, the stress, in finding ways to mitigate how we can help our administrators, our staff, and our teachers. And we know through conversations and observations that they are carrying a heavy load. The day-to-day operations falls within the purview of the superintendent. And certainly we would ask Dr. Navarro to take in consideration of any opportunities that we can mitigate. But under the purview of the board, we can certainly take a look at the calendar. And one of the things for discussion tonight is consideration that we do celebrate Veterans Day, which is November the 11th. It is a day for, teacher conference, student teacher conference. But that Friday, which is November the 12th, is still open. And so what I'm hoping that possibly that the board would entertain a calendar change to close schools for November 12th. And it is part of consideration that this is unprecedented times. This is we hope that we don't have to make many other calendar changes, but given the unprecedented times, the global pandemic, of just finding a way to mitigate the burden that's on the system. And Dr. Navarro, you have stepped forward. I anticipate that you have a comment or two that you'd like to.
No, I don't have any comments right away. I just wanted to make sure that I step forward in case I have some further up questions from the board as they have this discussion.
Okay.
So,
Ms. McGraw?
so if we were to close schools on that day, where does the extra day come in?
That,
I mean, we have to have 180 school days.
If the board were to close on Friday, November 12th, the board has an option of adding that extra day at the end of the year for students. And so it would move the last day of students, which is currently scheduled to be, I'm sorry, I'm finding my days, Wednesday, June 22nd. That is the last day for students.
No.
17th or?
15th.
I'm sorry, I'm checking my 15th.
15th.
The Wednesday would be the last day for students, and the Thursday would be the last day for staff. And if you make the subsequent change, then students move to Thursday, and staff's last day moves to that Friday. But you're correct that we would have to add a day in to ensure that we meet the requirements for the number of student days.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I believe we discussed as well. Is there another option as like add a day to maybe Thanksgiving instead? I don't know. I'm just saying. Is that more time that they get versus the one day? I'm just asking. Is there opportunity to look at another time to give them more time?
There's always certainly other opportunities, but I think we wanted to just tackle this one because it was a little easier to tackle, and because of the time sensitivity. Because if the board would so entertain a motion to accept this would give us enough time to get the word out to our parents to make appropriate arrangements. But to your point, that's what we're, part of this discussion is to kind of think about options that we could possibly, was a deep dive looked at in terms of Thanksgiving, not at this point, but certainly it's something. It's Mr. Lucas?
I mean, if I'm hearing Ms. Lockhart correctly, I think what she's asking is, would it be better served to do during that week of Thanksgiving rather than the 12th? Is that's what you're saying, right? So that was the question.
Okay.
And so I get since we're off the 11th, but what happens on the 11th? There's still conferences,
Conferences.
right? So right now, So I guess what Ms. Lockhart is saying is would that week, would the 20?
Then people will take off the Monday.
So, Mr. Lucas, just for a reminder, if I may.
Yes, please.
We currently, in the calendar that you approved, we are off on Wednesday, November 24th.
Correct.
And so any additional days could be taken on Tuesday, November 23rd. Although I would caution you that that begins, as Ms. McGraw and Ms. Brown probably know, an effect of we would have potentially a lot of call-outs.
Yeah, Monday.
I'm trying to, and the 22nd, because people would take off starting earlier. And so the other piece that I think, Ms. Wilson, you might be queuing up to the 12th is the question of, as we mentioned earlier, as we mentioned earlier in the presentation around substitutes, one thing we didn't mention in that presentation is that our most difficult days to cover are Fridays followed by Mondays. So we do have a lot of last minute call outs Fridays and Mondays. And so just something to think about as the board is debating this conversation.
Mr. Valentine, and then Mr. Lucas.
I just had a quick question about if we can say when the first marking period ends and how this might affect the grades that are posted for students. Disclosure. Is it like a week before the first marking period?
No, it's afterwards.
Yep.
The week after.
So we have right now that report cards are being issued on the 16th, which means that we have closed out. For most part, for all intents and purposes, the teachers have completed their grading piece. Hence the in-service day for teachers on that Thursday.
Mr. Lucas?
Sir. So our calendar has to have 180 days of instruction. If we were to make any change at this point, does it have to be approved by the state, or
No.
as long as it has 180 days of instruction?
I will let legal counsel do the official response.
Okay.
He's up
Well,
there
I painted
with
the
his
big-
foot.
I think what Dr. Navarro was about to say, no, it does not have to be approved by the state. We approve our own calendar as long as we have 180 days of instruction. We do have to let the state know of the change, but they're not going to have any problems if we tack on that day at the end of the school year. As long as we have 180 days, no weekends, no holidays, that's what they look for.
Well, if you're looking for a motion,
Good.
need a motion, I would motion that we adjust the calendar so that the 12th of November, 2021, schools are closed.
Motion by Mr. Lucas,
Second.
second by Ms. Brown.
So,
Discussion?
I wasn't quite done, but go ahead. It's all good.
He needs to add the,
You got it for staff and for students.
Oh, you want to make sure that.
Correct? Is that what you were?
Is it for everyone? Who are you? I know you didn't finish, but.
My
is it-
apologies.
No, it's okay. I want to make sure that I understand. Sorry, your point's taken. So, is it for everyone in the system, I guess, and if not, who is it not for?
That was going to be my question to the board. If it is a close for all employees, or if it's a close day off for teachers and students. And when we say teachers and students in our calendar, what we mean is primarily employees that are not 12-month employees. So our secretaries, our building services, our administrators are 12-month employees. And so when we close for teachers and students, we don't have teachers, IAs, 10-month employees, and some, I believe, 11-month employees, but 12-month employees have to report. So that was going to be my question to you.
For all employees,
All
however you would like to
employees.
phrase that, is
It's
I
fair
would
and
like my motion
equitable.
to read that it's closed for all
So
employees.
Ms. Wilson, just for clarity's sake, can we just have Mr. Lucas repeat
Oh,
his-
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So, my motion is that, we close Charles County Public Schools on the 12th of November, 2021 for all employees.
And second.
And make
Motion-
up the.
And make up
Sorry.
that day by adding an additional day on June
16th and 17th. 17th for the teachers.
16th and 17th for students and staff.
I second
Does that
that
cover
one.
it?
Yes, I understand that. Yep, for the record. Yep.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Lucas, second
Second.
by Mrs. McGraw. Any further discussion? Oh, I will take a vote. Mr. Hurd, can Mr. Hurd vote? Yes.
Calendar.
Mr. Hurd? Yes? Mr. Hancock?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. McGraw?
Yes.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Definitely.
Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Ms. Wilson says yes, motion carries. I just want to, this is something that as a board, that falls in our purview, and I'm sure that as superintendent, you will be mindful and try to mitigate, it's an acknowledgement that our folks are working extremely hard.
Absolutely.
And we know they are tired and doing a lot of heavy lifting, and anything that we can do to show support and to mitigate the weariness, we will always be open, but you have the day-to-day operations, and we get to worry about policy and calendars. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We will make sure to communicate this with our community, and this is undoubtedly an unprecedented year, so I understand the board's interest and decision. And then we will make sure that we communicate it to our families so that perhaps my husband doesn't drop off the kids that Friday morning. It could happen. So that we just make sure that parents also have ample time. And thank you for the ample time for our families to prepare for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is future agenda items. Does anybody have any future agenda items? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to keep moving. Next on the agenda is action items. Minutes, I will entertain a motion to accept the executive session minutes for September 14th board meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Hancock,
Second.
second by Ms. Brown. By the show of hands, all in favor? Motion carries. Motion to accept regular minutes of the September 14th meeting, board meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Mr. Hancock, second by Mr. Hurd. By a show of hands, please raise your hands. Motion carries. Motion to accept the redistricting hearing minutes for September 27th, 2021.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Lucas. Second by Mr. Hurd. By a show of hands, please raise your hands. Motion carries. Motion to accept the virtual redistricting hearing minutes of September 28th of 2021.
Moved.
Motion made by Mrs. McGraw.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hancock. By show of hands. Motion carries. Please note that Mr. Hurd abstained. Next item is personnel.
I move we accept the recommendations personnel brought forth during executive board session.
Second.
Motion made by Mrs. McGraw and second by Ms. Brown. By show of hands. Motion carries. 8,000 series policies amendments. I'm gonna do by series, 8,000 and 9,000. Can I get a motion to accept the 8,000?
Motion to accept 8,000 policy series.
Motion made by Mr. Hancock, second by Mr. Hurd. Any further discussion? Show of hands. All in favor? Motion carries. I will entertain a motion for the 9,000.
I move to accept the 9,000 policy series.
Motion made by Mr. Hurd,
Second.
second by Ms. Brown. Any further discussion? With a show of hands, all in favor? Motion carries. Board goals.
I move we accept the board goals as written this year. As they're on, you know, it's kind of late now. They're on board docs, as displayed on board docs.
Board goals, a motion to accept the board goals made by Mrs. McGraw,
Second.
second by Ms. Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion carries. The FY 2022 Comprehensive Maintenance Plan.
Move to accept.
Motion made by Mr. Locust,
Second.
second by Ms. Brown.
Can I vote on this?
No. All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries. The middle school redistricting proposal A.
I move to accept redistricting proposal A.
Motion made by Mrs. McGraw,
Second.
second by Ms. Brown. Discussion. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go into what I have to say, I do want to thank the staff for all their hard work in developing this plan. I also want to thank the redistricting committee for all their hours and of tedious hard work, for everyone that dedicated to this plan. That it needs redistricting needs to happen, and I do support redistricting happening. However, I can't support the plan as it is. I'm just going to give a few examples of why I can't support this. You know, I've been one of the people that have said for a long time that Milton Summers is extremely overcrowded, and it certainly is, and we have some room in some other schools to alleviate the overcrowding in Milton Summers. But some of the things that I'm seeing are just going to take that overcrowding from Milton Summers and put it in some other schools. Milton Summers, under this plan, has a state rated capacity of 795, and as of today, we're well over that, with 1,086 students. After redistricting, that will drop by 400 students to 686. A lot of those students will go to Benjamin Stoddard, which has a state rated capacity of 975, now has, as of today, 814 students, but will, at the start of the 22-23 school year, increase to 986 students, an increase of 172, which will put them over their state rated capacity already. By the school year 25-26, they will have 1,019 students, which is just about where Milton Summers is right now. We also look at Pickewaxen, which as of now is about 100 students under state rated capacity, little more than 100 students under. We're going to add 101 students to Pickewaxen, which has the room for some increase, but I think that's a lot. It will bring that student population to 551 in school year 22-23. And then by school year 25-26, we will be over state rated capacity at 570. I can't support increasing those schools that much. And I also don't like how a few neighborhoods are divided. Some neighborhoods in St. Charles, as well as in La Plata, at the Jamestown and Quailwood neighborhood, will be divided under this plan. All in all, it's a great plan, but I think it needs to be tweaked a little bit to address those concerns. And I'd love to hear anything anyone else has to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I don't know, David, are you able to elaborate do you have solutions of where we should be tweaking?
Sure. I think we need to alleviate some of the overcrowding at Summers. Now, I don't have full-on solutions, but I think, they're gonna drop tremendously by 400 students. That's a lot, and to shift that to other schools, I just think we're shifting around. But I think Mr. Lucas has something to offer.
Sorry.
Good. Mr. Lucas?
So, I share Mr. Hancock's concern for some different reasons too. Having served in the board for 3 terms now, been through a lot of these, and my son went through a redistricting where he, for 1 year, went to a different elementary school in 5th grade, and then a couple years after that, we were rezoned to go back to the elementary school that he was previously assigned to, even though by that time he was obviously out of it. So it's certainly not a perfect science. And I just want to echo thank you to staff and to everybody in the public that took part in doing this. I heard a lot of comments about how, the plans are basically the same, and I'm like, no, they're not really the same. There's a lot of differences in them. So there was a concerted effort to give some alternatives. But I listened, particularly after the last meeting, and the concerns that people had, and the thing that concerns me is that we're doing all this to make room for people that don't even yet live in the county. All right, so we have people here. Mr. Hancock spoke to the folks in Quailwood, and I also have concerns with the block in Waldorf, block 2643. They've been here a while, and they've got a vested interest in the community. They pay their taxes, okay? And I know somebody has to move, but it seems to me that we ought to try to accommodate the people that are already here as much as we can without upsetting the integrity of the system. And furthermore, and we've all have experienced this in our time on the board together, other entities in the county have talked about, we've collaborated with the school board when we do these things. And I think collaboration is a bit of a strong word. They've told us what they're going to do, and they do it. And there's not as much collaboration. And I feel like I'm constantly having to clean up the mess that somebody else made. And I feel very strongly in this regard. You asked about a plan, and I'm telling all you this at the same time. I do have a motion, if I could please, Madam Chair, to make to offer up an amendment to Proposal A.
I believe that I can entertain that motion, and I will entertain the motion.
So an amendment would be to accept Alternative A with the following changes. That blocks 2643, 3441, and 4641 attend Summers Middle School, and that the community of Heritage Green would attend Pickowaxton Middle School. And for the numbers that we were provided either in the interactive map or in the correspondence that Mr. Himes sent out to the board, I don't believe that places an undue burden. So that is my proposed amendment.
Could you read the blocks again so that it's clear?
2643, which is in St. Charles, that is that Glen Eagle South, Mr. Heim?
Yes.
Right, so that's right by White Plains. And then the 2 blocks in La Plata, which are 3441 and 4641, which are the blocks that encompass Coilwood. Coilwood is mostly 3441, but the way that the blocks are drawn, you have to incorporate another block, which doesn't add that many more people. Block 4641 was only 10 people. But those two blocks are the blocks that encompass Coilwood in La Plata. The growth, as Mr. Hancock alluded, you know, there is expected growth in Heritage Green. It doesn't, again, but those people, they don't know a high or a middle school, and whether they went to Pickawaxon or somewhere else. And you know, we're already going to send buses into St. Charles to bring them back to Summers. We're sending buses to the neighborhood next to Coilwood to send to Summers. So it's not like we're creating extra bus routes, because we're already having to do that. So to me, that's the fairest thing for the people that are already in this county and have a vested interest through their taxes and through their time that they've contributed to the community.
That's the motion.
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
Can you repeat his motion again?
So a motion that we amend Alternative A with the following changes: that blocks 2643, 3441, and 4641 would attend Milton Summers Middle School, and that the Heritage Green community in La Plata would attend Pickawaxon Middle School. Now, if you add up the numbers for the three blocks that I'm suggesting stay at Summers, that's about 179 students. But keep in mind, some of those students in block 2643, some of the students are already at Summers. It gets a little complicated because that was part of the moratorium. And that's another thing. There's other blocks that were part of the moratorium, and yet they're staying at Summers. But yet this block is the block that is scheduled to go to Stoddard. And it just, I mean, geographically, if you look at it, it doesn't look right, it doesn't smell right, and it just seems to me that whole area should remain at Summers.
Motion.
I have just a question for, and I don't know it off the top of my head. Mr. Lucas or staff, do you know the projected middle school students that are going to come out of Heritage Green once complete?
Once complete, we were projecting for middle school around 343 students, but that's over a 10-year build-out. So keep in mind that the numbers we use for redistricting, we're looking at initially for school year 22-23, when this school where redistricting takes effect, but also looking at 3 years in the future at school years 25-26. So again, it's just looking at the projection for 25-26, but again, that would not be the full build out with Heritage Green.
And
Can we come to the table?
Yes, can we?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Go ahead, Mr. Lucas.
And keep in mind too, and I looked through the educational facility master plan, and it's part of the comprehensive maintenance plan too. You know, we are planning to build an additional middle school, which in theory would be in place before the full build out of Heritage Green.
So as Mr. Heim was just mentioning, we did an analysis back in March of this year, and I went back and updated it in August. And based on the yield factors and the build-out types of Heritage Green, ultimately, over the 10-year build-out, as Mr. Heim mentioned, 331 middle school students. What is factored into the growth information provided to us by the town of La Plata using the yield factors for the period of up to the 5 years to 25, 26 would have Heritage Green generating 132.6 middle school students.
And
Mr. Lucas?
so that's 132 students, and if the 3 blocks that I mentioned, or sorry, I'm sorry, I was going to make another point. And so the blocks that I mentioned from Quailwood and
Sure.
from Glen Eagles, do you have numbers?
I do,
for
yes.
25, 26, yeah.
Block 2643, which is the Glen Eagles South, and Stonehaven, correct, Brad? Currently has 126 students in it, but has significant growth projected, so that number's going to go at the 25-26 school year to 204.4. The Quailwood Block 3441 is 43 students. That doesn't change for school year 22-23 to 25-26. And the other block, 4641, is 10 students, and I believe that stays the same between the two 22-23 and 25-26 numbers.
Okay.
Just a couple things I'd like to point out to the board members with, comparison with Picklewax and Summers. Keep in mind that Summers is within the, the town limits of La Plata, so it is on public water and sewage. Concern, staff would have with adding, a greater number of students at Pico, and also the staff that go along with it, is that Picklewaxing is on a private well, so you are putting a burden on that well and the sewage system for that school. Also, Picklewaxing is an open space school, whereas Summers is not an open space school. And Summers does have 18 relocatable classrooms currently on that campus. So, not ideal, but they have demonstrated, again, not that they want to live through that again, but they have demonstrated over the last several years that they've been able to handle being above state rated capacity. Whereas with Picklewaxing, currently there are no relocatable classrooms on that campus, and as expressed in at least one or two past board meetings, a concern with the amount of parking at Picklewaxing now. So if you're adding additional staff and adding additional students, the cost is going to go beyond moving relocatables to Picklewaxing school. It's going to also create the need for some infrastructure improvements on that campus as well.
One other point to consider about the possibility of Heritage Green moving is that currently Heritage Green is shown in 3 enrollment blocks, but one of those blocks is actually shared with other developments that are ongoing, such as Agricopia. So how the motion would, or how this would move forward, would probably need to look at assigning blocks specifically just to Heritage Green, so that you don't, I'm assuming the desire is not to include those other neighborhoods of Agricopia with sections that are left, but that would have to look at how that could be edited or changed to a new block so as not to include them.
So,
Mr. Lucas?
So, based on numbers that you just provided, so the original alternative A had Picklewax in it at 7 students over state rated capacity.
In year 25-26, correct.
Correct. And so if 3441 and 4641 were not moved, then that's 53, but then you have 135, you said, from Heritage Green.
132.6, so just say 133.
133. That's good. They both end in 3, so it makes it easy. So 53 and 133, so that's 80. So then trade-off is that the 2 blocks on La Plata would stay, but that Picklewaxing would have 80 more students. I think that's, and I know that Mr. Hancock doesn't scratch all your itches, but there's
kind of does the opposite on some things.
And then on top of it, Swan Point, potentially down the road, is going to come up on the net, and the most logical location is Picklewaxing. I mean, Swan Point is even further south of Picklewaxing.
And that growth number is already factored into what you see in this sheet. The county did provide some growth information on Swan Point, so there is some growth into this number of the 570 as shown at Pickawaxen.
Okay. I agree with Mr. Lucas in terms of, we need to take care of families that are currently here. And this is my opinion only. I think a lot of accommodation is being made for Heritage Green. Other developments are not given options, but we are obligated to provide public education. And I think we need to be real careful with everybody's wanting to, in La Plata, wanting to either stay in La Plata or head south. And that is, we need to make sure that when we do these assignments that we are fair and equitable, and it could spark some conversation about how this was determined in an equitable manner.
I'm sorry, what would spark some conversation?
The conversation of the Heritage Green either wanting to stay in La Plata or move south versus stay in La Plata or move north. And I just think we need to weigh all of the development equally in terms of, as we try to accommodate a lot of the different geographical locations, we need to be just mindful.
No, I agree, but I don't, again, I wouldn't see, for Heritage Green, I wouldn't see, moving them further away as showing some sort of favoritism, if that's what you're inferring. And that's what I'm trying to understand, because what I suggested, we have a large block that's in Waldorf that would come to Summers.
Okay.
Continue to go to Summers, so I still don't follow your logic about moving people. I think, and what I proposed, it actually, it actually brings more folks from Waldorf south.
Okay. I'm talking about Heritage Green.
Which there's no one in this county that currently lives there.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Nobody's living there, but we're accommodating to make sure that they're taken care of. But I do agree with.
But I don't see where my suggestion in having them to go to Pickawaxen is taking care of them. I think it's more in taking care of the people that are already here.
And I agree with that. That's the part that I think the priority should be, is the people that are currently here. Not the future development, even though we have to incorporate it in our planning. So with that said, is there a motion on the floor?
There is a motion. The amendment.
Mr.
The
Lucas
amendment.
had made a motion to amend the original motion. I don't remember there being a second.
Second?
Mr. Lucas.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a new motion on the floor?
There is a motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is to accept A.
Okay.
The original motion is still on the floor to adopt Plan A.
Okay.
That's currently on the floor.
All right. Any further discussion? So the motion that's currently on the floor is to accept the superintendent's recommendation, which is A. I will take a roll call vote. Does Mr. Ian get to vote on this? Okay. Mr. Hancock?
No.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. McGraw?
Yes.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
Abstain.
Mr. Lucas?
No.
Ms. Wilson votes yes. So the motion does not. Huh? The motion doesn't carry. Yeah, the motion doesn't carry. Okay. So, is there another motion? I will entertain a second motion. Dr. Navarro?
Ms. Wilson, since I don't see any other motions, I'm recommending that we bring this back at the next board meeting, when we have a full board for voting purposes, unless there is anything that it will be voted on tonight.
Okay. Mr.
Yeah,
Lucas?
I have a question. So just, Mr. Hurd does not vote on this? That would make sense, I guess, because it's a student thing. Okay.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I don't know, but didn't Jennifer say for that?
That it can't,
She's not here.
Not here.
I know what her vote would be, but we cannot, it cannot be counted as a vote. So, Dr. Navarro?
Ms. Wilson, I'm just wondering if the board requests any additional written information regarding any of the discussions that were done this evening, that they would like staff to provide in preparation for the next meeting.
I do not.
Anybody? Mr. Hancock?
No, I just have a, I'm not going to get into the weeds of how to do it. But just from what I'm looking at, I understand we have to alleviate summers big time with the projected growth, especially from Heritage Green. But, you know, the people, you know, the people that attend Pickle Waxen, you know, these are people that often feel like they have no voice in county government. They often don't. And to see this school increase because of development in La Plata, I just cannot get behind that. I know we have to increase that. We have to. They're under capacity. There are 100 students under state rated capacity. But to that degree, to where we will go over state rated capacity, yes, because of some development at Swan Point, but due to a lot of overdevelopment, not to anybody's fault in this room, I just don't think it's fair. I don't think that that's fair. And I just think we need to find something that's a little bit easier of a pill to swallow. You know, I wish the people who have skin in the game in Pickle Waxen would have spoken out during this process, and they didn't. But they will if we do this. I can promise you that they will. And that's all I got to say about it. You know, I think there's things that we can do, and not just the people in Pickle Waxen, but the people in St. Charles zone for Stoddard had some very legitimate concerns. Personally, I'm not, you know, again, I respect the process. I respect all the hard work that staff and the committee members put into this. And all in all, it's a good platform, a good place to start. I just think it needs a little bit of tweaking, and I could vote for something with a little bit of tweaking. That's my comments anyway.
Mr. Lucas, and I have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Wilson. You know, I think there's a lot of schools that can point to the fact that they got students because of what happened elsewhere in the county. I mean, Summers is probably the prime example of that. But you know, to Mr. Hancock's point, as things are getting pushed, and in some ways, Pickle Waxen is for the reasons that Mr. Heim and others stated, may not be as well able to handle an enrollment over state rated capacity as other schools. But every employee in the system, believe it or not, there is some benefit to growing as a school system. And all the employees get that benefit, even if their school is not overcrowded. And that's something we got to take in mind too. So, I mean, there's no perfect answer. What is really, again, what my concern isn't even a strong enough word, but just the fact that we continue to have to make accommodations for people that don't, even live here. And that doesn't make sense to me. And again, it's because we're dictated to. We're not. There's not sufficient collaboration. We make, we extend an olive branch. We agreed to setting allocations at above state rated capacity, and then after that, there's changes to the APFO that have the potential for thousands upon thousands of additional homes, and that's something else that future boards will have to deal with. So there just comes a time when you have to take care of the people that are in the county now, and that is my strongest point. So thank you.
For discussion purposes, would the board be open to asking the staff to come with an alternative, two alternatives, based on what the recommendation that Mr. Lucas has, and then in consideration of the concerns with, since it's tweaking that we're talking about?
I could write a very detailed email to all of you and staff could answer, and that may help you in your decision. So I'll
'Cause I think
if that's okay to do. I'll look at Mr. Schwartz as I say that.
You can ask staff questions and put forward your ideas to staff, yes.
Oh. Not just my ideas, they're really just questions. They're not so much ideas at this point, but just questions about student population in 25-20, because that's really what I focused on, and what the student populations would be in 25-26 at all the schools. So
Is that okay with the board? I'm not hearing any, no one declining, so if that helps Dr. Navarro in terms of giving us a chance to kind of put some definition to maybe coming to, a compromise.
We are happy to work with Mr. Lucas to flesh out any amendment proposal in writing so that the board members can have it all and visually see those pieces. Our interest is just, of course, this is a domino effect of timetable. So of course our interest is to be able to provide the board all of the information they would need so that they could be able to make a decision and take a vote.
Okay. Mrs. McGraw?
I'm not sure I'm following everything, but I just think if we have questions, I think the questions, we should be able to ask the questions and ask staff to answer our questions. But I think it's inappropriate to ask staff to come up with an alternative proposal, because we've had over a year of two separate committees working on this. So I just don't think we should negate what they have done, but if we have questions, then answer the questions. But I don't think it's fair to ask them to come up with an alternative.
Okay, that's why we're discussing it.
I agree
Mrs.
with that. That's fine.
Mrs. Battle Lockhart?
I do agree to a certain point, but what's the change, the dynamic is hearing from the public, their concerns. We haven't been able to keep that to the forefront until this very last meeting where we had the most participation. So that is what I feel has raised the concerns, because we got a chance to hear from them. So that's kind of where we are now, and the reasons why we are where we are. I don't think it's making the staff continue to do the work, but we want the public to know that we heard what they said, and we want to try to do our due diligence to see if we can find some areas to tweak, as Mr. Lucas have suggested, as well as based off of information that Mr. Hancock has shared as well. So.
Mr. Hurd?
No, I don't want to be the bad cop, but I don't know. I know part of the discussion was the fact that Miss Abel is not here, and I was just rereading the bylaws, and one of the things that we could do is keep the vote open, so that way at the next meeting, Miss Abel could cast her vote on this issue. and she would be the only one to cast, and that could decide the motion. I just wanted to offer that.
It's not going to decide this. No, keeping the vote open
Nope.
is not going to solve it.
So what, we can either just try it again in the November meeting, or we either need to make a motion.
We should try it again. If we have questions, then we have the opportunity to have them answered and
Okay.
brought forth to us in the November
So then-
meeting. That's my suggestion.
Okay.
Is that the consensus of the board? Need to get consensus? Otherwise, we're gonna sit here and look at each
Yeah,
other.
well, so the problem is that, here's the challenge. The superintendent has made a recommendation, and we have voted that we will not accept her recommendation. So there has to be another motion. We have to redistrict. So how do we move forward with another option? There's been a talking point of we shouldn't go back to the staff to ask. So if that's the consensus, that we should not go back to the staff and ask, or we need to put a option, we as a board need to put an option on the table for consideration. Mr. Lucas?
Well, I think we can ask staff questions. We
Right.
don't,
Yeah,
can't
that's
ask
probably
staff
an
to
alternative.
come up with the plan. So,
Okay.
I would look to Mr. Schwartz, since we have voted and not passed. Do we just ensure that it's on the agenda for the next meeting?
Right, the superintendent said that we can bring this back in November.
Ms. Wilson, I have a question. Are there any board members that have any additional questions from what Mr. Lucas presented today?
I don't.
If there are additional questions for anyone on the board, you can always revisit the interactive map, and if you toggle on the left-hand side, you can see clearly all the numbers that are available there, so that would be able to answer any questions that you have about associated students with the blocks, and if you wanted to start thinking about moving blocks, or as Steve Andrews had mentioned earlier, about maybe moving to divide a block or something of that nature. That information is all there for you.
If I could,
Mr.
yeah,
Lucas?
the map is very good, and maybe it's a layer I didn't see yet, but does the map have enrollment? I'm going to ask Mr. Andrews. Doesn't have the 25-26 enrollment.
No, those are the current students. It
Right.
does not have the growth.
Right, so that's the thing that you need to key on too. Where are we going to be in 5 years? Not just where we're going to be when we redistrict. So that would be the questions that I'll pose to staff, that I'll copy you on, so everyone has the same thing.
Okay.
So we will respond to Mr. Lucas's questions and then be set to bring this item back up in
Yep.
November?
Is that the will of the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item, I will entertain a motion for the FY 2022 budget change.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Lucas.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. By show of hands. Motion carries. Motion to accept the T.C. Martin Elementary School renovation.
Motion to approve?
Motion made by Mr. Hancock.
Second.
Second by Ms. Brown. By show of hands. Motion carries. I will entertain a motion to accept elementary school number 23 construction.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. McGraw.
Second.
Second by Mr. Lucas. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Before I entertain a motion to adjourn, Ms. Abel was unable to attend. said that I would read into record. She requested, even though it does not account as an official vote, she asked that I read into record for the public's information. She agreed to uphold the superintendent's recommendation during the executive session. During new business, she opposed the suspension of board policies. For the FY 2022 daily and hourly wage rate revision, she did agree. For the minutes for action items, she said yes. For personnel, she abstained. For both series, 8,000 and 9,000 series, she said yes. For the board goals, she said yes. For the FY 2022 budget change, she said yes. For the middle school redistricting, for proposal A, she said nay. For T.C. Martin Elementary School renovation, yay. Elementary school number 23 construction, yay. And charter school, she abstained. At this time, I will entertain, I want to look across the room and make sure there's any other business. Seeing none, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Hurd.
Second him.
Second by Ms. McGraw. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you. Amen.